dark, I dash through broken ground. City's pulse is pounding loud, the hollow's rising sound. Steel and static in the air, shadows twist and crawl. But I ain't backing down, I'm here to break it all. No fate, no fear, I'm dancing through the blaze like a dragon out the gate. Let me set this place ablaze. Burn through the hollow, let the city scream my name. Air cut through the sorrow, I was born inside the flame. It's like thunder, kicks like rain, this chaos forged my soul in pain. Burn through the hollow, it's my turn to break the chain. Flash of silver hit the mark, feel the combo hit. Enemies like echoes, fading bit by bit. Cracked up time and twisted space, it's a cursed ballet. But I'm the rhythm, I'm the rage, I'm the one they couldn't play. This fight, this fire, I'll ride it to the end. Got no lives left to waste, just the will to ascend. Burn through the hollow, let the city scream my name. Feet out, cut through the sorrow, I was born inside the flame. Raise your gun or face defeat, I'm the echo you can't delete. Burn through the hollow, light it up and bring the pain. Burn through the hollow, let the city scream my name. Cut through the sorrow, I was born inside the flame. Hollow beasts or gods be damned, I still fight with bloodied hands. Burn through the hollow, 'cause I never play it tame. This city never sleeps, and neither do I.
Oi, cosa tu hai? Ay, ay, ay. How's everybody doing? I hope you are all doing pretty darn good. There are a few things I want to talk about today, I think. We're going to do our dailies first. I'm just setting up for the next, for the part that I feel like we need a setup for. Like, that's going to go here. That's going to go here. That's going to go here. Give me a second. Got a couple videos I want to load up. Alright. I think that's all loaded. How we doing, Argo? How we doing, Musical Skull? How we doing, Daniel? You doing good? You doing good? You doing great? You doing great? That's great. Alright, let me go ahead and get my dailies taken care of. Ay, ay, ay.
Slide back, get them out of your way. You don't care if along the way the little sacrifice.
Well, there's Daniel with going ahead and becoming yet a member for 9 fucking months. Holy shit, bro. I'm watching your stream and type on Discord on phone with split screen. Easy. Hey, if you find that's easy, bro. Yeah, that's easy, bro. Oh my god. Welcome to Gacha Wars, bro. Welcome to the Gacha Wars. You know, can I be completely honest when it comes down to like the Gacha War itself? Like, this shit is so fucking hilarious to me that I don't think Gacha War will ever fucking end, bro. I don't think Gacha War can ever fucking end. You know, I'm a stupid person. You know, I'm a very, very, very stupid person. I like drama. I'm going to be completely 100% honest. I fucking love drama. The more I watch the drama shit that goes on in the background, the more I get giggity inside and I feel like a little schoolgirl. It is fucking amazing. Gacha War, more like a cinematic experience. Pretty much. It is kind of like a cinematic experience when you think of it in a multiple different of things. How we're doing, Living Moon? We're doing pretty good. Oh, we got some stuff that we're going to cover over today. Like, the last couple of days, I know I haven't had any kind of really content, but my God, I saw some stuff today at work, and I'm just like, yo, I want to talk about this shit. I want to talk about it because it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. Let's get this going. Yeah. I keep forgetting to do this shit. Alright. Oh, wait, why are you close? Oh, do I need to fucking set the... Do I need to set shit up? Oh, no, you're great. Okay, good. You craft that shit. You craft all that good stuff. There you go. Good. And I get this. I need to do the wish event. Okay.
I've still got so many classes.
I don't feel like doing the wish event, but I gotta do the wish event. Alright, let's do the wish event. Come on, Alice. Tell me something interesting real quick. Tell me something interesting with all this shit. Where's my Big Blue avatar? Oh, you're right. I don't have my Big Blue avatar on, do I? Yeah, I was in the fucking toilet. I was taking a massive fucking dump, bro. And I forgot to turn it back on when I came out. That's my bad. I like taking fucking massive dumps, bro. Okay. One thing I'm gonna say Z.Z.Z wise, bro, if you see this like text message shit right here, like this is a con and a half. Can we please make it to where we could just like skip through this like 10 times faster? Like I don't care. I'm just doing this for A, to get a wallpaper, and B, just to go ahead and get the wish event shit done. Like, it takes forever to get through all that. It's like, I don't care about fucking Allison being scared or whatever kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Not gonna lie, Alice is a little stupid. I don't know why she thought the poll was the fucking best way to fucking go ahead and introducing herself there. I don't know why she wanted to introduce herself to a goddamn fucking poll there, but she did. She kind of stupid. She was expecting to deceive it with symmetrical, I guess. Is it really taking that long? What's taking that long? The texting? I find the texting takes fucking forever in this shit. Oh yeah, I gotta keep doing this shit with her, don't I? Wait. What do you gotta do for the fucking wish bullshit? I forgot. Alright, Alice, where we're going with, girl? Do I just gotta walk around and, like... Is it, like, lighter where shit just happens? 'Cause I remember, like, doing the wish event with lighter, and it's just, like... Lighter would just, like, depending on where I walked at, it's just, like, he would have, like, a little spark on top of his head. And then I would just stop, and then we would talk, and then I completed it. So, is that just what it is? I can just quit. Or it's just for these. I don't give a fuck. Does your wifey know you're on a date with Alice? My wife doesn't give a fuck if I'm on a date with whoever. Like, goddamn, my wife don't give a fuck, man. Besides, I mean, again, you know, it's theorized that I'm gay in the community, apparently. And it's just whatever it is. Eat my fucking polychroms. Make all you guys fucking get scared. Alright, get 496. We will look at that stuff much, much far later down the road. We'll just go into a pause menu real quick. So, how's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Everybody doing great? Everybody doing fucking fantastic? Hopefully you're doing fantastic. Hopefully you're doing great. Why is my big boo all the way over there? Is it fucking up on this side? I'm confused. The Bang Boo is just like disappeared all the way all the fucking other side and shrunk. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? That's not what it's supposed to be doing. Let's lock that motherfucker in place. There we go. Have you watched Gamescom? Dude, I'm not fucking interested in Gamescom. There's nothing in Gamescom that I'm fucking interested in. There's no games that I am actually... Oh, you play WUWA. Congratulations. I hope that WUWA brings everything that you ever wanted into your life. Like, look, WUWA is actually pretty... It's still a decent game. It is still a decent game. But don't let the sprouts of the narratives of the world fucking come at you. Ugh. But I think that this could be a good starting point to talk about our first topic of conversation. So, apparently, would you guys believe it or not, that apparently Weather and Waves was left out of the Gamecom Awards? That they were robbed? Would you believe that? Hey, Brett's an easy character to fucking play. You've heard. Apparently, chat, and our first video that we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a little bit of a quick reaction to is from a person called Kazahana, who did a 10-minute and 39-minute video, 10-minute and 39-second video about Wuthering Waves was left out of Gamecom's awards, and here's why. So apparently he has the answers to, if you're interested in knowing why it was, not there at the Gamecom awards. Apparently he has the answer. So I figure we could go ahead and watch this real quick. And then we can get into some information afterwards. You guys good with that? You guys are good with that idea? I mean, we got some other stuff that we got to cover. Don't worry, we got a bunch of stuff we got to cover. What's up? What's up there, sir? All right, so. How's it going, proxies? Welcome to our topic of conversation, our react video of the evening. And in this video, like I stated before, we are going to be watching Kazahana's video about Wuthering Waves left out of the Gamecom Awards, and apparently he knows why. And I like to go ahead because this was presented to me earlier today, and I haven't really watched much of it. I watched a good bit of it, and then I paused the video, and then I went to go do some research. And my research, I think, finds out a little bit something different. But in regards, if you guys are ready, I'm ready. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at what Kazahana has to say about Wuthering Waves was robbed from Gamescom, apparently.
So, Wuthering Waves got robbed. Well, kind of. I don't really know how to explain this one, but it's a very interesting situation that's been going on involving the Gamescom Awards, which obviously Wuthering Waves have not been involved in this time. And it seems pretty interesting because it seems like there's some games in there which has some people pretty angry at the fact of, they've left out a ton of really great games that have been, kind of absolutely killing it over on mobile over the past year. Now, if you don't know, Gamescom have an award show every single time. Gamescom is a big like convention type thing, whatever you call it, event that takes place, I think, over in Europe. And yeah, it's a big thing, and they often hold these awards where essentially they have these different categories, and you can see already a lot of them have been very biased towards some new titles, including obviously Borderlands 4. I think Resident Evil Requiem is a new one as well, and it seems like they like to include a lot of titles that haven't even been released yet for an award show, and I think a lot of people have been
right. Apparently Gamescom is being very biased, and a lot of the games that have not even been released yet, from what he's saying so far, is showing up for an award show. Okay, we got the picture so far, right? We're getting the picture so far. I just want to make sure.
Pretty mad about this because it's an interesting choice to kind of include new titles that haven't even come out yet. And let's just scroll down all the way down to the one that we care about, which is best mobile game, which is one that a lot of people have been kind of arguing over, especially due to the fact of Wuthering Waves not being included in here. Now, again, I think Dungeon Crawler, from what I've seen, I've never heard of the game, but I don't know if the game is actually out, so I'm not going to talk about that one. But Genshin Impact, obviously, controversial opinion, I think that should be there. I mean, I have no problem with that being there. It is a current mobile game, and it's been killing it still, regardless of what a lot of people say. That's fine. Love and Deep Space as well. They have been absolutely killing it, as we've seen on the revenue charts and stuff. So again, they also deserve to be there, and Seven of the Lake, I don't really know either. But we got 3 gacha games here, and the one that a lot of people are talking about is Arknight's Enfield, because they've been nominated for Best Mobile Game. But the game's not even out yet. So a lot of people are very confused as to why this is the case. Enfield is literally in beta testing, or it has been in beta testing, and we don't even have a release date yet. Now, obviously, a lot of you guys have probably picked up already that, it's probably due to the fact that Enfield is going to get a release date, maybe a new trailer or something like that at Gamescom, and it's going to be a very popular thing. But I do think it is very, very, not scummy, but just very weird how they've decided to actually add them to the nominees for Best Mobile Game when the...
So my question here, and I think you already brought it up right now, chat. Did the game already get an early access? Didn't like a lot of people, already get to play this? It wasn't just like a closed beta. It was actually opened to the public. Because I know a lot of videos that you guys in the past have shown me was like a lot of people were waiting for the early access to dive right into it. So I understand that the game is not fully released yet, but I mean the game has been opened up in previously to the public. Yeah, like it's not officially live. That's what I thought. Okay, well, I mean, so far so good. Let's continue on with the video. I mean, I just wanted to clear that. Everything is rigged. Trust me. You know what? Like, look, this almost sounds like this is going to be like the Game Awards from last year when, you know, Z.Z.Z, Weather and Waves was up against Valchero or whatever the game was, the card game, and it lost to that. I mean, that, God forbid, hopefully it won't here. But let's continue with the video real quick.
Mobile game isn't even out yet. You know, even if you look back at Arknight's Enfield, for example, like the beta testing, a lot of the beta testing was mainly done over on PC. There wasn't really a beta test over here on mobile. A lot of it was mainly done over on CN. They did do a mobile test, but again, you know, a lot of it was catered towards PC gaming as well.
And, you know, I'm just going to say really quickly, because before we continue the video anymore, I just want to make sure something, because I do have it open over here. I do have Gamecom's awards show open up. There was before, because his camera's kind of blocking it. There is right here Servant of the Lake as well, which he did not talk about, which is also part of the nominees for the best mobile game. So I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about Dungeon Crawler, but let's just say his big ass fucking webcam right here is blocking the view of a fourth game that is, you know, also being nominated.
Wow. Which I think was very interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, Arknight's Enfield is a great game. I really loved a lot of the mechanics whenever I played the beta, and I can't wait for it to come out. But I don't think it does deserve to be on the nominees for the best mobile game. Because how can something be the best mobile game whenever it's not even out yet? And that's obviously where a lot of, you know, Wuthering Waves comes in, because Wuthering Waves is a game that has been killing it on mobile and also other platforms as well for the last year, and they've been doing a really good job you know, bringing over a lot of new
Should I go ahead and spoil it now of the reason why Wuthering Waves was not nominated as the best mobile game? Or should we just wait a little bit longer? You know what? Let's wait a little bit longer.
Players and things like that, and, you know, doing really great events, really great updates, and obviously I think they would be the perfect fit to fit in there instead of a game.
Let me see if he gets it.
Even out at the moment. Now, obviously these other ones, I'm not disputing at all. I'm not saying like, oh, Wuthering Waves should be there instead of Genshin Impact. Screw Genshin Impact. No, obviously they do deserve to be there and in their own respects. But I think Enfield, a game that isn't even out yet, doesn't deserve to be in there just yet. Now, obviously, if you want to add them into the 2026 awards, then go ahead, because obviously the game should be out by then. But I think adding them into the 2025 awards, where, you know, obviously you've got other games like Wuthering Waves,
right
Waves as well. Any other game, any other mobile game that's also,
I'm just hoping that you get to the point here.
Time should have taken the place of Arknight's Enfield. But obviously, as me being a Wuthering Waves creator, I'm a little bit biased in terms of who I wanted to be in there. And honestly, I do think Wuthering Waves could have fit pretty well into this kind of, you know, category.
Look, I am 100% sure that Wuthering Waves could have fit absolutely perfect in this. And I agree 110%. But there might be a reason why it did not show up. And I'm hoping that Kazuhana is going to explain this.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like that's happened. And obviously, Genshin Universe has been talking about this, saying Genshin Impact has been nominated for the best mobile game at Gamescom 2025. So the voting period begins on August 20th. It is Dungeon Crawler good. I said hopefully Genshin wins so we can get some free Primo Gems. It's because of things like this I will always have time. It's things like this that will always have time-gated domain materials. Said we need to bot to vote. Said, and that means we'll receive rewards. Well, potentially, sometimes they don't. But say, I mean, sure. But why Genshin Impact again when that was back in 2020? It should be replaced with WUWA or a different gacha game, which obviously they got 4 likes and 7 replies, which is, oh god, I don't even want to look at those replies. But yeah, I mean, I slightly agree, but at the same time, I think Genshin Impact deserves to be there more than, for example, like Arknight's Enfield, which isn't even out yet. You know, I think Genshin Impact obviously is an established game, and they never actually say, for example, like,
why we're not scrolling down no more? Whoa, why we're not scrolling down no more? Why we're scrolling back up? You were scrolling down. Why we're scrolling up? Huh. Interesting. Well, in any case scenario, do you guys believe that Ark Knight Infield should not have been nominated as, a best mobile game, even though it's in early access, stuff like this, Because I know some people who's played it or whatever. I have to go see. I have to actually go do a little bit of research on that. But I mean, what's your thoughts to chat so far on that? While we continue on,
I'm constrained. So like obviously a game can be older and still be featured in that kind of category. So I don't think that's a problem. I think Genshin Impact, it does deserve to be there if that is the case. People are saying like, what is Enfield? Has Enfield been released on mobile yet? Saying imagine a game in CBT not currently with no release date announced is in the nominees but not WUWA. I'm not even a WUWA player, but this is so weird, This is exactly what we're saying, obviously a lot of you guys will go like, oh yeah, you're a Wuthering Waves player, of course you want Wuthering Waves to be in there, but even like people like this who aren't a Wuthering Waves player are saying this is so weird, Someone's saying probably because it's bad on mobile, but again, I don't think it's even that bad on mobile. I mean, I've played it on mobile before and it's run fine for me, and there's a lot of people that actually play Wuthering Waves on mobile. I mean, you've seen the revenue charts, right? All of that revenue is entirely from mobile. So there are people playing the game, and it is obviously playable if there is people bringing in like, what was it, like 30 million or something last month or whatever. It's crazy amounts of money. So obviously there are people still playing on mobile. Saying, why do you think WUWA deserves to get nominated? The game is pretty mid, and most of the oh my god, bro, and most of the hype was artificially boosted by CCs. How can the hype be artificially boosted by CC? Bro, the hype comes from the CCs. Saying it was artificially boosted by the CCs is crazy. It's because it actually has hype behind it. That's the reason why CCs are covering it, and that's the reason why it's getting more hyped up. Okay, bro. But yeah, obviously they're saying the game's mid and stuff. Which
so far, I don't. So far, we're 6 minutes and 58 seconds into here, and I mean, Wuthering Waves was left out of the Gamecom Awards is the title, and here's why. I haven't heard the here's why yet. Okay, I haven't heard the here's why yet. I mean, Kazahana, man, I would assume that you would have some knowledge here if you're going to be putting a title like this, right? Unless it's just completely clickbait and you just don't know exactly what happened. But regardless, why do you think WUWA deserves to be nominated? The game is pretty mid, and most of the hype are artificially boosted by CCs. I mean, I get the point of that. I mean, it's kind of it's what it is. But let's continue. I'm giving him a chance.
Player, I don't know. The mid, I'm a Genshin player, a Z.Z.Z player too, but I know that WUWA players hate us, but WUWA is clearly not mid. It's a super cool game with gorgeous graphics, a good story, good character design. Where did you get that it was mid? Which obviously, yeah, it's crazy. It's
I mean, to say that it is mid, let's be completely honest, that is a very, very subjective conversation to be had. Because while Wuthering Waves is really a beautiful game, it has great character design, it's gorgeous, and it's got great combat and everything, the open world, I think, could be best described as once you experience it, it's pretty empty afterwards. That even like the ecosystem and everything else, basically like your disk drive system or your artifact system in Genshin and Z.Z.Z respectively, is kind of separated in Wuthering Waves to where one part of it you go ahead, you do like your tacit fields for your XP, and then you go out in the world to go farm your echoes, and then even then they have other ways where you don't even have to go into the open world anymore to go farm echoes like you did back in 1.0 days. So I'm just going to say that is a very subjective statement to go ahead and be like, try to defend it and be like, oh, it's not, mid or anything. Even the story is subjective, okay? Because to some people, it's the greatest story there is in the world. To some people, it's got pacing issues. And, it's a decent story. And then to some people, it's completely crap. It all depends on your personal preference. Again, it's a gacha game. It's a game that hits different demographics. So let's continue on. I mean, we still got a solid 3 minutes left. Let's go.
Not sign up for Gamescom, so no nomination, which could actually be a kind of, that honestly could be a very valid answer. Maybe Kuro Games were not included in the Gamescom kind of list, so they can't get nominated. But I do think it's pretty ridiculous that they literally just add games that, you know, are only the ones that are, you know, interacting with them. Because again, I don't know, I just find that a little bit weird. Obviously, so said bad game don't get nominated. It's simple. WUWA is an objectively bad mobile game and PC game. Brother, okay. I love how like all of these people try to pretend that WUWA is a bad game. You know, it's not a bad game. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I totally understand if you're like full on Hoyoshio and you want to say that, yeah, WUWA's good, but I prefer Genshin Impact, you know, that's totally fine. But bro, disingenuously saying it's objectively bad is absolutely crazy to me. So again, I see a lot of people pretty delusional. You're saying, okay, I understand the 4 or 5 picks, but why the heck is Arcanine Enfield there? The game isn't even out yet. Obviously, yeah, people replying to that saying, why is Genshin in there? Which obviously, again, I have no problem with Genshin being in there. So the nominated games are all based on the games that will appear during the conference.
I mean, we're just reading Twitter
again,
comments.
Obviously, I think that kind of solves the issue here. But I do honestly think that they should open it up to more games as well, because you end up having this kind of problem where the awards just don't really make any sense, because you try to fill it up with whatever you possibly can. And I mean, it's just kind of weird, because why on earth are we voting for a non-released game as best mobile game? We don't know if it's best mobile game. There's nothing to judge it on. And I think that maybe, you know, if they had another mobile game that was, you know, maybe
come on, Kazahana, dude, you're not
be the one in there
why are we not
instead
scrolling
of,
to the bottom of the
Battlefield.
page?
But I get they kind of
Why we keep scrolling to the top
for the trailer and stuff. I don't know, I just thought it was very weird, and it was a very
You think it's very
situation. Obviously that gives us a little bit of clarity though on why it is exactly like that. But I do think at the end of the day, they should probably just include
what
something
clarity
outside of Gamescom, else it's just gonna look really bad. It just looks like a very useless kind of award show, you know. It's not a very yes, it's just not a very prominent award show. If you're only doing it based off the ones that show up at your thing, it's not really the best. It's the best out of the games that you have there, but it really seems like, you know, they are clutching at straws to make that category. You know, you got games like Genshin Impact, which is over 5 years old, you know, in there, as well as games that haven't even released. I mean, there obviously is enough mobile games to create this category, so they just went, oh, just stuff a ton of random stuff that are people like just showing up. I don't know, just add anything in there.
Are we just randomly going to be just keep on talking here?
Yeah, if you guys did enjoy this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think about this, because again, I think it's a very interesting situation that has been going on. And yeah, go to GameStop, use my code Kazza, get 10% off again. They got a ton of really cool stuff.
Hell yeah, I'll use it. I want that cup right there. If I can get that cup right there, Kaza, I'll be great.
Yeah.
All right, good, man. All right. So, why would Weather and Waves not be there is the question. Why? So, Kazahana was right here, right? Let me zoom in so that way you can see a little bit better. Boom, okay? Y'all can see that, right? You can see that, right? I just want to verify that you guys can see exactly what I'm seeing. I mean, that was a complete nothing burger. Hold on. But let's scroll down. Categories. Best visual, best audio, best gameplay, right? Let's keep scrolling. There's a lot of information. From July 7th to July 25th, game developers were able to submit their games for different categories at the Game Awards. The jury will be nominated 5 of each category and evaluation based on a point system. The nominees will be announced on August 18th, 2025 in a press release. The nominees for the category groups were chosen by the jury. The winners are determined by a combination of vote and such. Okay. The pricing of the different categories is, I guess this is, what is this? This is Euro? I have no idea what exactly this is. So let's go find out really quickly. What is this symbol for? This is Euro. Okay, so that is the Euro dollar sign. So it was 440 euros for one category, 800 for 3 categories, and each category was 200 per category. Assessment criteria. The jury will assess submitted games based on 7 criteria. The assessment of the criteria is assigned a score from 1 to 10. Graphics, gameplay, sound, innovation, entertainment, technology, and sales perspectives. So, could there be a possibility I'm going to ask here really quickly. Because if we click right here for the PDF, and we go read all the PDF, I don't know. Kind of sounds like the game developer, in order to get nominated, needs to submit their game in order to get nominated. That they need to pay a fee. So they have rules of what needs to happen. To participate in the GameComs Award, exhibitors must complete the submission form before July 25 of 2025. After the submission period has ended, no further submission awards will be accepted. Incomplete applications, a failure to pay would result into the fees. Blah, blah, blah. Participating companies and exhibitors, entertainment areas, game cons, except for category. Submitted games must be hands-on playable by the general audience in game comps entertainment area during the duration of the show. A game can be submitted one to several categories. No direct submissions are possible for the category. Your fees for the category, submission fees will either entirely. So does that mean that Arknight Infield basically is going to have, according to this, hands-on playable to the general public, that they paid a submission fee to put themselves in there, and that the jury is going to end up voting on it? For submission, you need to make sure that you're providing gameplay footage, all of this. Like, I'm just gonna say, does it not sound like Kuro Games might not have actually paid a submission fee and submitted their stuff because maybe they're more enticed to, like some other game developers out there, that they're not really too worried about GameCom's award, that they're more worried about, actual game award in December? Because I went through this today and I was reading this PDF, and my only question here is why would Weather and Waves not be considered as a game in one of these for, mobile game of the year? Why would Arknight Infield be here? Because it was a good question. It was a very good question. So, like I said, I watched the video for 5 minutes. We got to this point, and then I said, well, let me go to the website myself, and let me scroll down. And holy moly, I get the information right here in front of me. Like, right here. Basically tells me a story of what a possibility could be. That you have to pay a submission fee. It's not like, hey, we're going to pick, out of all the games, all the mobile games, we're going to put what we think we need to put in here. No. It sounds like to me that Hoyoverse paid a submission fee to do what? To get added in here. What did Arknight Infield do? They paid a submission fee to get added in there. What did Dungeon Crawler do? What did Servant of the Lake do? What did any of these games do? Like Nintendo. Why? It sounds like to me the developers themselves added their own games they're going to have play. Because like even this game right here, this one from Capcom, this game's not out yet. This game is nowhere out yet. Borderlands 4 is nowhere out. No, they submitted their shit to go ahead and get added to Gamescom, because most likely they're going to show a trailer. Most likely they're going to put a booth out there. Most likely they're going to do different things. So if Kuro Games didn't spend the money, if Kuro Games is not at Gamescom, then why are we trying to spread a narrative that Gamescom here is being a bot? Is because I'm going to say it sounds like to me from what I just watched here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it just sounded like to me from what I just watched as a react here that Kazuhana is making it sound like Gamescom over here is being a little shady. Like, I don't think they're being shady. I just think it's certain people that paid certain money, certain companies that paid certain money and got whatever games they needed on there to be nominated. It's advertisement. They're going to have a booth. They're going to showcase their game. They're going to be reward. It's going to be a reward. I mean, this is not Game Awards. You know, this is not where they're going to be picking 100 different games and then having the audience plus the jury decide the games of what's going to be the nominations. This was straight up paid. This was a paid event. So, I'll leave it with that. I'll let you guys' thoughts process go on that. But straight up to me, when it comes down into this position, when it comes down looking like this, it is just paid. That's why it's like €440 to submit your game to be in here. Here's the jury of who's going to be voting for what. Holy crap. And I'm going to be honest, not half these people look like gamers. Just going to say. But what's y'all thoughts in the comments? Like, what's going to be your thoughts in the comments section? What's your thoughts in the chat right now? To me, reading over this, in order to even get put on here, you had to spend the €440 to get added into this list to become a nominee. And these are all the nominees. Don't know. I'm just putting it out there that I don't think that it was shady whatsoever. I feel like if you wanted that information, that it was so simple to go ahead and use a mouse wheel to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and come over here and start reading the information about the assessment criterias, about the pricing, to even click right here to get a PDF of how all of this works and go through this instead of sitting there and reading comments from a Twitter post. Well, like always, guys, keep it jazzy, keep it classy, and always keep it real. This is our react to Kazuhana's video. If Mario game wins, it's so cooked. I mean, it could be, man. It could fucking be. Like, all I'm saying right here, when you're looking at this, when you're straight up looking at this, like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, why are these games even, like, nominated, right? Like, it makes no sense to me either. Like, this game hasn't, like, best audio. This hasn't even come out. Phantom Blade Zero has not even come out. Resident Evil Requiem has not come out. Like, I was looking at this shit, I was confused. I was so confused until I read, oh, there's a procedure, there's deadline. In order to be nominated and chosen by the jury, you have to pay the price to get in here. That there is an entire criteria. So this is not just like, you know, Game Awards or something, just picking games and saying, okay, we're going to pick these games and then we're going to let the audience decide. No, you had from July 7th to July 25th as a game developer to submit your own game into different categories. It was one category was $440. For each additional category would be $200 unless you paid $800 for up to 3 categories. So, I mean, it's not that expensive. I think Kuro could afford that, but all I'm saying is that's telling me that Kuro Games didn't spend the money. Maybe they didn't give a fuck about Game Award. Maybe they didn't give a fuck about Gamescom awards. There's a couple of different games that, you know, I think that in recent time that's come out that probably doesn't give a fuck about being on here either. And quote unquote, the reason why, you know, this is like the second time I hear about Gamescom, and every time I hear about Gamescom, it's like straight up is like it's the most boring thing ever. That everybody regards more to the Game Awards in December being the absolute place to be at for awards. Kuro too broke to afford $800 due to pushing the agenda. Asshole. I mean, this is just an advertisement. Fox, you're wrong. The game of the year works exactly the same way through fee. It does? Because even if it's a fee, that you got to put in here, I know that like they have a list like right where you go select all the games, they give you a thing, and then you have to wait like what 14 days or whatever before the awards, or is it 30 days before the award that the public gets the choice to go in and you got a bunch of game selections and they narrow it down. I'm sure they have to spend money, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking right now. I want to see. I think that like this is like the biggest one of them all. That if I'm going to spend any money in that regards, right? If I'm going to spend money in any regards, then why would I spend money here when I can spend money here? Like I would assume that Game Awards right here is absolutely more popular. Like, what is the cost of the Game Awards? There is no cost to submit a game for consideration at the Game Awards. Okay, let's go see. There's no entry fee. Oh, wait. Give me the AFQ then. Where's the AFQ? It's supposed to be in their AFQ. Where's the AFQ? AI says it's in their AFQ. Where's the AFQ? I want to see the actual AFQ. FAQ. Where's the FAQ? They got to shut down right now. But according to this, developers should not have to pay to have their games considered. Qualified developer publisher can contact Game Awards to receive a list. According to this, they don't pay. According to this, they do not pay. We can't get access to FAQs because the FAQs right now are closed down. Because I guess we got to wait till mid-November before that shows up. But according to this, it don't cost. It does not cost to be considered. There is no cost submitted game consideration for Game Awards. That there is no entry fee, and they believe developers should not have to pay for their games to be considered. Qualified developers and publishers can contact Game Awards to receive a list of voting outlets. I mean, can we do like a Wayback Machine? I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll see. Let's see. June, July. Let's go to 2024. Oh, it's blocked. So I can't use a screenshot. Unless I got to do it with the blue one. Let's see. Wait. Okay. AFQ rules. Using Wayback Machine. Using the Wayback Machine. How are nominees selected? Nominees for categories, Game Awards, choosing by thing over homework thing, blah, blah, blah. Where submit? Okay. How do you use a jury? How are window C? How can I obtain C? Can't attend in person. Voting cutoff for eligibility. How do I submit a game? There is no formal submission process to the Game Awards. Qualified developers and publishers can contact Game Awards with a list of receiving full outlet. Is there a fee, an entry fee? Game Awards strongly believes that there is no game developer or publisher should pay to have a game considered for nomination. Thus, there is no entry form or fees required. All games are automatically eligible for nomination. There is no submission process. Now, we know in the background, we know that Konami or Capcom's probably slipping a couple of fucking dollars, okay? We probably fucking know this. But there is no fee according to this. At all. It does not cost to send a game to Game Awards. How are we doing, Bonk? There's no cost whatsoever. So, again, I'm going to say I think 440 euros is a piss in the bucket for any of these game companies, but in order to get into the nomination, you need to pay for it. So it makes but you have to have what was the requirements again? Let's go look at the requirements again on this. If you are going to submit a game, there is some requirements to this. Where's the requirements? Let's see. This is the beginning. Scroll. I want to make sure we got things. So, in order to participate in the Game Award, the exhibitor must complete a submission form on the website by July 25th, which apparently maybe Curl did not do this. Okay. Incomplete application or documents and failure to pay the submission fee will result in exclusion from the competition. Award office may grant a grace period, but at that point in time, it will come with a late fee, it looks like. But all submitted games must be hands-on playable by the general audience at Gamecom's entertainment area during the entire duration of the show. A game can be submitted into one of several categories. No direct submissions are possible for category groups in the global awards. Here are the submission fees. Submission fees are based upon receiving corresponding invoice awards, VAT for domestic or German invoices. Award offices reach conclusion if an award does not fulfill all necessary conditions to participate in clients, it will be excluded in the submission of the thing. Moreover, games that are potentially in violation of German law can be excluded by the award committee. If an award submission violates any terms or regulations, the office will take respective award submission of ongoing procedures or won by Game Awards and retrospectively be revoked. In the case of the award, will pass on to the next ranked game or product. If an award needs to be revoked, there is bestowed between violations of regulations. Gamecom will charge an administration fee of €3 of 3,500 plus VAT for past future services. So you have to be playable there. So you would have to open up a booth. You have to make sure that you're paying for staff to be there to promote the game, to showcase the game throughout the entire duration of the show. So not only you're spending $400 to put your game on the fucking show, but you got to go ahead and get an entire booth basically going. You got to make sure it's open to the public for the entire duration of the show. It cannot be turned over. If it violates German rules or German law, then at that point in time, it could be excluded. If the submission violates any of the regulations, the award office can respectively remove it. There's a lot of different regulations across all this. You also need to be able to supply gameplay footage that is going to be 10 minutes duration with high resolution of at least 1080p. I mean, let's be honest here. That's kind of hard to give 10 minutes of gameplay of Weather and Waves to fucking anything. I mean, the boss is dying in like fucking 14 seconds. I mean, it's kind of fucking hard. Submitted gameplay footage preferably would be in English. Display technical achievements, display gameplay innovations, aspect of community involvement and fan service. If the submitted company offends any duties specified in Clause 6, its award submission can be excluded from the Game Awards. They're could be a lot of different rules that could be taken in consideration. But I think that the biggest one I'm going to go with, and the reason why Weather Waves is not a Gamescom, is because they didn't pay for it. I strongly believe. I believe that Gitchin, Hoyoverse paid for it. I'm sure Arknight's Infield paid for it. Dungeon Crawler paid for it. Love and Deep Space paid for it. And Server to the Lake paid for it. That is what I'm going to go with. Too long, don't read. WUWA has nothing to show even to even compete. That's what I'm saying. They have nothing to show. But we have Kazuhana, who is making it seem like there is something fishy going on here, where you saw the video, right, guys? I'm not blind. We all saw the video right here. I'm going to mute him. We've seen this video, right? He's going through all the Twitter posts, right? That's all this was for, was just to read Twitter posts. And then right here, when he comes back to it, he's looking at, Donkey Kong, Mario Kart. He starts scrolling down. And then what he does, he scrolls back up. Because would that not break the narrative of saying that this place is fishy? If you scroll down and go read the information down here that says that you as a game developer had to submit the game. I don't think Weatherways has anything to show. I don't think that this is a place that Kuro Games really cares about showcasing this shit too. So why? So again, if I'm a company like Kuro Games, do I go to the little bitty show or do I go to the big show? That's the way I look at it. But each to their own. To me, it just sounds like to me that Kuro Games didn't spend the money. That's what it sounds like to me. It just sounds like to me that they didn't spend the money. Capcom spent the money. Capcom spent the money for several different games that they're producing. 2K spent the money. Ubisoft spent the money. Fucking Blizzard spent the money. Team Ninja with Platinum Games spent the money. Maybe they got trailers and they're using this place to try to hype up the game so that way, they don't get, bombarded out of Game Awards, and this is where they're showcasing a lot of stuff. Maybe this is a place where they're really utilizing because it's cheaper for them. I don't know. But, to me, Resident Evil Requiem, all these games, yeah, it's going to have to be playable. It has got to be playable copies at the booths. And they're pushing it. And yeah, this was done back in July 25th of 2025. So to me, it just sounds like Kuro Games didn't put their hat into it. It sounds like to me, Hoyo didn't put HSR or Z.Z.Z into it because they didn't care. They just put Genshin Impact. This was paid. I don't know why Kuro would have done it. I don't know why Kuro would not have done it, but it is what it is. My entire point here is that this is why I talk to you guys. I say, before you listen to someone and before you believe someone that something's fishy, something's bad, something's crap, something's what, before you go ahead and get angry, oh, my Weathered Waves is not at Gamescom or my Z.Z.Z is not at Gamescom, before you get upset, maybe go do some research and figure out why. Let's look at the reason why, and luckily for us, it's right at the bottom of the nominations. We can go read all of this and we can figure it out. So that's the first one that I wanted to go through with. I'm not sure what your guys' thoughts on that is. But to me, I mean, it's plain and simple and easy to look at. Maybe there's other obligations. Maybe there's other things that Kuro Games is working on. Maybe there's other things that Hoyoverse with Z.Z.Z or Honkai Star Rail and other games are working on right now that in general, right now at this point in time, they don't want to put they don't want to put anything into here. I mean, if anything, there's other games as well that came out this year that I would expect that would be here as well as nominated for this that's not even here either. I mean, one of the best games that I could say would be a Dark Souls-like game. Where's Liza P at? Why are we getting Phantom Blade Zero? Where's the first Berserker Kazan? That came out this year. Why that's not in here? Because what it sounds like to me is that they didn't spend the money. They didn't want to put that game up here. And that is the company's decision. It's not something fishy going on. It's not that this company here is preventing, good nominations and they only want, and Arc Knights over here go ahead and suck fucking goddamn Gamecom's dick over here to get their game up on there. I think it's more like, Arc Knight Infield is trying to push itself, and this is the first place that it wants to push itself at. I think Genshin just came in here because it's fucking Genshin. Like, it makes no sense to me. It's right here at the bottom. It's right fucking here at the bottom. There's regulations. There's paid pricing. I think it's being blown out of proportion. To me, it was just an excuse to go ahead and read a bunch of comments on Twitter. That's all that video was for. And I'm sitting here, I'm just like, okay, good. And I'm watching him, man. Like, I was watching Kazuhana, man, and I'm just like, he's right here. And when I saw him scroll down, I was like, oh, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. And that's why I wasn't gonna do anything. But then when he started like scrolling down, then he went right back up. It's like, dude, I'm pretty sure you could have gotten your answers answered of the reason why this was not nominated, because it's not in the assessment. It's not here. Most likely, Kuro did not spend the money on this. What's good, though, is that for someone like Arc Knight Infield, that there is going to be a playable copy that's going to be from the beginning to the end of all this. The spectators are going to go play it. It's going to be nice that, that it's going to be showcased. Maybe there might be a trailer or something, like even Kazuhana said, that they're going to produce, and showcase with a actual release date. But I mean, reading all this is just like the best thing I could say is I don't think Kuro Games paid the money. It's nothing to do with fishiness. It's like, why are we coming up with excuses of different things and trying to come up with some conspiracy theories and such? Like, just scroll down and go read, man. Just reading Rainbow, bro. Like, I feel like I need to dedicate like funding from the channel and buying Hooked on Phonics for people. There was a trailer, nothing big. How you doing, Pixel? Pixel, I'm just confused here because, I mean, all this to me is that from reading this is just, oh, companies spent money. It's not like Game Awards. They spent money to basically advertise their game. All this is just a paid advertisement. Kuro didn't appear here all this year. Why should it take part in nominations? They shouldn't. Like, isn't there like another award or whatever? It's like the Mobile Game Awards or something that it was like last year. I heard that Weather Waves was nominated in it. It was like the first time I ever heard of something like this. And I'm like, what's the big deal? Like, the grand show is coming. in 114 days. We know Weather and Waves should appear in here. I mean, after the Carthalia trailer, everything that we got, quote unquote, Kuro leaked on purpose for advertisement, it was done by Jeff. It was done right there. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be nominated again for Game of the Year, for Mobile Game of the Year. It's just like, look, Weather and Waves, let me put it like this. Weather and Waves is a gorgeous game. It's a great game. I think Weather and Waves is absolutely a much superior game to Genshin Impact. I will not deny this fact. But I'm going to say that a lot of the excuses that is being pushed by Weather and Wave players, okay, and I don't even call them Kuro bots, Kuro shields, or anything like this, Weather and Wave players, because they're not defending the company Kuro, okay? They don't care about Kuro. They care about Weather and Waves. They only give two flying, pardon my language here on this, because you hear me say it all the time, but they only give two flying fucks about Weather and Waves. And it's like every single time I see something like this, it is an excuse to try to go ahead and be like, oh, well, Weather and Waves was pushed down by the big man or something. Weather and Waves was sabotage. It's like, do you not realize that maybe Kuro Games themselves just doesn't want to appear here? Could that not be logical? Can that not be a logical conclusion? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the framing no more. I curse all the fucking time. Like, this does not determine the success of your game. And you're upset that Arc Knight Infield is in here. But even my chat saying that it's an early access or whatever. It's been an early access. So I know a bunch of people who said that they played it already. And it's there's a couple of things that they wish would change in it, but it's really good. So, I mean, it's a little reward. It's just, it means nothing at the end of the day. Can a normal person have fun with both? I don't know. Apparently, you cannot have fun with Z.Z.Z, Weather Waves, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail. If you are a Hoyo person, you are not allowed to touch Weather Waves, it feels like. If you're a Weather Waves player, you're not allowed to touch fucking Hoyo games in the eyes of the Weather Waves player. I'm not gonna lie, like, moving over into Z.Z away from Weather and Waves and giving Z.Z a shot and giving a little bit of time to Honkai Star Rail, giving a little bit of time to Genshin Impact and stuff like this, and talking about these games with different people. This ideal community that I was told was the most spiteful, most hateful, most, dare I say, most aggressive elitism of a community is absolutely something that I just can't understand because I don't see it. I just don't see it. Like, you go talk to any of these streamers, dude. I'm talking with Blue Panda now. I'm talking, with Loki Gacha. I'm talking with several different Z.Z.Z content creators that, we're trying to figure out time and we're trying to figure out maybe the possibility of doing collaborations. That it's not about for me. It's about that they want to work together in some way, shape, form. And it's nice. It's really fucking nice. Like, in the Weather and Waves community, it's like you have to fit a criteria, right? You have to fit this exact criteria, otherwise no one's going to work with you. No one's going to talk to you. Right now, in the Z.Z.Z community side of things, in the Hoyo side of things, let me put it this way, in the Hoyo side of things, because there's some people I'm talking to who's playing Genshin Impact right now, who's playing Honkai Star Rail, that they don't care. It's like, I don't care what your content is, man. We can go ahead, we can work on this. We can do this, we can do that. And it's like, it's a completely different experience. It's completely fucking different. It's not at all what has been expressed to me. For the longest time, I've been told that the Z.Z.Z community, or the entire Hoyo community is Nazis. And honestly, I trusted a lot of people who was like, I'm part of this. I'm part of this community. They're not going to like you. They're going to hate you. And I trusted them. And I don't know what. Like I said, the first time I streamed Z.Z., man, I was expecting several different people to come at me, hate on me, and pretty much rip my throat out. But I was only here to see about the HP inflation and my asthma shield mechanics. And then you know what happened? Holy shit. I got a bunch of people, a bunch of gooners. It's the most beautiful fucking thing in the goddamn world. And I've been loving it since. You guys actually in the chat right now, let me put you right here. You guys in the chat right now actually are the reason why I continue playing Z.Z.Z. And you don't mind that every now and then I still play Weather and Waves. You don't mind that I still play Weather and Waves. I'm mostly waiting for Augusta right now. I am waiting for Augusta. And I'm going to try to just see if I can get her free to play, basically. But you guys don't mind even when I turn on Weather and Waves and I play Weather and Waves. We talk about it. You're perfectly fine with it. I migrated mainly to Arc Knights content, and it's a peaceful life. I want to try Arc Knights. I really want to try it. When Infield's officially released, I want to try it. But no, every single one of you guys right here who's been part of coming to the streams, talking to me and everything. Yeah, we talk about drama. We talk about things because you know what? The conversation of these drama topics is kind of interesting. The Kazahana one we just went through right here with Gamescom. It's a narrative that's being pushed. 100% in my personal opinion. It's trying to say that some fishing that, you know, Weather Waves is being, again, it's like the big man's holding down Weather Waves. Dude, Pixel Tree, you're going to be one of the content creators that I would regard as the smart content creator that has a brain. And I think you would understand exactly what I'm going to say here. Kuro Games, as of now, compared to what it used to be, is no longer a little guy. Like, what is this agenda that it still feels like that people are trying to push that Kuro's like this indie developer? I think Weather and Waves has basically proved that it is no longer the little man. And I'm going to still call this out. Pixel Tree knows me. Pixel Tree knows me from back last year that I have criticized Weather and Waves. I've criticized Genshin Impact. I've criticized Z.Z.Z. I criticize the games I play. I talk about the pros, but I nitpick. I like to nitpick because I don't think everything's perfect. Can't be the little guy when it's backing you. No, you can't. But that is like the narrative that feels like it's getting pushed here. Is that, again, some of the WUWA CCs out there is trying to push that Kuro Games is a small little company and that the big mean company Hoyoverse over here is pushing it down, or Gamescom is pushing it down. And it's like, bro, straight up, you read this is the, like, again, it's a dumb video. To me, it's a dumb video. I'm sorry. Kazahana, I would thought would have been, again, for 10 minutes of watching that video, all I was waiting for was one thing. Can you scroll down to this? Can we click and read this? Why are we going from here to Twitter? Because this will tell you everything you need to know, and you can have a 100% thought pattern. You still nitpick my Miyabi. Dude, I don't like Miyabi. Okay, it's another fucking Virgil character in a game. Okay, I will not like Miyabi. I will try to play Miyabi one day properly. I got Yanagi now, so at that point in time, I'm just gonna put some energy regen on her and try to pop her off as a fucking battery for Yanagi, for Miyabi, and just try to play that. But with all that stated, I think we can get off this topic. I think we closed it out. I want to go ahead and I want to go watch another video because this video right now is getting a lot of hate. Okay? So let me go ahead and let me pop in the recording right now because we're going to record these and we're going to do what everyone else does. Okay? We're going to do what everyone else does. We're doing React content. I'm still going to be producing my own content. I got a script that I'm writing down, but I'm going to start doing these React contents and I'm going to start posting them just like everybody else because the difference is we need to I feel like as a group of people, there is just some people who's just not going to watch a 4-hour live stream and go to the parts and go see it. So we need to cut these parts out for people to better make them understand because the idea of me saying, hey, go watch this person's original video and I'm discussing about it. No, now I get it. Now I need to have the actual video in the background, pause it every 30 seconds or so, and explain different things. I get it. I get it. Content farming. Let's do it. All right. So, all right. Let's get ready on this one. Let me go ahead and get this one loaded up. This one I definitely want to go on to. Okay. And the reason why I want to go ahead and talk about this one in particular is because I have talked to Arikado. And this is Arikado's video about Weathered Waves has an in-game problem. And I've played Weathered Waves. I have my own thought processes, differ from every other Weathered Waves content creator is. And I do want to go ahead and see what Arikado has to say. I have not spoiled myself for this video except for the beginning of the Rating Rainbow. Otherwise than that, all I've noticed is that there has been tremendous amount of people that has been going at Arikado in the comment section and basically telling him off in a sense. And even with someone else today doing a quote unquote, I'm not reacting to this video because he talks to Fox Soul, Loki Gacha, and everything else, stupid people in the Gacha community where, you know, I have opened up the platform for someone named St. Tonus several times to go ahead and have these conversations because I don't think you can actually go ahead because I don't think St. Tonus is stupid. I don't know how many times I have actually gone ahead and defended the man. I think that some of his points that the problem comes into play is that he's not stupid. That he acts like a moron for the fact that he dismisses new information. Well, he didn't even bother to watch the video because of who Arikado is associated with. That is me, Loki Gacha, Rezi, EO, different people that is associated. I mean, apparently, how will we call today by St. Tonus? It was remarked. We were known today as, give me a second, the sinister shits is what we were known as. Well, the sinister shit would like to go ahead and do a reaction to this. So, without further ado, how's it going, proxies? Welcome to another reaction video here on the channel. And we do have our chat right here. You guys can go ahead and we're going to go ahead and we're going to react to Arikado's Weathered Waves in-game Weathered Waves has an in-game problem. Video that he just posted 11 hours ago at the time of this recording. And if you go through some of the comments that's in this video, there is some relative people that do not like the criticisms that Arikado has spent. Now, before getting into this video, let me explain something. I have spent 6 hours on a call with Arikado, and I have watched Arikado before that 6 hour call to where I'm the type of person that while watching Arikado, and watching the videos that you guys had promoted to me before, the videos that he had unlisted of that's now unlisted that he had originally produced. My entire situation with it is that I always thought that Arikado was a person that was non-biased. That he would give his thought patterns on Weather and Waves, he would explain the pros and the cons behind it, and he would do the same thing for Z.Z.Z, give it the pros and the cons. And just because, I guess you could say guilty by association of who he's talking to, which reluctantly, thankfully, I do 100% thank Arikado 100% for giving the opportunity to have a respectful adult conversation and discuss some of these problems and discuss some of the different things going on, to which, you know, he's a very respectable man that while sometimes I do disagree with some of his takes, I do fully respect the man for at least discussing it. So let's go ahead and let's watch and react to the video from Arikado.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
I know that comes from me. I'm not gonna lie. That the accident that I did on that one live stream where I played the Reading Rainbow song because, you know, people couldn't read, and that shows up, and especially with the gnome right here from when we were watching Flex Air. I mean, come on, we gotta watch this one more time. We gotta watch this again.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
I love that Easter egg. I love it.
Endgame content in gacha games is something that needs to be done right, as it is the primary source of content for any gacha game's core gameplay loop once the player has exhausted the game of its offerings during the launch version or during any given patch of the game. With this in mind, Wuthering Waves has been struggling in this regard to offer satisfying endgame content since the initial release of the game and to this very day.
Can I just say really quickly, Arikado, you're making it very hard for me to keep saying Weathering Waves, and I keep wanting to say Wuthering Waves. It's almost about to get to that point, and I'm not liking it, okay? I am not liking it. It's Weathering Waves, Weathering Waves, Weathering Waves. I will disagree 100% with everybody that it's Wuthering Waves. Please, sir. Please, please. You're making it hard.
To go over why WUWA's endgame is bad and how it is a massive turnoff to players. Before I can get started, however, I need to outline the problems with the game's combat system first to set the scene. After all, endgame content in any of these games is entirely focused on combat, the very foundation of the gameplay. If the game's combat system isn't good, then you cannot obfuscate the shortcomings of said combat with a bunch of endgame modes. So, let's get to it. To start off with, we need to talk about the most damning thing that drags WUWA's combat down the most, the Concerto system. If you've already watched my video covering the misinformation being spread during Yuzuha's release in Z.Z.Z, then you should already be familiar with this information, but I will reiterate for those who did not see it. Every unit in Wuthering Waves has a circular meter to the left of their health bar referred to as the Concerto Energy Meter that fills up in combat based on the action performed. When full, swapping to a different character will have the exiting character perform an outro skill and the entering character perform an intro skill. Because of just how strong outro skills are in terms of their buffs on offer, WUWA's combat demands you to play your teams and rotations around generating Concerto energy and receiving the incredibly strong team buffs from outro skills. Combined with needing to generate resonance energy to cast a unit's liberation, team rotations in Wuthering Waves are needlessly bloated and take way too long to go through to get to the fun part of the game where you can whack enemies with your DPS for a lot of damage. The ankle weight that is Concerto energy is so bad that weapons and character duplicates like the Variation and Stellar Symphony Recidifiers, as well as Sequence Node 2 for Verena, are worth their weight in gold in the WUWA community, and is frequently recommended for players to look out for when on rated up event banners. Even everyone's favorite 4-star unit, Sanhua, is only really valued within the meta primarily for her high Concerto generation, making her one of, if not the fastest, rotation characters in the game.
That's That's actually true. Like Sanwa's value and like JJ's value is very, very high because I even created a team where we had Shorekeeper, we had JJ, and we had Sanwa. And by the time, like, Sanwa would come out, she would pop her skill, she would pop her all, and then her echo. The Kuchera energy was already at 100%. I swap over to straight up to JJ. And by the time JJ did all her stuff, her skill set, her alt, and then her echo, then boom, her Kuchera was right out there, and then you swap over back to Shorekeeper to do the big boom. So I get the point. I mean, I don't think it's that bad, but I do get the point that Kuchera energy is a big deal when it comes into the combat of weather and waves.
Concerto Energy is a system that greatly restricts the freedom of how you play your teams, and artificially inflates rotation times instead of having a genuinely interesting playstyle for support and sub-DPS characters that warrant the higher field times. Continuing on the topic of bloated rotation times, WUWA's Resonance Liberation animations are just too slow. To help illustrate my point, I've got 2 videos from DYS Pro that compares ultimate times between the entire 5-star roster of Genshin Impact up to version 5.8 and every single character in Wuthering Waves up to version 2.3. I will not be using Honkai Star Rail for comparisons as it is a turn-based game, and I will also be excluding Zenless Zone Zero as Z.Z.Z's combat system is not based on rotations and casting ultimates in the same way Genshin and WUWA is. Here's a quick disclaimer, but even with a possible margin of error, things should be pretty obvious.
All right, disclaimer. The timer starts as soon as the animation begins and stops when the character becomes playable again. Can use skills, jump, normal attacks, or move. However, the timer might be slightly inaccurate in certain situations or may vary based on personal interpretations. Thanks for watching, subscribing for more. Okay, so, I mean, hey, he's giving complete disclaimer. I mean, I got my own thought patterns right now so far on this that I might not fully agree with Zodan on this, but I do agree with that, let's take Honkai Star Rail out of the equation, and let's take Z.Z out of the equation. All right, let's go.
For your convenience, I've transferred all animation times from the animation starting to when the player gets control of their character back to a notepad document. When looking at the rankings, it paints a very obvious picture with the
5 second, 5:20. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Jesus. Aricado went all out on getting these alt times in seconds. Holy moly. Bro went all out. Okay. I mean, I don't honestly think it... let me see what he says first.
Entire 5-star roster of Genshin Impact having ultimate animations that are shorter than more than half of Wuthering Waves' entire 2.3 roster. Even if you're using a character with a short animation time like Zani or Sanhua, it gets immediately cancelled out by their best-in-slot teammates of Phoebe and Camellia, respectively, having some of the longest animation times of the entire roster. Maybe it's best the video was from version 2.3. I could easily see Kartithia's animations being a combined total of 8 seconds. The last thing I want to point out about WUWA's combat system is its inconsistent parry system. Because of the inherent advantages and disadvantages between different units in terms of attack speed and frequency, there is a steep learning curve to WUWA's parrying that effectively keeps a majority of casual players out of being able to effectively use the system. In most cases, casual players will only ever perform parries by accident or by intentionally spamming out attacks with frequent, numerous active attack frames on certain characters that lets them brute force getting a parry. And before anyone says to just memorize one character's parry timings and just swap to them when needed, let me play the clip.
So it is inaccessible.
So you have 4 characters in your team. You press the number 1 on your keyboard and switch to a character that can climb it. Oh god.
And so now I have to
So
memorize the precise geography, the precise fucking geological structure of the rocks to memorize and keep in mind which angle I am able to approach from based off the character model type. Is that not just a
couple
complete
different ways of
pain
doing
in
it.
the ass that doesn't really need to be there? It's now like
I didn't say there was a great
it's a memory
mechanic
check
that was
of
like the best thing ever.
It's like a memory check of like can I remember what angle the rock looks like from like the approach. That's just a chore.
This is your reminder that there are more unique attack timings for units in Wuthering Waves for you to learn than there is player models in Genshin Impact for you to learn how to climb a pillar.
All right. I want to stop it right here for a second, and this is no offense to Arikado whatsoever, but there is a misconception, and I've tried to explain this before, I think in Weather and Waves back last year, to where a lot of people are going to call, you know what happens with the little yellow circle where you're pinging it, and everybody calls it the parry. So when the boss comes in, you got to attack it, and you're parrying the boss, right? Everybody calls it a parry. It's not a parry. It's a counterattack. And I just asked AI. I'll go with AI because this has been an argument, like even in fighting games. Is there a difference between a parry and a counterattack? Well, a counterattack is not the same as a parry, okay? Even AI is going to say this, pulling out all the information in the world. A parry is a defensive maneuver that blocks and deflects incoming attacks, while a counterattack is an offensive move that initiates after successfully blocking or avoiding an enemy's attack. Essentially, a parry is a defensive action, while a counter is basically an offensive action. You're doing damage. It's a different concept. This is something that in the Weather and Waves community, it's even stated in the tutorial itself. Like you can go to WUWA, you can go scroll down. It doesn't call it a parry. This is an opportunity to do a counterattack, which basically you're attacking, you're deflecting, but you're now at an advantage. You can continuously attack, whereas a parry puts you back into neutral. So the difference, like Z.Z.Z, when you're going to parry in Z.Z.Z, you do not have the opportunity to go right into attacking right after a parry. You're sliding back. You and your enemy are back at a neutral standpoint. In Weather and Waves, when you counterattack, you can keep spamming right after. You're just stunning the enemy, but you're not stunned. You're not going back into neutral. You're not in a defensive posture. You're in an offensive posture at that point. It's a difference of concept. Now, that's just what I want to say right there, because that's something that I've argued for the last year when it came into, because I used to use fighting game parrying versus Weather and Waves, and some people hated me for that, but it is what it is.
Could go on about WUWA's lackluster sound design for a large number of characters.
That's actually true, yes. Z.Z.Z does have it with dodge counters. But I'm just talking about the parry system itself in that regards. I apologize. I need to correct that misinformation. Z.Z does have counters. It's just that in Weather and Waves, we have dodge counters and we have counterattacks. We don't have an actual parry system.
Gradually increasing visual clutter across newer units and teams, the shallow attribute system, or just how little echoes actually contribute to combat in a meaningful and engaging way beyond a throwaway button press. But I think I've made my point. There's a lot of problems with Wuthering Waves' combat system that drags it through the mud and prevents me and many from enjoying the game's combat, and by extension, its endgame content, which puts said combat under a microscope. So without any more delay, let's take a look at the endgame modes and what went wrong with them. As with any modern gacha nowadays, you've got your boilerplate endgame mode to kick things off with WUWA's Tower of Adversity. The only thing of note for the TOA, when compared to the other gacha games, is the 3 towers and the Vigor system, an artificial resource that limits how many times you can use a single character across all 3 towers. This is meant to add a layer of decision making to whom you use to ascend floors with. The side towers are easier than the middle tower, with 4 floors that ramp up in Vigor cost by 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the middle tower being the hardest of the 3, with 2 floors that both have a Vigor cost of 5. In most cases, This leaves players with two options. Use 3 well-built teams to separately ascend all 3 floors, or use 2 well-built teams to fight the final floor of a single side tower, followed by one of the 2 floors of the middle tower, with weaker teams clearing floors 1 through 3 of the side towers. Other than that, there's not much else to say about this mode. It's your garden variety Spiral Abyss clone that seemingly every one of these modern gacha games implement for endgame players. You either enjoy it as an opportunity to put your teams through the ringer, or you roll your eyes and slog through it before the next reset for your rewards. The only thing I can really criticize about this mode is that there's no ability to auto-clear floors 1 and 2 of the side tower if you clear floor 3 and calculate vigor cost accordingly. In a majority of cases, if you are employing the strategy of clearing floors 1 through 3 with a weaker team to save vigor on your stronger teams, and you don't have lopsided investment to make it on an account review video, then there's no reason for you to slog through the first 2 floors if you can clear the third. That's all I got to say about this paint by numbers mode, so let's move on.
All right. The only thing I'm going to say about the Tower of Adversity, yes, it is just, in my personal opinion, from seeing, because I never played Genshin Impact, we already know this, but from seeing people play Genshin Tower, the Abyss crap right there, the Tower of Abyss or whatever it's called in that regards. It's just like Tower of Adversity. It is just copying homework and stuff like this. The only thing I'm going to say is that there is another option compared to what Arikado said there, and this is how I operated the Tower of Adversity. This is how I completed it in the beginning, before, without summon 6 characters and everything, is with Jinshi and with every other character, is I would, again, because how much the outro skill of a Weather and Waves character is like the strongest thing there is, meaning how strong Kachero energy is. Instead of building 3 good teams, I built 3 DPSs that could just clear the floors. My support, my sub DPS, whatever I would build the teams around, were Flaughter. All I cared about from them was build their Kachero energy, pop their Echo, and then swap to their outro skill and buff up my DPS, and my DPS would do all the work. Like, that is how I've always viewed and always operated Weather and Waves, is I never built it into teams. The only thing I think teams maybe come into handy now is Whimpering Waves, but even then I have my own issues with Whimpering Waves that is not even regarded to the team situation. So let's see what about the tactical hologram side now.
Next up, we've got the tactical holograms. Just about the most overglazed thing I've seen in the WUWA community when it comes to endgame content.
Very true.
A boss fight mode with 6 tiers of difficulty and a set of modifiers in the latter half meant to test your ability to perform with almost, if not completely, perfect execution of your enemy knowledge and team comp rotations. Let's get something straight right now. If I already laid out why I think Wuthering Waves' combat is bad at the top of this video, what makes you think I want to play it with a near 0 margin of error for 20 Asterite and a vice grip shaped scar on my post-mortem nutsack? Between WUWA's visual clutter, awkward parry system, and strict adherence to team rotations because of the concerto system, why would I want to bother for an 1/8 of a pole?
Because you want a challenge, and that's what it gives you. It's a level 100 challenge. You want to play all 6 floors, and you want to have a challenge. You want to feel like you're playing Dark Souls in your gacha game.
I am confident in saying that a majority of the casual audience likely think the same way as me in this regard. So for all intents and purposes, the tactical holograms is something I will never touch. If you ask me, the Virtual Crisis limited time event that occasionally comes back every now and then is a much more interesting and nuanced interpretation of a boss fight mode with a wider variety of modifiers and reward incentives to aim for, all while having a greater margin of error for even my sorry ass to get a 120 rating without making me want to tear my hair out. I don't want to hear anything about Zenless Zone Zero players being sweaty when a mode like this exists in Wuthering Waves. And if your argument is that it's okay because you can do it at any time, then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how I, at any time, can walk out my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you?
Okay, that was a little harsh. I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit, that was a little bit harsh. I'm damn, Arikado. God damn. Yeah, I can see why people might be a little pissed at this video right now. Just that was really harsh. My only problem with the tactical hologram bosses has always been, I agree with his points. Don't get me wrong. From his perspective, I do agree with it. Virtual Crisis actually is something that I would think would be a better implementation than the tactical hologram bosses. Because the problem I've had with the tactical hologram bosses is that once you complete all 6 difficulty, because it is fun to do it, that's it. There's no more incentive to go do it. Yeah, for 20 asteroids, the rewards is kind of small and everything else. Don't get me wrong. But that wasn't the point. The point was that they were enjoyable fights. It's just that once you beat difficulty 6, there is no real reason to go back to them. And this is why my suggestion has always been to Kuro Games, and I've wrote this into many surveys, is make a 7th difficulty that resets. That is a system to where it's more of a handicap feature where you add like additional, like it can have like an additional life bar. It could be additional, like something else happens. Just a 7th difficulty that resets, that makes the fight a little bit more challenging and a little bit more rewards to it. Otherwise, the biggest problem that I have with tactical holograms has always been the fact that I complete it. It's done. It's over. And the only time I go back to go fight those fights is just because, okay, yeah, I enjoy it, but it's mostly just to go, hey, I got the newest unit. Let me go take the newest unit into this and let me go see what it can do. Okay, great. Now let's wait for the new tactical hologram boss to actually go get rewards from. Otherwise, they're completely useless. Once you do it, it's over, it's done with, and there's no reason to go back. That's been always my problem with the tactical hologram bosses. It is something that I feel, you could just like reset like random, like even if you just left it alone, like didn't even put a 7th difficulty, you could even have it to where like every 2 weeks, 2 of the tactical hologram bosses in the open world resets to where all the rewards come back, and your job is to go back from difficulty 1 to difficulty 6 to go get all the asteroids from it. Something else I feel needs to be done to make an incentive to allow someone like myself to want to keep playing against the tactical holograms. That's all I'm going to say. It's that.
I can't imagine just how frustrated the casual WUWA community would be if tactical holograms had reset cycles, as I'm confident that an overwhelming number of players would rather not see a helping of asteroid go up in flames because they don't have enough screws loose to want to get one shot 20 times every few weeks. Lastly, we have Whimpering Wastes. And let's be honest here, WUWA has not had a positive reputation for many since its initial release. From its abysmal token system, to its enemy behavior breaking formations, straggler enemies making you waste time, or ultimates to wipe up, clear advantages to units with AoE and grouping skills, and now some egregious HP inflation, Whimpering Wastes for many was a mode that was dead on arrival, and any attempts to salvage it has been the equivalent of polishing a turd. I don't know how you can take the simple concept of giving players a power fantasy by facing off against hordes of enemies and manage to screw it up so spectacularly as Kuro Games have done continually with Whimpering Wastes. Yet they've somehow done it, and it remains to be seen as a forever black mark on the content offerings of Wuthering Waves, one that players must regularly contend with as it's a primary source of premium currency. To wrap this up with a nice little bow, the endgame content of Wuthering Waves has failed to present players with a meaningful experience to its wider audience without coming up short or outright failing its execution. Tower of Adversity is an ancient relic of Kuro's days of living under the shadow of Genshin Impact. Tactical holograms are an overhyped content creator magnet that offers too little in exchange for too much frustration. And Whimpering Wastes should have never left the cutting room floor. For how much the WUWA community brags about having little to no HP inflation, they sure don't seem to care if their endgame content is even fun to play to begin with, so long as they can point at a line going up and shout from the mountaintops, "Hoyo bad." Except that's not even true anymore for WUWA. Womp womp!
Okay. Arcano went. I don't know. I'm going to say it like this. Arcano went kind of on this one, man. Like, it's not like I disagree with his points, but man, he is not. He seems really angry. I don't know why. He seems really, he's pushing it. Whimpering Waste, let me put it this way. I'm going to go against the narrative on this one. I don't think the HP inflation in WUWA, in Whimpering Waste, is that bad. I don't think it's an issue. I think it's actually something that's been very well needed in Weathern Waves. It's been HP inflation for the units to really go ahead and, you know, let newer units actually start shining and to kind of break up the monotony, you know, that my GN still can clear everything perfectly with no problems, that now I got to sweat a little bit, you know. Before, GN for like the longest time doesn't have to sweat. He can just go in there. It doesn't even matter if he's against the resistance, if it's aerial resistance, doesn't matter. You can still play GN and still get, you know, with no sweated gameplay but behind it, and you can still do great. Whimpering Waste. The last time I played Whimpering Waste was what, last week or the week before, when it was on the reset and I came into it. My only issue wasn't the HP inflation. I think the HP inflation is fine. It's the fucking buggy AI, especially with the fucking chomps. Like, bro, I don't know if anyone experienced the same thing that I did, but it's like, well, no, some people did, because we had this conversation. Those damn chomps, especially them. It's like, if you don't get them in a fucking pile, they scatter. And I'm wasting time from going from one chomp to the other chomp. It's just clear across the other side of the fucking arena. And those motherfuckers, again, they just grab you, and it's a time waste, you know? So my only issue would be in that case is that, you know, crowd control needs to be just better. Like, that was all it was. It's nothing really to do with HP inflation. I think the buffs and everything else that you get and everything is perfectly fine. I don't see a big deal. I mean, it's outrageous how high the HP inflation went. Don't get me wrong, but I don't necessarily see it as a problem. It's the same thing like Z.Z.Z. HP inflation exists in Zenless Zone Zero, but it's not an actual issue. Not when you have buffs and not when you're able to do multiple different things that, you know, resolves the problem. That's just my take on it. So let's see what the closing thoughts is.
And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about Wuthering Waves' endgame content and why it's holding this game back. So long as I'm a content creator that resides within the Z.Z.Z community, I doubt my opinions will ever be taken seriously. But that's okay. At the end of the day, whatever happens to Wuthering Waves will have no effect on me, and I can continue to play the actual game that has my full attention. And seeing as how Z.Z.Z already took some of the best aspects of WUWA's roguelite mode, while they at the same time sunsetted their own in favor of an objective downgrade, I'm all for the supposed third wheel of Hoyoverse games to continue to improve and refine their game, while the darling child of Kuro proceeds to watch on as we do so. But until then, this has been Arekato Zodan, and I'm clocking out.
Little harsh at some aspects of the video. Little harsh, but not wrong. Some things that I'm going to say, like, I don't think the Cachero situation, like he was talking about with the combat system, or how long the ult is, if it's like 5 seconds long or something, really, in my personal opinion, matter that much. Okay? Matters as much as what the endgame side. But, I mean, each to their own opinion on that. I think that, you know, if there's like a 3 second, 5 second ult, it's more for the cinematic flair. And that's one thing Weathering Waves does really good, is their ults are really, really fucking nice. They're really gorgeous in some cases. Some of them short, some of them thing. I never thought of it. Like, that's the reason why I'm going to put it like this. I'd never thought of the issue there. But otherwise, I mean, I don't see really that big of a problem when it comes to the criticisms that is being provided here. Okay, I think that it's a little bit, spicy. I will say it like that. It is a little spicy. Some Aricado was putting on some Tabasco sauce onto this video. Let's just be honest here. He was putting some Tabasco sauce, and I can understand now why there's comments in here. But what's your guys' thoughts in the chat? Check the comments. Let's go check the comments. We can do that real quick. We can check the comments for a second. All right. I need to press one button supports, else I'll call it bad. Okay, buddy. Holograms are called a challenge for a reason, unless you use the I win button with Carlotta. I feel like bro doesn't understand WUWA as a game. Conchero is part of the core WUWA gameplay. The reason why 3 characters in WUWA feel better than 4 in Genshin. Also, bro alts are too long when they pause the timer for the game and can effectively dodge hard-hitting attacks if you run out of stamina and time it well. You can even parry bosses all while you give a second breathe. Jesus Christ. I don't remember whether the way is actually pausing the timer when you did an alt. I don't remember that. Ever. But then again, I never really paid attention, to be honest. I would have to go see. All while giving a second breath while being penalized. In Genshin alt timer, no parry system gives. Oh my gosh. I played both Z.Z.Z and WUWA. You missed a mark with this video, man. Long liberation animations is definitely a preference thing. The main thing in your clip at 442 is the timer tower stops. Let's see.
Teammates of Phoebe and Camellia, respectively, having some of the longest animation times of the entire roster. Maybe it's best.
Maybe I gotta go back a little bit. Okay, yeah, alt's right here. I didn't remember
Even
that.
if you're using a character with a short animation time like Zani or Sanhua,
It was at 55.
it gets immediately canceled out by their best in slot team.
Yeah, I did. Okay, it does pause it. It does pause it. Okay. So it does pause it. I didn't, like I said, I didn't remember if it paused it or not. From an external point of view, holograms aren't in-game as much as Genshin's local stuff is. Difficulty 6 are definitely more difficult to beat, but they're optional challenge for content or one-time rewards. For casual, there's no FOMO for ignoring it. Arcada, if you observe the timer of Abyss and TOA, Liberation doesn't affect the timer when Genshin alt animation does. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. You're parrying a universal mechanic that applies to enemies in the game 95% consistently to one boss mechanic that is locked off to anyone that isn't from Madeline. Can you explain where you're trying to compare? Oh my gosh. The script was edited by Rezi, Loki Gacha, and EO. Like I said, I don't think the alts, I don't think the other stuff is actually a problem. That's just me. I don't think it's an actual problem. But you guys in the chat, tell me what your thoughts is real quick and all that. And everybody who watches the video, in the comment section down below, feel free to leave your comments. I mean, the video had a little bit of Tabasco sauce on it. Otherwise, I think it was a good video. I think that it is from Aricado's perspective of what he thinks. I don't necessarily agree with everything in it, but in general, I think it was well presented. Just it was spicy. So, otherwise than that, keep it classy, keep it jazzy, always keep it real, and yeah, catch you in the next React video. I mean, all I gotta say is Aricado was very much spicy in this. But he's not wrong about a lot of things. It's just like I said, I have my own opinions about Weather Waves. He has his opinions about Weather Waves. I don't think, like I said, I don't think HP inflation is a problem in Whippering Waves. I mean, I don't think that the Kachara energy, the Resi Liberation stuff is actually that big of a deal. I mean, I think Weather Waves is a very, very fun game. I think it feels really good to play, honestly. That's me personally. I think it's honestly really good to play. But I do think that, there needs to be more incentives. My biggest problem with Weather Waves is that it's a beautiful, gorgeous, great open world game that, honestly, is quite empty. Once you go ahead, you explore it, like Renacida, you go explore Renacida, you go explore Central Plains, you do all this. There's no real reason to go back and explore it. There's no real side quests. There's no nothing. Like me, I have things 100%. I have all the map almost 100% complete and everything. I just haven't 100% set the bot. And I've explored everything. And I don't even go farm echoes like I used to. I just go to Tacit Fields, or I do, what's the new fucking thing that's called in there? The big door, the big dream door. I forgot what it is. The one that now is the Elusive Death Realms bootleg. I go in there and I go get my unborn echoes. And typically go ahead, batch merge them and create new echoes, and then I'm good. It's still Echo XP, still a big issue that's in there. I don't even have a problem with tuners no more. I got 5,000 or 6,000 tuners. They're not even a problem. It's the fucking the Echo XP that's always been a problem in Weather Waves. It's just that there's nothing to really do in Weather Waves in exploration. Once you explore it, it's nothing to do. Let me put it this way. If you're a new player in Weather Waves, this is my honest opinion. You're a brand new player, not someone who's a veteran. You just started Weather Waves. You got a lot of shit. The exploration is the coolest shit there is in Weather Waves. It is absolutely the greatest shit. You go play WUWA right now. You've never played it. You go do a little bit of the story and you just go explore. Holy moly, it's so massive, it's so big that the world actually, for a good time period, feels it's like it's alive. You'll see NPCs fight NPCs. Dude, I used to sit there next to the fucking tree and everything where you had the extras or whatever, and they would beat the shit out of a fucking bunny rabbit. And I would laugh my ass off because the NPCs did feel like they had a personality to them. But over time, it's especially when flying was introduced, exploration is lackluster. There's no forced content to actually go explore, number one. And then even when you go explore, it's yeah, this looks great, this looks nice, but what is there to do? Oh, you go farm echoes. Why? What's the point of farming echoes? I would love to have it if co-op mode or something would be something that would be useful for exploration. I would love it if exploration had more to it. I've always made the statement back last year, maybe there should be random new events or something that would just, world events that happens on a time period. Hey, look, this quest just started. You need to go defeat this tactical hologram boss or this boss that just is evading something in the middle of the Central Plains or something. Something to actually force me to want to go explore more. Because when you first go explore it, it's great. It looks awesome. It's nice. But then over time, you've already explored it. You've already seen it. Why do I go back? There's nothing over there for me. It's like them adding flying into old Jinzo. The only reason why they're adding flying in there is because of all the new players who never experienced 1.0, that it's so slow, it's so boring that flying was the way they only did Renacida, so they got flying ability, and then when they went back to go do all the old questing, yeah, there's no flying, so now it feels sluggish, it feels kind of shitty. So they had to add flying into the old area just to fix that problem for new players, where people who actually played in WUWA 1.0, we didn't fucking give a fuck if there was flying or not. We had fucking Infernal Rider for fucking 3 seconds and use it as a mount. And the only thing we were bitching about is, can we make Infernal Rider like a permanent mount? But Fox, you disagree with me that time. I disagreed, and then you know what? I've actually experienced it. You know, you're 100% right. And now they're just making it even easier. And then they even said that like the new map area that is going to come out in the near future or whatever, the new area map or whatever, they're not doing flying no more. So they're going to be doing something completely different there. That they're just adding flying now, and it's like, okay, it is what it is. Like, this is why, like I was saying, like, I kind of feel like there should be like random events, like, you know, heck, make it to where fucking GN or something shows up somewhere and you accidentally see me. You get into like a little free side quest that gives you like, I don't know, just basic resonant energy or something. It doesn't have to be no asteroids or anything, just something to that, you know, when I go out and I go explore the world, there's things to do. I mean, that's it. Once you're done, there's just no reason to go back. There's just no reason to explore. And that for an open world game, I feel like, you know, open world game, Minecraft has more of an ability of doing things than Weather and Waves does in open world. Holy fuck, Arikado summoned the legendary Kurobots. I can't. Dude, he did. He did. The puzzles are bad in WUWA. Yes, I agree. The puzzles are bad in WUWA. Like, they're some of the most disengaging fucking puzzles there is. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, but again, this does not make Weather and Waves like a horrible fucking game. This again is what people have a misconception of, is that they'll think that when we criticize Weather and Waves, they'll think I criticize it, you criticize it, this person criticizes it, that we hate the fucking game. I don't hate the fucking game. If I would hate the fucking game, I would not play the fucking game, number one. I would not spend money in the fucking game. I would not care about the game. I do care about Weather and Waves. But the difference is that I am willing to nitpick it. I am willing to criticize things that I don't like. Whether you consider it an L take or not, it is just, I don't like this. I like this. I like this. I fucking love Augusta, but I don't quite like the Moon Girl. Moon Girl, whatever her fucking name is. I don't like her, but I fucking love Augusta. Just because I like one character over another character, apparently even then, you can say that I'm a Weather and Waves hater. I wish there was things that, you know, stayed in WUWA that they took out. Elizabeth Realms, the dungeon crawler was amazing. And it's been bastardized, and I don't like it. But yet Z.Z.Z has Hollow Zone Zero, which is basically his Elizabeth Realms, which is fun to play. So yeah. The biggest problem here is, let's be honest, people are just so emotionally attached to these games that it's fucking hilarious. St. Jonas, I don't think is emotionally attached to WUWA. I don't think he's emotionally attached at all. I just, like I said, I have my own opinions about St. Jonas when it comes to WUWA. First and foremost, straight up, I think the guy uses it as a weapon just to attack Hoyo anytime he can, or just whatever he fucking thinks. He doesn't give a fuck about WUWA. I don't honestly think he cares. And then when someone criticizes WUWA, the only reason why he gets upset with them for criticizing WUWA, it's like he feels like they need to come to him first and be like, hey, look, I'm going to make a criticism to Weather and Waves. Is that okay? And he's like, give me the script. Here's the script. And he looks at, I don't like it when you say this. Don't put power creeping in your script. Okay. And then that's how you got to deal with criticism in Weather and Waves. And that's why I like the majority of people who, you know, don't want to criticize Weather and Waves, but they criticize it in the background, that these are some content creators that do not criticize it, is because they're going to get stomped on. And they don't want to see that shit. Doesn't matter if the person fucking likes the game. Doesn't matter if they just have like one fucking little issue. The moment they say they got one little issue, they're the devil. That's just how it is. And Arikado getting all this hate. I mean, not gonna lie, kind of expected. Didn't expect it this hard, but after watching the video, after watching it, Arikado, can we all agree? Can we not agree from watching this video that the biggest problem in this video for the Weather Waves community isn't the fucking fact that he straight up, criticized it. It's the fact that he made some statements that was spicy as fuck. All right, where was it? It was towards the end, right?
That an overwhelming number of players would rather not see a helping of Asterite go up in flames because they don't have enough screws to get one shot, 20 visual WUWA see and start digging up the dirt in the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Tear my hair out. I don't want to hear anything about Zenless Zone Zero players
Wait.
when a mode like this exists in Wuthering Waves. And if your argument is that it's okay because you can do it at any time, then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how I, at any time, can walk out my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you? I can't.
Can we just say, man? He's blunt as fuck. And that right there was the real reason why a majority of these people is pissed off, is those types of comments. This is the real reason. Yeah, I'm eating. I'm sorry. This is the real reason why a majority of these people are pissed off. They're trying to find every little thing right now to go against him on. That they're missing the point. Because Arikado took some Tabasco sauce, took that hot sauce, and
my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you? I can't.
Like, dude, that right there, that's award winning. That is, if there is ever an award in the Gacha space for Gacha Creator of the Year, I would nominate Arikado for that. Straight up. I would nominate him right now for that one statement. That's it. I want to nominate Arikado for Gacha Content Creator of the Year. Just because of that statement. He did a few of them in here, but that's the one that I love the most. God damn. So, like I said, I don't fully agree with everything in here, but I think that his structured points in here is actually more and more accurate. So, with that being done, I think we're going to take a little bit of a siesta here because there is a couple more videos that I do want to watch. We got, and I'll even see what you guys want to see. We do have Z.Z.Z is bad for new players. We got coming up also Weather and Waves peak predatorial practices of the 2.6 live stream from Dejent King. I want to see that one. And then apparently we have one that's talking about all Gacha games from Ritsu about Gacha in-game sucks, and here's why. And then I want to also watch Hako's video about Monoto and what the dog do, basically. What would be his specialty and element? You guys posted that in the Discord earlier, and I want to see that. Now, future-wise, in case anyone is interested in doing this, we do have it on our Discord. I've found these, like, this is stuff that was sent to me, but if any of you guys would want to go ahead and have any kind of videos that you want reacted to, in any which way, shape, form, you find anything that you think is actually interesting, we do have on here in the Foxhole channel right here under the domain, under community runs, we have a daily react video. You could just come here, paste a link, put a new up on here, and we can take a look at them from here. So if there's stuff that you want showcase a scene, we can take a look at it right here. But that is just like the little bit of advertisement I'm going to give in that regards. Because, hey, we're farming content. I'm going to do what everyone else does. We're farming it, man. All of what he says is true. If you don't like it or not, if you like it or not, it's your problem. Yes, I'm on that React content slop now. That's what we're on. We're on that React content slop. Be honest with you, it actually makes sense to do this. The more I talk to like several different content creators about this, this actually makes more sense to do this type of content, because reason for it is that while I'm working on the actual videos that I want to work on, this gives content to put up on the channel. So I want to see. And I don't expect someone to go back and rewatch an entire live stream just to go get to these key points to see them. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and let's go play the next one. But this has been funny. It's been funny. Let me go watch DJ King's one. Let's see what DJ King's got right here. Alrighty, Proxy. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna watch DJ King. He's a person who comes into the streams every now and then and comes talk anyway. Good guy from the conversation I have. And again, like most content creators that I talk to, we have our differences of opinions, and even me and DJ King have differences of opinions. So I didn't really see any kind of predatorial practices in the 2.6 live stream, but apparently DJ King might have. So yeah, let's take a look. Let's listen up and let's hear what DJ King of YouTube has to say. And by all means, guys, if you and the guys in the live stream right now want to go ahead and say like hi to YouTube, whatever, this video is going to be recorded and posted up. So by all means, let's see what DJ King has to say.
I remember back in the day when Mavic and Sea Lolly just came out in Genshin Impact, and Genshin Impact did a very predatory thing, which was locking 10 poles behind the second phase of the banner. And everybody rightfully criticized it, both on the Kurobot side that are willing to find some reason to hate Hoyo Games, and Genshin Impact players collectively. Thankfully, we have not seen this implemented again in Genshin Impact, and I hope it stays that way. But Winter Waves has somehow surpassed us in the aspect of being predatory with that very same move, by not doing it once in the anniversary, but actually doing it again in 2.6 right now, where they're going to be leaving 10 poles locked behind the second half of the banner. And nobody's outraged about it. Nobody is criticizing it. Everybody seems to be okay with it. Everybody's seeing it as best value, meaning that you're going to get 10 poles towards your Luna polls, rather than just give us all polls up front. But you know, it is what it is. I have nothing to complain. Like, I saw this coming. Like, as long as you have a toxic positivity community and don't want to criticize their games, these predatory practices will continue to happen in your game, and it's just unfortunate. The same.
Okay, so he's talking about right now the 10 pools for the, the 20 pools actually, technically, right? With the Lunat and the weapon pools at the second phase of the banner towards the end. Kind of like what they did with the anniversary, where technically the free 10 pools you got for the anniversary actually came after Zanny's banner was done. So with that being stated, my question, and I want to refer this to the chat here, is that really considered predatorial? Like, just because they're not giving it to us in the first phase? Like, just like right off the bat, is that really sort of predatorial? I mean, they're still giving you free pulls. It's just that it's locked by the second phase. That's scummy. I'm not gonna lie. That's better than no pools. Like, I mean, I'm just trying to think of this. Like, is it really? Would that really be considered a predatorial practice? Not really. It is, but it is. It's not. But people were calling it out on Genshin, but not WUWA. Okay. Could any? Okay. Content creators went after Genshin hard for doing that. Okay. I think I might need to do some more research, but let's continue on.
Same thing with the ecosystem. Obviously, by nobody's surprise, these new two characters, Mavika and Mona, came up with two new echo sets, which, by nobody's surprise, we all saw this coming. It's not good in a way of you always have to be farming for new echoes every single time, and because Winter Waves
Is he doing on
have
purpose?
not made
Well, I just got that. Did he just on purpose call Augusta Mavika and such? Like, is he doing this on purpose? That's funny. He's trying to piss people off.
changes to the ecosystem, how you recycle your stuff so you can get better rewards for it, or do something with that. Most of your echoes are going to go to waste. That's a whole long topic. I'm not going into it. It's just a short video, just talking about some things that I realized that are very predatory and within ways 2.6 live stream, but you know, nobody's gonna talk about it. Nobody's gonna bring these things up. People are just gonna say it's peak because of all of the new area. Another thing I want to talk about really before I go is that many people don't seem to see the big picture here, that Wooden Ways is gonna burn themselves out even faster than Genshin at this rate, because it's good having 2 story per patch and stuff like that, but you're speeding the game up too much. Like, we're literally pretty much done with Renosita, done with Septimon, and now we're gonna pretty much have to go to a brand new area again, and it's gonna quickly squeeze out the no, I don't think it's gonna quickly squeeze out the very little people that play with their mace, because
I mean, I'm going to say something here, okay? And this is not to be taken offensive, DJ and King, if you watch this. But I mean, I don't think Kuro's burning themselves out. Look, I think the problem that Kuro Games has with the story, in particular, this is just my thought process on it. There is key characters. There is key moments that I feel needs to be extended. For example, Shorekeeper. When it first started, Shorekeeper's story, in my personal opinion, I felt was short. I felt that they really rushed the story, right? And it was a pacing issue. It was a big lore dump that I felt that altogether, it should have been expanded into like 2 patches. You know, the first phase and the second phase of the Shorekeeper story. When it came down to like Camellia, I felt like, okay, with the Camellia storyline, it felt really good. It felt like it did bring everything together. It did legitimately tell the story. It was a little bit, in some cases, you know, with dialogue and stuff like this, it was a little confusing at some times, but when you got into the past scenario of past Camellia, the reason why she came together, the companion story did very well. When we came into it, I feel like, you know, Renosita, the story's pacing was really good still and everything. But again, we come back into Frolova, and with Frolova, the problem is another key monument part, okay? Another key character that is representative of the Rover's past, and it feels rushed. It feels like, again, you're taking her and Frederick, or whatever the hell his name is, and the Christopher guy, and you're trying to mix like 2 different stories into one story, and Frolova did not really get time to shine as much as she should have. For a prominent character, for a character that I think a lot of people love, the biggest problem is that, content aside, the story itself, the biggest issue is that she needed more time. That story should have expanded more. I don't know about you guys, but like I think of it like an anime. You got your filler parts of your story. I don't care about like Yusuke's training arc, training with Genkai and Yu Yu Hakusho. But when we get to the parts to where Toguro and stuff like this with Yusuke and how he is, wanting to fight the strongest and everything, there needs to be character development. That these are the critical parts that lasts from not just into one episode, but will expand to 5 episodes. Because this is critical. Jiraiya in Naruto, critical moment of Naruto's life, to where when his death happens in the series, it hits an impact to the viewer, as well as you can see why Naruto's crying, you can see why Naruto's pissed the fuck off. It all matters in the way you push the story. And that's why I feel like a lot of times in Weather and Waves, they do the story really well, but there is some key parts that is just really rushed over and is like, okay, let's hurry up and let's finish Septimont. Let's get over this Ferrova story and let's go straight to Septimont. I just felt like Ferrova story in particular, most recently, was just an entire new lore dump on Rover that could have been extended. And that's what I think the actual problem. I don't think it's Kuro burning themselves out. Is going to burn themselves out in the future. I think it's the problem that Kuro just needs to slow down to tell the story, more in a natural way. I want to build relations with characters naturally, not like, I feel like I'm at a wedding, shotguns put in my head, Kuro's the fucking father, and here's my wife, shorekeeper, Ferlova, whoever, and the gun's clocked and says, you're going to marry my wife, you're going to marry my daughter, whether you like it or fucking not. Okay? I don't want to be in a shotgun wedding. All right, let's continue.
Most Wooden Waves players that only play Wooden Waves on mobile is probably from...
Exactly. Madaz has got it. Ferlova's feels more like a companion quest rather than a main quest story. And at the same point in time, if anything, I feel like Ferlova's quest, because I forgot what the guy's name is, the fucking guy with the half fucking mask. I didn't give a fuck about him. I basically referred to him as the DMC4 priest guy. Like that entire arc put into it, I don't know. It just felt like you had 2 stories riding its coattails in one, and it just didn't work for me. That's my personal preference.
The elitist Hoyo hitters, so they probably don't have another big game on their mobile devices, so they should be able to keep this one big game on their devices. So I think it should be fine. For the average users, no. I think they got flushed out a long time ago. Like, only high-end phones can run Wooden Waves properly, I believe. And properly is not even the best. I don't even want to go into that because it's gonna fester a lot of hate. But even on PC, Genshin Impact is about 100 gigs, I believe, something like that. And I think Wooden Waves is 45 gigs or something to 65 gigs, I believe. Very, very soon, they're gonna catch up to Genshin Impact in terms of storage and in terms of space. And
don't worry, DJ King. They have quality of optimization, and one of the biggest quality of optimizations, which is going to add an extra 10 gigs, is that they're going to have a spinning weapon. Okay, spinning weapon gallery. Just instead of having a delete button to delete stuff that because you can't go back to the story. So instead of just deleting all the story that you already done already, they're just going to do that. Don't worry about it, buddy.
I think Genshin Impact realized something that Wooden Waves
he's definitely going off topic
yet, and the reason why Genshin Impact decided to not go to Sejnaya yet, and instead go to Nordcry and actually develop those lore a little bit more, is because they realized that they're almost finished and they want to milk it a little bit. I understand that from this game, but Wooden Waves seems to be running. I don't even know what Wooden Waves is running. I'm okay with them making, like, I would rather them go at it this way. make stories and flush out the characters better, longer in that region. Like taking 6 months to speed through one region to go to the next region, I don't feel that is the best option. Like, if they could make sure the stories spread out throughout the entire patch note, that would have been much better than to just say, okay, every 6 months we're gonna be going to a brand new area and this is gonna change and stuff like that. Also, another thing I don't like with the story is that I feel like many characters aren't developed in the story properly. Colcharo is one of them. Danjin is, I've never seen her in the story one bit, and that's unfortunate. The old characters are not utilized properly. Like, I've never seen them actually bring them up in the story. I've never seen, like, say for example, a Jinsho character come into Renacita or something like that. Like, things like that that make the characters have personality is really good. The way Wooden Races handling their characters is not as good as I want it to be. But then again, I don't play the game. Why am I complaining?
I'll say it like this. When it comes down to what you're talking about with characters here, DJ King, I agree with this because, like, one of the biggest things that I like about, like, Zenless Zone Zero, and I'm going to use because, like, the only two experiences I got, Zenless Zone Zero and Weather Waves. We already know this. But in Zenless, one thing that surprised me is that the characters you pull in the banner typically do show up more often in the game than I expected compared to what is in Weather Waves. If I go pull for, a character in Z.Z.Z like Caesar, there was a dating event that had Caesar in it. Caesar might show up at the fishing event. She might show up at the resort like she did a couple of times. And I was like, man, I want her in a swimsuit. The thing is that I feel like in the case scenario of something like Zenless Zone Zero and the way that they handle the characters, especially the old ones, is that they give them the respect to not only the character, but to the player. You spent the money. You spent the time to get the pulls. You got this character. This is your character. So this might be your favorite. Piper might be your favorite character. We want to make sure that that character still shows up some way, shape, form in the story. Not just in terms of cinematics or anything, but, just in the general area. This is one thing that I said about it with Weather Waves. I would love to see, I go to Renacita and then all of a sudden I see a random GN just standing there looking at the water, Something that honestly just showcases that you still have that this patch is not just about the new characters. It's also a reflection that, my old characters that I still love still show up more often and still part of the story that I'm telling as Rover. That's all I'm going to say there.
I'm gonna stop complaining about Wooden Waves. I don't play the game anymore. I really wanted it to be better, but unfortunately that's not the case. I wanted to go back into Wooden Waves to test it out. That's why I wanted to watch the live stream, but when I watched the live stream I realized that it's not worth it. NTE is right around the corner and I'm preparing myself for that. And Azura Familiar is right around the corner too. I'm preparing myself for that. I won't have time to play Wooden Waves and understand the intricacies of the game and stuff like that and sit through the boring stories and say it's peak.
Okay. Well, I think he's done with the video. I'll say it like this. If you haven't really played Weather Waves that much, you can like I said, from an observation point of view, I understand the criticisms. From an observation point of view, but I would still suggest, even for a person who does not play Weather Waves, before you mock the game, give it a shot still and give it a good try. It's the same thing I approach to some people with, Z.Z.Z. Give it a good shot before, you mock it, before you say it's the worst game in the world and stuff like this. Now, when it comes into it, again, the predatorial practices of 2.6 live stream with the thing, from what the chat was just saying there earlier, people were complaining about Genshin. I don't see it as a predatorial practice. I just say, hey, look, they're saying that it's going to come in the second phase. Okay, that's all I see it as. I don't see it as, they're trying to tell me, oh man, you need to, we're holding this hostage, and you're gonna have to spend money to get these 20 pools, which would be predatorial. Predatorial to me is like Devil May Cry Peak of Combat, where hey, you get this free skin for one-man army Dante. Cool. You got to log in for 14 days and do these quests. And you're doing the quest for 14 days, and then you get to the point to where you get to the 12th day, and it says now you got to spend $5.99 to complete this quest. It was never told to you in the beginning of the quest line that you were going to have to spend $5.99 on the 12th fucking day to get the skin. Then when you skip the quest, you do day 13 and you do day 14, and then day 14 says you got to spend $10.99. So altogether, you got to spend $15.99 to get the entire skin. That to me is a predatorial practice, because it was not, you could not see it in the beginning. You could only see day 1 to day 5. You couldn't see past day 5 to actually go ahead and dictate what steps you needed to take. It wasn't telling you from the first part that you need to spend money. That to me is predatorial. When it comes down to the 2.6 live stream, I'm going to say that the one key factor in the entire live stream that I think is the greatest thing is going to be the story, is going to be the characters. Mainly Augusta is the only thing I'm really interested in, but the story looks really good. From the trailer and everything, it does look really good, and it does got my interest perked. The problem I have is, besides the quote-unquote tower defense event, every other event after that is lackluster and is not much. There's not much going on to this patch. This patch is, if anything, this patch is just like for Lova. There is not much going on to it. There's less fighting events. There's more puzzle events. And legitimately, I'm going to say, if you like the puzzles, that's great. I'm not a person who likes puzzles. If I want to play a puzzle game, I would play a game like Bejeweled. Okay, I'll go play the old Sonic Heroes game that I used to play on my phone, that I would go do all the puzzles and have the Sonic characters on the top and everything. That they discontinued that game when I forgot Shadow, and I was upset. But otherwise than that, I mean, that's my thoughts on it. I'm not sure what your guys' thoughts on it is. I mean, for all this, I feel like the video did get a little bit off topic, but it is what it is. It's from an observation point of view. So, otherwise than that, take it easy. Keep it classic. Keep it jazzy. And always keep it real. And, yeah, we'll catch you in the next React. There. 3 videos done. Hey, look at this. What am I looking at? It hurts me a bit that old characters in WUWA don't show up, like in GI with the interactions between new and older characters. That's what's missing. I probably would agree. What the hell is this?
This is where I should be. This is where I should be.
God damn it. That actually got my interest. Oh, god damn it. I fucking hate you for that. That was beautiful. It was beautiful to a certain degree. It was beautiful. Oh, god. But you know what? Here.
Are you lonely tonight?
Time to do our
Come
sponsor.
Join me on Wuthering Waves, and let's explore the shores together. Are you lonely tonight? Then come join me on Wuthering Waves, and let's explore the shores together.
All right, that was an ad from our sponsor, Wuthering Waves. So if you guys want to, go ahead and download the game, go ahead and set it up, and go get your 10 free pools, and go enjoy being part of the waves. And like Saytona said, go join him on the shores. All righty. I hate it, but it's made so well. Dude, like I said, I like making jokes, man. I love making jokes. Jokes are the world, and the world it is. Alrighty, so let's go ahead. I want to see this one. I want to go see this video now. This one sounds kind of interesting. It is 12 minutes long. It's from Guitar Rock Z.Z.Z. And Z.Z.Z is bad for new players. So, all right, proxies. So we got another video here to react to, and in this one is from Guitar Rock Z.Z.Z. Z.Z.Z is bad for new players, and I want to see what this is about. Maybe I haven't seen anything about it. Just have a link to it. So let's take a look. My first impressions, let's see.
Everybody's favorite game, or everybody's second favorite game, Z.Z.Z, right? So we're trying to find out what a new player is going to be able to talk about for this particular game. What is going to be the experience as a whole. Alright? So what turns me off from Z.Z.Z has a new player, I think as a new player. I actually don't know where to start, but I'll showcase my roster first and explain my logic of everything else. So, as you can see, this is going to be the character.
All right, so this is going to be the same thing that we saw earlier, like yesterday with EO's video. Okay. All right, so it's going to be the same posting. So let's see what Guitar Rock has to say about it.
Characters in question. All right, so we got Billy, level 50, Koleda, level 40, Nicole, did not build Yuzuha, have Yuzuha, but did not build Yuzuha, right?
He didn't build any of the characters.
Soldier 11 not built, Lucy not built. So he built Billy. Billy is his main DPS, okay? Billy Abuser. And you can see all of these other characters are not built. So let's try and see. So let me guess. He's going to say there's not enough materials to build all of these characters, and probably there's not enough distribution in terms of like credits and stuff. I think that's going to be one of his complaints.
Yeah, okay, I want to find something really quickly here. Okay, give me a second here. I want to actually open up a tab real quick, and I want to find something really quickly. Because I got this feeling. I don't know if this is true or not. But I got this feeling. And what I feel is that this post might be a rage bait, okay? And the reason for why I say this is that there's sites that I found, okay, from a while back ago. And one of the sites, you could get Yuzuha for $24.99 on any server. You could just go ahead, pick it, get 6 out of 6, you get 6 out of 6 limited characters, 70 to 10 standards, 20 polychrons. You pay $24 for this. And the reason why I say is because if you notice, like the Abby right here, the force right here, I believe that's like a 40, is I am wondering if the person who made this posting, from looking at it and thinking about this, could it not just be that someone just bought a fucking account and just to make this post? I'm just saying it. I'm just saying from my perspective, from seeing how every other character is level 1, but only like 3 characters really is level 40, 40, and 50, makes it feel like this was a bought account, that the person who was really running the account leveled these up just enough to go ahead and get all the polychroms that they can get their hands on to sell the account for $24.99. So that way you can get a guaranteed Yuzuha. Would I be wrong about that assessment is my question. Because that's what when I first saw this posting, that is the first thought pattern I had in my head. Is that someone bought the account, this is what they got, and now they're writing the posting. is just for that purpose.
Let's see if I'm right, because I have a feeling that's going to be where he's going to lean towards, right? So, firstly, I know looking at my roster, I don't have characters level up, but I will do my best to explain the reasoning for treating my roster the way I do. Let's point out the obvious. Why don't I have Yuzuha level up? Okay. It's mainly because I have no one to use her with, and I also have her signature, which really sucks because I really want to use her. No, you could make the argument I have Piper and Grace, but considering how the community ranks those characters, what would be the point? So, here is one mistake that he did. He pulled for Yuzuha weapon. Now, if you are new, why would you pull for Yuzuha's weapon? Right? Like, instead of getting Yuzuha and her weapon, you should get Yuzuha and Alice, or Yuzuha and Yanagi. But you go for weapon, so I think that's like... I understand that sometimes people push the weapon agenda, but at the end of the day, if you are new, you are a new player, sometimes you gotta like forego that, because you need more characters first, right? He has Piper.
At the same point in time, I'm going to say this to Guitar Rock Z.Z.Z straight up. I'm going to subscribe to this channel, by the way. Oh, I'm already subscribed. Cool. I'm going to say this. New players are idiots. Even when I was a new player in Weathering Waves, when I was a new player in Z.Z., I was an idiot. New players like, oh, let me get the character and let me get the weapon. It is... I'm just saying that I think we can honestly say that when it comes down to brand new players that come into something, that they're not smart. And it's been proven that reading is hard. And getting information on YouTube or, different sources is hard. Just say it.
Well, his reasoning is Piper is low rank. That's his reasoning, right? So that's just...
You think it seems to be the meta slave mentality? Could be.
I think it's like, to a certain point is important, right? For some characters, like I think Yi Xuan is quite important. Like a DPS, I would say, yeah. But Yuzuha is a support. I feel like, do you really need her weapon, right? You get what I'm saying? So that's like one thing that I can notice. I don't have Grace level despite me having her M1, okay? M1 Grace, because according to the community, she's only good as a sub DPS. It really sucks because I need an electric character. But if you read my last big post on understanding how shock works, you understand why I think electric characters are literally useless in this game. Electric characters are useless. I think he's talking about currently, right now, there's no boss that's weak against electric in Daily Assault. Is that what he's talking about? Maybe that's his perspective of saying that. I don't think electric characters are useless, right?
No, I don't think electric characters are useless at all.
I think that's going to be how it is. Again, I'm not sure where he's coming from, right? Yanagi Lurt. Currently, I'm sitting on a guarantee, and I could get Nagisa, but what is the point? You have to learn her stance, switch cancels, and stance switch parries, which isn't practical for me. I sit here and tell myself, why would I get her when she has to do way too much for damage when Hugo exists?
You know what the key word here is, and this is a problem that I've seen even in Weathering Waves with some people. People are afraid to learn. It feels, honestly, when you talk to players, and this applies to even AAA games, okay? This doesn't apply to Gacha, but in Gacha, in AAA games, I will just use Weathering Waves, and I'm going to use Z.Z.Z from this example right here. It just seems like when you have to, quote unquote, learn a character and how it works. So in an example, the stance and switch parries, it sounds more like it's not a gaming issue, it's a you issue.
So no Yanagi, but Hugo exists. I don't see the logic here, right? Why can't he get Yanagi?
Because the logic is, and I'm going to use a fighting game as an example, is it's just like, games like Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, and stuff like this. In Guilty Gear, if anyone who's ever played it will probably understand where I'm coming from. Guilty Gear X, Guilty Gear XX, Guilty Gear Axis Core, Guilty Gear XR, all these games translate to the next game.
you're pretty much learning all these bread and butter combos from way back in the 90s, and you're coming into like Guilty Gear XR, and you're able to, you know, work in the game knowing basically your bread and butter, and you have learned and you've experienced the game, and it's kind of difficult to get to the point. If you're a new player who's just playing Guilty Gear XR, it's kind of difficult to get into it when other people have pretty much an advantage over you, right? But the reason why the next game that came in line was called Guilty Gear Strive. And Guilty Gear Strive took all those mechanics out of the equation and made it to where, for example, Soul Bad Guy's wild throw, after 3 wild throws, you know, 3 command grabs could kill somebody. High damage, low combos, low learning curve, but because you could do high damage within 3 to 5 hits. And now we're trying to make people on a late. People originally thought it was like we're trying to make people on, you know, a level playing ground between casual and competitive players, or hardcore players, sweaty players, however you want to call them. But the thing is that fighting games, even like Street Fighter, Guilty Gear has understood something. Hardcore gamers don't, you know, hardcore gamers don't sell the game. Casual players do. So games nowadays are getting more and more casualized, and it's now become the norm. It's become the entire situation. And you can see this now with a posting like this, that this is a person who doesn't want to learn the game. He just wants to press buttons and things just work.
What, there's no Hugo right now. Get Yanagi first and get Hugo later. I don't get the logic here. If you need to make a proper roster, yeah, again, like not exactly sure. It's a dude lover. He's literally so simple to play with no bullshit requirements other than having other agents next to him that can stun quickly so he can pop off. Unlike Nagisa, Nagi that has to do way too much, and you have to worry about timing the shock anomaly. Yo, Leo Breaker, what up? Thanks for the donation, man. Wanted to say hello and thanks for the hard work. Help me and a friend. Now Nikki, alright, let's go. Alright, hope you enjoyed the game. So unlike Nagi that has to do way too much and you have to worry about timing the shock anomaly being proc, and the enemy have to quickly switch to your other anomaly agent to disorder and blah 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 blah, constantly attack for 10 seconds. Point is, anomaly characters are inconvenient to me, but it seems that the direction they want players to go.
I mean, we've had that argument in Guilty Gear, where some characters, like, you know, Kai Kisk and everything, they're very easy to learn, they're very easy to play, but they're low-tier characters. You know, they're characters that require really little to no effort. You play a character like, you know, Amelia Rage, you play a character like Leo Whitefang, you're going to have to put more effort into that character in order to learn that character, in order to get the reward from the character. So again, this just sounds like to me, like I said before, and thank God that this is not a 30-minute video like EO's, but it just sounds like to me the guy just is completely casual. He just wants things handed to him. He just wants to press buttons and just be done.
I don't get it. I actually don't get it. Yanagi is just off DPS, Lamau. He didn't say that actually. Did he say that? He just said it has to do way too much. I don't think... Yeah, I feel like Yanagi is very strong, right? Yanagi is like strong. But again, I understand that Yanagi is optional. She's pretty much optional, but at the same point, if you're new right now, why not just get her, right? Yanagi equals to 2 heart. Because he doesn't have anyone. Look at his account, right? Who does he has that's like top tier? Yuzuha. He got Yuzuha.
Again, like I said, I feel...
Piper or Soldier 11.
Again, this is why I feel like this is a bot account. This isn't a real account. This feels like you went spend $24 to get Yuzuha, and the only 3 characters in the game is leveled up is on purpose just to get the polychrome. That's it. That's all it is. Just to do the events and everything, just to ensure they can get the character. This doesn't look right.
Right? Because like you have to. Right now, because you don't have anyone right now, right? You just don't have anyone, and that's just how it is. I feel like this person has to. either pull Yanagi or maybe wait for one of the characters in the next patch, right? Again, he don't have any characters, which is fine, but he's complaining a lot, right? And let's see. Ooh, oh my goodness.
You'd be surprised, gamer. You'd be surprised. There is people who actually do that.
To be viable, at least in my eyes. Otherwise, you're literally losing a ton of damage for not constantly attacking for 10 seconds before disordering the enemy. And the only reason I'm being ignorant thinking this way is because the game does a poor job of explaining how shock actually works, and it doesn't help there's so much misinformation on it that it literally drives me away from the game. Shock misinformation. I don't get it. Yanagi is there for the disorder, right? Even if you... I feel like Yanagi is quite future-proof. Even if you don't want to use her as a character, you can basically use her with Miyabi in the future. I don't know about Miyabi, like he already missed the rerun, right?
He says there's a lot of misinformation, but like, what misinformation? Can you point us in a direction on this? That would be my question.
It will be a while. It's only because I really want to understand how it works. Check my last post about shock anomaly and you'll understand. Now let's talk about why I don't see the value in Jane Doe or Alice. Okay, let's start with Jane Doe. Alright, so Jane Doe and Alice, why is there zero value right now? So the value with Jane Doe, I'm quite surprised that she's still pretty strong right now, right? She can still be used, but it seems like not everybody thinks the same, right? Keeping her passion state up as a new player isn't practical, and her spin to win literally does no damage. Okay, also keep in mind, Jane has to time her basic attacks, just like Soldier 11 for efficient anomaly build-up, otherwise smashing on her literally builds the anomaly bubble slow. So why would I ever touch that character when she's too inconvenient to play? When I literally can just bring pipe.
My point exactly, yet again. The person wants to mash buttons. He doesn't want to time. He doesn't want to learn. He just wants it handed to him.
In with no requirements and just spin to win. Then why isn't he?
No effort.
Why aren't you building your Piper then? Why aren't you building your Piper? Like if the excuse here is you don't want to get Jane Doe, you think that Piper is better, then why aren't you building your Piper? That doesn't even make sense. This will sort of tie into the last paragraph, but there's a reason why I don't pull for who I like or hotness. For example, what's the number one reason people pull for Jane Doe? Because on what I see in the community is because she's hot, according to the community. And to me, that's not a reason to pull a character. Okay, so this person is a meta kind of guy. He's not a waifu kind of guy, he's a meta kind of guy, and that's fine. Alright, if you want to be a meta kind of guy, you want to pull for meta as opposed to waifu. And this is why I hear CCs talk about how a lot of people can't clear anything. Not only because their characters are underbuilt, but the main thing they seem to leave out is a narrative that all people worry about in this game is just the sexual nature it provides. Sexual nature in Zenless Zone Zero. He should just stop playing Z.Z.Z if everything is to complain. Yeah, I have no idea what he's talking about, because the logic doesn't make sense. If you complain about Jane Doe because Piper exists, but you're not building your Piper, that's a little bit weird.
It is.
Okay, let's talk about hybrid characters. May we get a visual update to their UI traits? What do I mean? Let's look at Lighter. Okay, so he wants to talk about Lighter, specifically the dude. But he don't even have Lighter. So this particular guy right here, okay, on paper, yes, he's a stunner, but my guy is literally out damaging most fire DPS characters in the game. So why would I ever get any other
DPS characters do we have
except for him? This guy is a dude lover. Earlier, he mentioned about Hugo. Now he mentioned about Lighter. Okay? So they either need to give him the hammer or sword symbol, so people like me will know what he is, or change it to fire attacker, because it's really confusing. And part of the reason I'm thinking this way is because how things people showcase on YouTube. Like DPS band bigger, DPS Caesar, DPS Lighter, which makes me not care about the other agents in that category.
Skull, if you're around on the chat or you see this video, this is your fault, man. This is your fault. He said DPS Caesar, and we already know what Magical Skull's done. He's done DPS Caesar. In fact, he's made me go ahead and get Muzzy as well as Jade Nova to do DPS Caesar. This is all Skull's fault.
I mean, of course, people are going to make videos like that. That's how the, you know, because it's interesting, right? When you make DPS lighter because it's a stunner, but you can play either way. I know it sounds like I'm easily influenced by what people are showing on YouTube or saying on here, but I don't know how the game works and then don't want to learn it on my own. So these are the things I come across. So he don't want to learn the game on his own. He only wants to learn the game from YouTube video. So he's getting destroyed by these YouTube videos that he watched. So he don't even know what he's watching. So now he is confused. Now he's very confused. Anyways, I could go on and on for hours and hours in this post, but I just want to enjoy the game. But I realize I really cannot do that.
Yeah, nice raw reaction.
He can't enjoy the game. Okay.
He can't enjoy the game because he's not trying.
What do you guys think of the essay? What do you guys think of the essay? He can't enjoy the game. Sounds like a personal issue. So how can he enjoy the game? I guess he can't. Yeah, I guess there's just no way. I don't think there's any way for him to enjoy the game. And I think that's life, right? Sometimes you just, if you're just gonna let the essays influence you, right? The essays do be influencing you on YouTube.
Why are you playing video? Why do you play video games? Why do you play video games if you don't want to try to learn your own? I think it comes to a point in time to where people need to understand, and this is where like the conversation from last night with certain people in the chat and everything that we had this conversation is, you know, they're like, I don't want to read. I just want to play the game and have fun. You know, it's like, yeah, I completely get it. You just want to sit there and mash buttons and have fun. But when you hit a wall, when you hit, you know, this hill and you're trying to climb over it in some way, shape, form, isn't this the time period where you need to stop and do a little research, do a little reading, and figure out what tools you have in order to accomplish your goals? I think that, you know, try to tell someone, don't worry about not reading the game. Don't worry about not doing this. Just go play, go have fun, go learn it. Causes issues like this to where people get frustrated. So if this guy did not buy an account, and this is not a rage post, and this is actually a legitimate post, this guy is frustrated because of no one other than himself. Because he refuses to learn the game. He refuses to go through tutorials. He refuses to actually go into watching and typing in YouTube how to play Yuzuha, how to play Billy. You know, he's just typing in Zenless Zone Zero and getting DPS bid, DPS lighter, you know, videos and such. He's not actually specifying what he's looking for. Which, at this point in time, it's not a problem. It's not a fault of the game. It's a fault of the player. So, this is why I would say to anybody is that there has to be a point where you do need to take control of your own actions, control of your own statements, and your own sentiments, and just, you know, if you really want to enjoy something, if you really want to, sometimes you gotta flip the page, you gotta look at what you got going.
Wanna hear a summer story?
Yes, sometimes you need to hear a summer story. You have to click a button, and you have to go in here and you have to do a little bit of reading. And you need to put that information together and to be better informed of how to can utilize it and work in the area so that way you can make something work and just enjoy yourself. So, yeah. Otherwise than that, that's all I got. So, what's your guys' thoughts? Yeah, I mean, you have to evolve past playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, you have to evolve. Now, we're going to do something else. We're going to get to the climax of this show. To this live stream.
Ay, ay, ay. I just think it's been fucking hilarious. Give me a second. I'm looking for something in particular because we're going to have some fun here. We're going to have a little bit of fun. So, are we ready to have some fun? I'm just going to ask. Are we ready to go take a look at the primary course for today's video? Yes. I just want to see. I want to see if the chat's ready for the primary course. This is where the drama is going to actually fucking happen. I don't know what's being served, but I want to. But yes, what's going to be served is we're going to go into Mr. St. Tonus's live stream of. Well, we had the video. If you remember, we were talking about Arikado's video about the Kuro bots coming in and all this other stuff and getting all pissed off at the spicy little, all the good shit. I figure we go take a look at what St. Tonus had to say. We have a conversation about it. The unfiltered live stream from Mr. St. Tonus himself. Because he's brought in mentions of people like myself, Loki Gacha, Rezi, all into this entire situation. And, well, I figure it would be a good time to see just how bad of a person I really am and how bad, you know, and what is the criticisms from the man himself. Things are about to get a bit stinky. Oh, I'm ready, big dog. I just figured because I wanted to get to this part right here because this is with Arikado's video right here in particular, right? So I wanted to see, because I've heard about it a little bit from our drama Discord and from our drama section of our Discord. I've heard a little bit about it. I got to see a little bit about it, but I was still working and doing all kinds of other stuff. And I just want to hear. I want to hear from our Lord and Savior, Mr. St. Tonus, just exactly what's going on. So, proxies, are you ready for the main dish? Are you ready to see just how stupid of a person I am and several people are and just dive into this? Before we do this, hold on. Before we do this, let me contact my wife. I want to make sure that she does not bother me. I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to see if my wife needs to talk about something really quickly. All right, let me go to my wife real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play some music here in the background. Give me about 5 minutes. And then we're going to get into our juicy topic with Mr. Saint Tonus, the saint himself.
A billion times we're repeating this action to dig it, drill it, smash it, rebuild it. My hands get dirty, my shirt is shabby. It rains again, my lord, it's a much better day. It turns out it's the best day. This will be a better place for us to live. Okay. Sister, brother, we'll work in the hollow, release the hammer, brace the trigger. We don't need a leader, all I want is a partner. We are all together, much more stronger. We are around, we are bigger stones from blood to bone. I bet you know, working hard all day long. We are all together, you won't be alone. Come on.
Alrighty, guys. Where's my headset? Right here. Okay. Alrighty. Things are about to get a little bit stinky. So, alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, proxies alike. With the recent video from Aricado that has been released about Weather Waves Endgame, we have the man himself, the savior of Gacha, Mr. Saint Tonus, that has made several different remarks in his live stream regarding around this video, around the man himself, Aricado, and has brought in different personalities involved into this conversation. So, who am I talking about? Well, we have Steam Buns that was brought up in this conversation. We have Resi that was brought into this conversation. Loki Gacha, and myself included. Now, from how I take it, apparently we are considered the sinister shits. And I would like to go ahead and see the criticisms from Saint Tonus, and I would like to go ahead and properly go ahead and discuss it as much as we need to. So, if you guys are all ready for it and tuned in for it, by all means, let's get started in the show.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to watch this one, guys. I looked at the dislike ratio and it's already looking fucking diabolical. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just don't watch it.
I mean, the dislike ratio looks diabolical. 131 likes to 58 dislikes. That does look diabolical to me. You are right, Saint. Oh, we need to make it louder? We could totally do that. Let's bring it about right here. Tell me if this sounds good.
Roast his ass, the video is ass. The comments tell you all you need to know, really.
We have Saint going ahead and looking at the comments.
Okay, so the one comment that I'm seeing over here is the video is so bad even Z.Z.Z players are shitting on him. That's an accomplishment. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. You've gotten Z.Z.Z players defending WUWA with the video. I didn't know somebody could do that. This is like hearing that like
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. Like, this would be like hearing that like Donald Trump ended World War III. Like, it's like there's like a meeting room, but there was like a meeting between world leaders, and it was like Donald Trump said the thing that prevented World War III from happening. Like, that's what it feels like with this.
What the fuck? What does that how does that analogy work? Can someone please be my translator for St. Tonus real quick and translate that what he just said about Donald Trump saving the world from World War III, and that's what this is? Like I'm confused. So once again, St. Tonus reads the comments without watching the video. I'm sorry, I'm more confused. I think we're all confused. Can I be honestly correct about this? Like, we were all confused, right? Okay.
We're just like, wait. Like, wasn't it supposed to be somebody else that did that? Because Arikado managed to get...
The joke is that Trump is the reason World War III would have started. Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you, White Spree Gaming.
Z.Z.Z players defending Wuthering Waves.
Dude is oily as fuck. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Unless it's a bad camera.
I don't think. Bro, comparing parrying to climbing a rock.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. I see why everyone wanted me to watch it. It's because the video kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm sure it does.
Yeah. The script was edited by Rezi, Loki, Gacha, and Yo, you gotta add steamed bun eggs on there. This is what I think. I honestly think Arikado's doing an inside job right now.
Oh.
That's my take. I feel like Arikado is currently performing covert operations. You know how Arikado kept saying in his vids something about behind enemy lines? I think that's what he's literally doing. I think he is behind enemy lines right now. Because I'm going to be real with you. If my goal was to become a successful content creator, I would not be consulting with Rezi, Loki Gacha, and Steamed Bun X, or Fox Soul. That's like... The four of them combined are like the sinister shit.
Weirdest. So he hasn't even watched the video. Arikado's apparently behind enemy lines, trying to, I guess, give Arikado a way out or something, if that would be the case. That he's a mole. All we did was have a conversation, each one of us individually, with Arikado, talked about our own perspectives. And I mean, if you're a type of person that watched the call between me and Arikado, if anything, like, I wasn't there to change his opinion or anything. I just wanted to understand why he removed the videos. That was my entire, because I saw the original videos that he had unlisted, he privated, and that was my entire goal, was to find out. And we had a 6-hour conversation from that. But okay. We are the sinister shits, man.
Maybe if all four of them combined their views, they would equal like half a regular CC. Straight up. It's just, brother, their content is so fucked, it's unbelievable.
Yep, sure is.
I have never seen such like griefed YouTube channels ever in my life. I just gotta like look at these for like look at their channels for like half a second.
Boom, there I am!
What the fuck is even going on here?
Oh, he actually watched my HP inflation problem all the way to the end. Oh, guys, he actually watches my content. Oh.
What are these videos like? What are these videos even about?
Maybe if you click it and watch it, you can get context. Maybe you can get some context. Just saying.
Guys, be aware, I'm the one that's receiving criticism. I'm the one receiving criticism that I never make WUWA content. All I do is make content on other games. Bro, all this guy does is make content about another man. All this guy does is make content about other men. Straight up. And then where's Rezi?
Rezi's been doing good. Rezi's popped off. He's already at almost 6K views, 6K subscribers. Look at this shit.
This the one dude who actually tries to upload Z.Z.Z videos, but unfortunately he butt fucked himself in the algo, where none of his videos show up to his subs unless they have my thumbnail in it already.
But yet, correct me if I'm wrong, Rezi actually uploads was talking about this before, wasn't he? That he's more of an Instagram guy.
Because that's 90% of his viewership. It's actual bots that just watch hate videos about me. And anything else he uploads is actually dog shit.
Uh-huh. Okay.
These people are like, oh, it's not a Saint hate video? Get that shit off my homepage. Like, brother, it's just, what is, like, the fact that this is like a CC community who have decided to revolve their entire career around me uploading Z.Z.Z videos is like legitimately one of the strangest phenomenons I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like,
I'm included in this, right? Since he's saying Z.Z.Z, he put me in here. He was looking at my channel, right? I mean, wait a second. Hold on. I gotta double check something, man. I gotta double check something, St. Tonis. Wait a minute. Hold on. I mean, I've been only doing this for what, a couple of months. Let's see. Wait. Weather and ways. Gacha revenue, new weather and ways. Yeah, only Z.Z.Z content. He's 100% right, guys. He's 100% right. I fucked up. It's only that.
Their channel literally hinges on me making Z.Z.Z content. And the thing is that I am beginning to just get burnt out from how dog shit Z.Z.Z is. So I'm probably just going to stop making content for it. And so I legitimately think all these guys are fucked. Because I'm just going to let the game die. And 99% of their channel has just been toxic positivity defending Z.Z.Z when it adds HP inflation and power creep and shit to the game.
That would be the greatest answer. That would be the greatest answer to this entire situation. Stop making Z.Z.Z content. That would be great. Because you clearly bring in an observation, such as the miasma shield mechanic, such as HP inflation being a problem in Zenless Zone Zero, saying the game is cooked, saying that you need the new Rupture character in order to even play the game anymore. You have made several different statements, and multiple people, not just Loki Gacha, not just Rezi, not just myself, not just anybody, has gone out of their way to multiple people in the Z.Z.Z community, showcase videos of this information saying, hey, look, we have HP inflation, but it's not a problem because of these reasons, such as buffs, such as pretty much with the miasma shield mechanic that it's not a DPS loss, it's actually a DPS gain because it does 15% of the entire life bar's damage that has actually in total more damage than your characters can provide once you expel it. When even people have gone ahead and made videos of A rank only agents with BW engines completing this content to basically showcase to people that you're trying to express to that this is completely fucked. To be like, hey, look, stop the doom posting. We have people out there who can prove that they can still complete Shiyu defense, deadly assault. This information was handed to you on a silver platter. And what did you do? You didn't bother to watch the video and you made an exclamation about $2,000 teams. You're not going to watch this. Z.Z.Z, CCs are cooked without you. All this other good stuff. And you have been disproven on multiple occasions because you yourself is a tourist in the Z.Z.Z space. And instead of talking to the people that matters and getting your proper information, you don't have to talk to me. You don't have to talk to Loki. You don't have to talk to Rezi. You have Kate. You have ALG. You have different people. You have Muzzy. That you could have these proper conversations. Hako, who's part of the creator server. That you could have these conversations and they can prove to you and they can show you the information that you're dismissing.
And so it's just like, if there's nobody there that's willing to call out the devs doing fucked up shit to the game, because I'm the only one that's doing it, they literally don't have content anymore because they're all just going to be a yes men echo chamber.
What fucked up shit are they doing? Because the stuff that you have stated, yet again, the stuff that you have been prosecuting, saying HP inflation, miasma shield, and all this, has been disproven by people who play the game. This is just like someone coming in and telling you that HP inflation is a problem in Weathering Waves when it's not, and you can disprove it. But if someone dismisses that information, you know, you would have the right to call them out. So why do the people who try to go to you that expresses the same opinion, hey, you don't know all this, you're dismissing them and you're calling us idiots?
It's the Z.Z.Z YouTube scene is literally just a yes men echo chamber of people circle jerking each other about how good they are at a game that they don't play.
I don't think I've ever said I was good at a game that I play at the game that I played. All I said is that pretty much I have fun with the game and I like the game because there's boss mechanics and I actually have to play around the boss mechanics.
I actually think there are like paid defenders because the lack of knowledge that they have about the actual game mechanics while saying that everything in the game is going perfectly fine is crazy.
All right, let's go for it. If you think you know the game mechanics better than any Z.Z.Z CC, choose a CC. Choose someone. Choose Kate. Choose Muzzy. Choose Jade Nova. Choose ALG. Choose whoever you want. Challenge them. Let's get into a challenge. First one to complete Shiyu defense and who's got the best time, because they would know the best mechanics or even get the best score in Deadly Assault, wins the argument. Simple. Fighting game logic.
Right? It's the same bots that are telling people you shouldn't use Miyabi against ice-resistant bosses. It's like, it's the same exact sort.
Rewind.
You shouldn't use Miyabi against ice-resistant bosses. That are telling people you shouldn't use Miyabi against ice-resistant bosses.
No one's telling you you shouldn't use Miyabi against ice-resistant bosses. But people are trying to explain to you, don't expect to clear under 2 fucking minutes with a Miyabi anymore. Because why? The HP inflation has gone up. You're still clearing. The entire argument that has always been is not the fact of, oh, you should use Miyabi against... No, you can use Miyabi. Just expect that, if the boss is weak to fire, you have an advantage with fire. If it's resistant to ice, well, don't expect to be having a minute fucking sub time. That if you're 2 minutes and 15 seconds, that's pretty fucking good. I think that if I'm not mistaken, I have a video about this. Yes, the narcissist video, where you had a whole entire different argument that you could have played, but you're arguing that Miyabi with ice resistance, you're arguing that, before, it was like a minute thing. Well, guess what? You still have, it only affects one thing, which is, you're 20% minus theirs. You're going to lower the resistance with Miyabi, with her stance, 100%. But that's not going to affect the days meter, and that's not going to affect the anomaly buildup. That is a separate part of the mechanic. This information is widely available, and as even a person who's only played the game for fucking 4 months, who got into it because of you, straight up, I figured this shit out in a short time frame, and you've been having to play Z.Z.Z since last year around with Weather and Waves, and you still can't put 2 to 2 together? I mean, are you afraid of a calculator?
It's like, it's the same exact sort of bots. So, yeah, I mean, this is just... Hey, this is a rough one, lads. I'm just gonna be real with you. This is a rough one. Yeah, jerking each other in a circle. It is what it is, right? I just gotta say, I think I think the main takeaway from this, right, is I think it speaks volumes. I do think it speaks.
But congratulations, though, to Rezzy, because even on this video right here, even on this live stream right now with St. Jonas, 5,000.99K. So he's right at 6K on the sub count right now. Like, god damn. I remember when the channel only had 2K. He got 3K in this short amount of time. The channel's popping off on subs, man. Without a doubt, the channel is fucking popping off.
Volumes, if this is the type of crowd that you want to get yourself associated with. Because I think if you actually play Z.Z.Z and understand the game, you would know that, like, these guys are actually stupid. They're dumb.
We're stupid.
And they're gathering up one of the dumbest audience bases in the history of the game. Or probably in the history of Gacha as a whole. And, yeah, that's why I think Arikado is going behind enemy lines. That's my take on it, because I refuse to believe he's this stupid. To, like, non-sarcastically just be getting all chummy with creators like Loki. Or
watch the video. Like, it makes sense. Listen to his opinion. Like, I'll get on to my own personal beefs with you, Darius, in a moment, Saint. I'll get on to my own personal beefs. But, like, you're not even going to give Arikado the time of day to even take 5 minutes and watch a video I mean, it's 13 minutes and 55 seconds. You're not even going to watch at least the first 5 minutes to get an understanding of what he's trying to talk about?
Rezi. Like, I don't think he's actually that dumb, but we'll see. We'll see. Just watch the vid. I don't feel like it. I'm pretty sure we've already confirmed it's not that good of a video. All right. All right. Arikano straight up hates Concerto. Sure he does.
I think the Withering Waves community is by far the worst community in Gacha. Right? The whole Genshin Impact killing cats trying to kill the CEO doesn't even... None of that compares to the shit that Curlbots are doing, man. I would just be completely honest, man. Like, if you have seen some of the shit that people have been saying on Twitter from Curlbots, it doesn't even compare, man. So
guys, this is what you call a bait. If you actually believe that he isn't being sarcastic right now, you're potentially...
All these Curl dogs...
He's clearly baiting, yes.
Acting like they are better than the Hoyo shows, man. Just grow up, man. What are you, 5 years old, bro? God, you get a life, dude. Get a... I think...
That was clearly a bait. Guys.
Yep.
He literally just compared assassination attempts and animal cruelty to mean... Not even mean. He didn't even say he was mean. He just said, look at what they're posting on Twitter. It's like, what? Right? Like, I think that this is actually a bit of a shot once you think about it. It's not even a bait. Because you would realize that what's being posted on Twitter is a bunch of people spamming 7 out of 10 and then making fun of clapped walnuts. And so...
Which, again, I think we've already clarified with the 7 out of 10, just watching what Saint's done with that entire conversation with Genocide, is that while Genocide was in the wrong for a lot of things in the past, the video versus video, one person was more engaged in the story than another. That Genocide legitimately was engaged, that he was asking questions, and that something got blown way out of proportion when he said the word confusing. When he meant, like, when the characters talk in that dialect, that flowery dialect, that sometimes you get taken back and it gets confusing. Not saying that he's confused, but more or less like it takes a simple plot and it's trying to complex it, which can overly confuse it a little bit for some people, which makes perfect sense because not only Weather Waves does this, a lot of fucking games do this shit. Okay? It's just how it is. I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of us have played several different games in our lifetimes that, you know, I'll put it like this. Straight up. How many times have you had to play a game, even like Metal Gear Solid, and replay it a couple of times in order to get an understanding of what the character is trying to say? Not the plot per se, but what the character is trying to get. And then you're like, oh, that's what Snake fucking meant. Oh, okay. And then you're like, oh man, I was stupid there. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Genocide is on the record saying that the Wuthering Waves community is like just as bad as Genshin. And like they're like super toxic, just as toxic as Hoyoverse. And like,
yeah, you see, Genocide's 100% wrong there because I honestly believe that the Wuthering Waves community, the vocal minority, not the entire community, the ones that really like to express themselves, is the ex-Genshin community. It is the people who jump ship off of Genshin as fast as they fucking could to go get refugee into Wuthering Waves Island over here, so that way they can go ahead and act like the bully. I mean, it makes perfect fucking sense.
they're going around posting pictures of walnuts and 7 out of 10s, while Hoyo is like killing animals and like trying to assassinate their CEO. And he's basically making fun of the fact that Jenna was equating the two communities. I think he could have done it better. He could have done it better by saying something like, oh, it's like, yeah, those pictures of walnuts and 7 out of 10s are fucking brutal. They're so rude. You might want to add this to your BP video as well.
I think that's what he's done with everything, right? There's nothing more about the Z.Z.Z shit, right?
Give a fusion and echo. And WUWA have been Maggie, Io, and Jenna.
Oh, wait.
Maggie with Kuro Ruined My Career, Io with Glue Master, and Jenna with 7 out of 10. So it's literally those 3 CCs have had the biggest WUWA drama. That's funny how that works, isn't it? It's funny how it works.
And you know what's funnier? You know what's really funny about that, Saint? Those people who has all had drama in that regards, you are involved in all of them. It's not like it happened overnight. It's not like the community came together against him. No, it's like somebody did not like the fact that some childlike VTuber character wasn't stroking their ego, did not respond to them, and then all of a sudden they're making crafting videos, and just because they're in a friend's stream, all this stuff, we have to get angry. We have to get upset. And we have to say, with the moment that she used the word Zanny has power creep, we have to attack. It's not like, with EO with the glue comments and everything else on Twitter and stuff like this, to which you guys I thought had a good conversation the very first time y'all spoke and everything. It's not like, it was his opinion about things and that you had to take it to another level. And it's not like with Genazar giving Weather and Waves a 7 out of 10 and that your community and yourself had to go ahead and farm the hell out of it to try to stick the pitchfork, because why? You held a grudge on the man because of the very first time you met him, that he straight up said, dude, we're saying that Tower Adversity, the tower in Genshin, the tower in Honkai Star, all these towers are bad. Doesn't matter if your Tower Adversity over here is 15% better. It's still, they're all shit, and you took that as an offense, and you just think the guy hated you. Awesome. Flax is playing Z.Z.Z. That is great. So, that kind of reminds me, you are assuming that someone hated you just to hate you. Like, I don't know. I have my own personal beast, but it sounds like history keeps repeating itself over and over and over again. And I put up the DMs of our history from a viewer that liked you and me in the very beginning in my Discord that no longer exists. That I gave full context from what they have gotten all over the place. So, looking at like something like this, oops. Can I make that? Yeah. Lightning Nix, who was Kami, you made it right here very clear back on November of last year to him. It's pretty clear now you're actively trying to spread hate about WUWA. No doubt you're influenced by Foxo, who has been exposed as a hypocrite, insulting, and over-toxic member of the community. I will be blocking you from the channel as these discussions are fueled by hate from Foxo towards me as a creator, and I personally don't think it's good of my time to waste any more blah, 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 from a Hoyle shield disguised as WUWA lovers. Bro, I don't know how many times I have to say I don't hate Saint. I never hated Saint. I only have one fucking criticism, really, of Saint. Two criticisms, excuse me. Two, actually. The first one is all your videos. I will clear this up right now again. All your past videos, I've always said 90%, 80% of the time, I agreed with. The other percent, I was just more or less like, this is just filler content just to say Hoyo was bad, WUWA better. Okay. But I got asked from Lightning Fox, are you there? This is the true face of Saint. If you don't agree with on everything he says, even though he has lack of WUWA, that is lack of WUWA, you're going to get banned and get called a Hoyle shield when literally one guy that don't say that I doesn't say that doesn't, let's see, one guy that say I doesn't like Genshin tons of time. I would continue to chat after with 30 minutes. And then, I mean, he keeps posting like, this is what I said before to the latest video when we talked in the YouTube comments, like saying, you should be happy with everything you got, etc. Which I respond, yes, I'm happy. But how close are we with TGA? WUWA really lacks stuff. I say on top two. Compare them to Z.Z.Z. Until I see they try to repair this, I can only say we're going to lose the incoming TGA. I guess the Game Awards. We have more chats while I compare other games, which I responded like because I love WUWA and I want them to win in the TGA. Oh yeah, this was about the Game Awards. And I say your game really lacks compared to Z.Z.Z. So he sent me his comment on this. In my opinion, they're not there yet. I'm still thinking that they're going to do to only the crit rate, crit damage gameplay that we have right now. It's kind of risky to make a game locked into one game type, even from the stuff that I see. Dreamlink is also CRCD gameplay until they are giving us more in-game content and provides us with way more ways to play the game. I'm going to see Kuro the same way as the other game company. This is why he got removed from Saint's community. The most top images what I sent you is the first of what I got, of the response I get. I literally want to give you my ZZ ID, Fox. Yeah, he sent it to me and all this. I even say how bored I am and how much I hate some of ZZ stuff. Like literally, I get to say as a Hoyle, I get say as Hoyle shield just because I like to discuss the game. Lacks with you, man. I literally dislike some of what Hoyle's done to HSR2. Saint literally makes a community that must agree with what he says, and the others is kind of different opinion branded as a Hoyle shield. Like I said, this is back from fucking November, man. I wasn't doing fucking ZZ in November, so before anyone says shit, here we go. So, but yeah. Your connection to Saint, this is how, before this is, this one was, like I said, this was the 11th. This was the 5th. This was the 5th with Lightning. So this is prior to this, in November 6th. But yeah, your connection to Saint is already rice became supper. It's hard to repair it unless you make a sorry video to multiple CCs that you made fun in the live stream is what he say. In my opinion, I can say both of you are wrong and I will not tell you to make it. I responded, I will apologize directly for making fun, but I will not apologize for my thought process on toxic positivity. Yeah, it's okay. I think I really shouldn't get in the middle of you guys. Both lol. I feel like I'm a busybody. I am afraid that because me becoming a busybody brings stress to the both of you. No, like I told him, no, you're trying to do something that most won't. What's stressing me is the fact that even before all this, I made the first toxic positivity video. I tried to contact him. I've shown you these guys that back in September, when I got blocked by St. Tonus, I tried making small talk with him. Nothing harsh. Nothing fucking harsh. I just said, yo, dude, that's the same guy in your comment section as in my comment section, which was Genshin Knight. The guy who was talking about Genshin all the fucking time. Okay? So, lightning after that, you know, but hey, I may be, and like I responded though, to be like, hey, maybe I was a bit harsh, but seriously, I think that this is an issue, and he's more of a leader to the community. In my opinion, I think both of you have been in the wrong understanding to each other because both doesn't want to talk to each other or both try to contact each other, and the timing just doesn't click, and that you can't see both. I'm sorry to get you to force to make the apology video, Fox. I bet it's not what he wants, which I knew it wasn't what he wants because, like, I stated in the fucking video, which I have removed it. I'm not gonna lie, I fucking removed it because you know what? There's no need for a fucking apology. I don't think I'm fucking wrong. I stated in there that I apologize that he got butthurt over my fucking comment that when I said it in one of the streams. I'm watching the video that said, "Can this dude stop kissing fucking Curl's ass over here and get to the fucking point of the fucking video?" That's what he got mad at me for sucking the wet farts out of Curl's fucking ass. I'm not a Genshin player at this fucking time. I'm not a Honkai Star Rail player. I'm not a fucking Z.Z.Z player. I was playing only fucking Wuthering Waves, and I was getting fucking annoyed because every fucking video has to have something to do with fucking Hoyoverse. I want to know the point. And 9 out of 10 times, we never got to the fucking point. We just got to Hoyo fucking bad, Wuthering Waves better. That's it. Nothing to the fucking meat and potatoes of it. But I fucking made the apology video. In my opinion, yeah. I'm not backing down on my thoughts, like I said, about toxic positivity. I will say the way I pushed it was wrong. But hey, they're pushing a platform that is more toxic, in my opinion. That's exactly what I told the Lightning. I'm okay with your takes because, yeah, the comparisons that makes us think about our games is overly good is toxic positivity. Comparisons is normal, but comparisons for every video is just sad. It's more like a hit piece if it's every video. This is a mutual viewer. You don't see him in my streams no more. You don't see him in St. Tonus' streams no more because he left after all this drama. And this is the stuff that he sent me. This is your beholden god of the Wuthering Waves fucking minority fucking community. Talking to a viewer who is trying their best to get me and St. Tonus into one conversation. One conversation to air things out and discuss about our problems, which at this time period, the only problem I had with St. Tonus, besides the videos of the past, was his entire thought process on Gacha revenue. That I said that it was 100%, in my personal opinion, wrong. And that he is lying by omission himself, and that he is pushing a narrative because of this shit. So, St. Tonus is the one that contacted Lightning, who was in his community. Let's see what St. Tonus has to tell Lightning back on November 6th of this time period at 9:14 a.m. in the time zone of Lightning, who was in CEA, which I don't know exactly where the hell that's at, but he was overseas. Indonesia or something like that, I believe. I'm not sure. So, hey, I know you're a fan of Fox Soul. You've been mentioned in several of the live stream clips of his that I have been linked. So people like to link St. Tonus my video clips since back then. Ha. I found out that he's been making some incredibly aggressive and offensive statements towards me and my content across these streams. And I'm convinced that he genuinely harbors hate towards me, and I've done nothing to him. Again, no, you haven't done nothing to me, except the fact that you annoyed the shit out of me with some of the fucking video takes where it's always about, Hoyo bad, Hoyo bad, Hoyo bad, Hoyo bad. And I made one comment about it, and people was just like, you know, you get a butt hurt over me making a comment about this. Okay, whatever. I found out that he's been, this video explains majority of the situation. The video with Athoma is no longer there. I prefer that if you don't ever repeat any of his talking points criticizing my content, as he clearly is not making those critiques out of good faith. I highly recommend you think twice about your relationship with his channel. So he's already tried to tell this viewer, Lightning Nix, not to question his relationship with my channel. This is St. Tonus going to him, not him going to St. Tonus. This is him coming to St. Tonus. I mean, St. Tonus coming to him to tell him, you need to think about your relationship with his channel. With that, this is your first warning on my server, and I will be deleting the offending comments. Oh, I'm so scared. I watch both of you, and I enjoy both your content. And if you think I recall you to tone down the comparisons as means of me trying to be toxic to you, I am sorry about that. Because what I want is what I say to your mod 343. I love WUWA, and what I want is always CC to support each other. Fox has been hitting, yes, I know, and I have been recommending him to tone it down instead of hitting you. Both of you should talk about it, which is why I tried to contact your mod so both UCC and both UCCs, that's what he meant, that I enjoy can talk it out. But yeah, it looks like you think I'm a simp of Fox when I've been hitting him too. St. Tonus, I don't think you're a simp of Fox. When I just WUWA to grow, and I believe 1.4 is going to be the times to stop the comparison, I think the problem is that Fox has bad feelings towards me. Because of that, a lot of his arguments are made with bad intent. I appreciate your kindness towards all sides of the community, but I will be very clear. I did not receive any negative comments about my Genshin versus WUWA comparisons until Foxsoul began making his videos critiquing my content. And if a person who hates me and my content, I would think twice about trusting his arguments and points. And that's why I do not want you repeating them in my Discord. Bah, bah, bah. What the fuck did I say? Like, I gotta go back. This is in November. Like, videos that I make against St. Tonus. Okay, let's go see. How free-to-play friendly is Weather and Waves? Boss challenge, no echo fight. Tactical hologram. Dawn of the final day. Chang Li coming. Genshin versus Weather and Waves. Which is better? How to save your cash when you want to whale. Chang Li. Another 5-star voucher. Crownless challenge. JJ prep guide. Zhang Li Yao prep guide. Chang Li. Elden Ring Gacha, the WUWA killer. Whales versus F2P. Toxic Gacha. Man, I was doing like repeat videos all the fucking time. I know on that. Weather and Waves. Story is not really that good. Back a fucking year ago, I said it. How easy is Weather and Waves? Why do you suck at Weather and Waves? Inflation is too high, Weather and Waves. The food cost is out the roof. It was a joke video. How to make your sub TPS 10 times better. Why boycotting MiHoYo games is failing. Should you summon for JJ? How successful has Weather Waves been? 1.2 overview. Camellia quick overview. Weather Waves crossover. You don't need mid-maxing. Pronouncing Wuthering Waves. Yes, I actually fucking made this fucking video right fucking here. I actually made this fucking video because it was annoying me.
Good day to all of you. Dictionary. Weathering. Let's see what Google has to say. Weathering.
Hold on. Okay, so we just did that. You should summon 6 your summons. Let's talk about Genshin Lin. The top 5 mistakes I made in WUWA. The Artacid feels really a scam. Let's talk about Black Sheep. Holographic boss. Real talk. Weather and Waves. Reviewing Weather and Waves. How to calculate your character's damage. This is where I did not realize that the calculator tool was fucking a data mining thing. Because I was new to fucking Gacha and I got called out for this later on. New units are coming in WUWA 1.3. Hologram. Let's talk about Shorekeeper. Jianshi support. 5 days left to Changli. Changli DPS. Developer message. Let's talk about Yoo-Hoo. Don't mod the game or you'll get banned. Because someone actually got banned and because they modded the game, and I fucking talked about this, and I said it was common sense. Do you really need Energy Region? Oh my, is Weather Waves dead? Reviewing bug fixes. Ignore the fucking thumbnails, they were fucking retarded. WUWA is an issue called Identity Crisis. How to solve Z.Z.Z is a fucking problem. Okay, you see, this is one of my hate videos to Z.Z.Z. I'm so sorry, guys. I made a hate video to Z.Z.Z. when I didn't even know Z.Z.Z well. I was a fucking WUWA shill, okay? That's how fucking hard a car I was in fucking WUWA that I even made videos against Z.Z.Z, by the way. How to stop WUWA drama. Okay? Okay? Okay, let's see. I just want to get, it's 5 minutes, let's see. Let's get by that. Let's see. I want to hear what I say. I want to hear what I say.
Even better. So, take a seat. Grab some cola drink.
Yeah, I had a long-ass intro back then.
Understand how to be civil people that do not understand that a video game is a fucking video game. This is dedicated to you. You are getting pissed off, you're getting mad, and you're starting drama that does not need to fucking exist. What do I mean by this? Oh, you're upset at the fact that someone plays Z.Z.Z and they like it better than Wuthering Waves, but yet you love Wuthering Waves so fucking much that you can't seem to help but get angry at it. You can't seem to understand that, you know what, everybody does what everybody wants to do and they have fun with it. There's some people out there that, you know, are going to make remarks that, you know, Wuthering Waves, all it is just Genshin 2.0. You know, it's following the same roadmap, whether you want to believe it or not. It's their opinion, but you have to argumentatively tell them that they're wrong, that they're just wrong, and you have to go at them. Even though there's some people like myself, you know, that defends Wuthering Waves to a certain point. And you know what we say, hey, look, we like the game. We understand that the game is, you know, Genshin 2.0, and we're just hoping that in the future the game gets better. But yet, we're people that somehow hurt you by just saying this. And you know what? I think that someone needs to help you real quick to understand just what you need to.
By the way, this was posted August 11th of 2024. It only got 149 views. Doesn't fucking matter.
Be actually focusing on, which is called life. So what I'd like you to do, and I'm going to help you feel 10 times better. I'm going to help you right now to make yourself understand that a game is just a game. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and on your keyboard right now, press Alt F4. Take the controller, take your keyboard, mouse, whatever, drop it, and get out the door and go touch some fucking grass.
Boy, I have fucking changed, haven't I? That was a St. Tonus hate video right there, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think my personality has actually fucking changed. Fucking grab the fucking Alt F4, throw the controller keyboard down on the ground, and just go walk outside, go touch the fucking grass. I mean, I have talked about multiple fucking things in this game. I want to know. You see, like, look, we're scrolling. Tower defense, setting the bar too high, you know, talking about all this. The faking content, faking information for content. This right here was towards AI content because of a fucking channel called Yinshu Lens or some shit right here in particular. This right here, Kurl's generosity. What happens if the generosity fucking stops? Well, it's fucking stopped. Look what happened. I fucking called this shit back fucking 11 months ago. People who have actually come to me recently and said that I have fucking changed since the day I fucking started WUWA, that I used to like WUWA. Bro, I used to nitpick fucking WUWA. You want to know the fucking video that I called St. Tonus out on? You want to know the fucking video? It's the one that has his fucking name on the fucking thumbnail. 9 months ago.
Alrighty, good day to all you legendary resonators, you absolute lovely bastards. My name's Foxhole, welcome back. Pretty much has sucked me into the drama. That when it comes down to the Wuthering Waves community, I don't want to see it turn into the Genshin Impact toxic waste pit of drama as it is, but a lot of content creators out there are making certain videos, especially like this one right here, the Sensor Tower Report is a scam video by Santonis, that the video really irks me. There's multiple reasons behind why it irks me, from straight up, you know, the phrasing being used is lying by omission, a phrase that several people has been using throughout the community because of this video now. And we're casting a stone at not Sensor Tower, but GachaRevenue.com. We're casting a stone at a man that pulls information from a third-party site and delivers it not for terms to show you revenue, but trends of games and how they're working. I'm going to cover a couple of different things in this video, and we're going to talk more about it, but I'll just say it like this. This video really irks me, and that's the only reason why I'm making this video. Okay? So, take a seat, relax, grab a cold one, a hit piece on top of a hit piece. With a lot of his other videos that he has posted, it's almost one for one a hit piece against Hoyoverse in some way, shape, form, and now it's a hit piece against Gacha Revenue. Even though he claims the Sensor Tower Report is a scam, which is a different website, which is this right here. This is the Sensor Tower Report. We're going to rebark on Gacha Revenue, and we're going to attack GachaRevenue.com. We're going to start off like this. GachaRevenue.com is a website that legitimately pulls its data from Sensor Tower. And Sensor Tower collects its data. You can see right here. What data does Sensor Tower store? Well, Sensor Tower collects a vast majority of its data through public access channels, primarily from the App Store as well as the Google Play, so iOS and Google. Additionally, for customers out there, they will also grant explicit permissions to Sensor Tower for their own sales data, and that's what they'll also will collect, you know, from their apps, with whether it's iTunes Connect, Google Play, or analytical, you know, providers that specifically grant them access. That's how they get their information. You can go find this directly on Sensor Tower. Gacha Revenue is a website that comes here. It pulls just the gacha games that people want to know from these charts. You could come here yourself and you can go look up Wuthering Waves yourself. You can have an account. You can come find this. You can come take a look at rankings, all this other good stuff, and get your own information. But what Mr. Numberlock has done is made a website to which takes this information from Sensor Tower and puts it here in front of us. Now, when it comes to certain data, which is the Chinese data, China doesn't have a Google Play Store, from my understanding, and they can't get that analytic data. So they do a guesstimate for Android data in China for the Chinese version of a game by doing a 1.75 multiplier, you know, on the iOS side of.
We don't have to fucking watch the entire fucking video, but this is the fucking video that he got pissed off at me about. Because I called him out. Because how is Gacha Revenue in fault? How is the data fucking faked when all of the fucking data comes from fucking Sensor Tower, and the only thing they're doing that you can remove, and they explicitly say it in the AFQ, is bruh. We're pulling the data from Sensor Tower. We're putting on the fucking website. After it's put on the website, we take the iOS data, times it by 1.75, and we're going to consider it Android data across every fucking gacha game. Not just certain ones. All of them. So again, this is like the analogy I keep using. If Genshin is an apple and Wuthering Waves is a banana, and I put $1 on both of them, well, excuse me, the apple here is worth $2 and the banana here is worth $1, and I put $1 on top of them, guess what it means on the leaderboard? Doesn't mean jack shit. It means that the banana is still going to be in fucking third place and the apple's still going to be in first place. You are creating a video narrative against a website because the reason why is because you are upset, St. Tontus. And I could pull this. The reason why you were so fucking upset, and the reason why you made a hit piece on Gacha revenue, and the reason why I called all this shit out in this fucking video that you got pissed off at was because you made the first video about WUWA's sad fucking numbers and you were defending a little bit and everything else and you were trying to explain something. And hold on, let's go find the other video because it was right after this. Okay, and you see, we got the fake data video. So we have to watch this video first to get a concept.
The September revenue numbers are out on Sensor Tower, with many titles across the board like Love and Deep Space and Honkai Star Rail taking the top spots. We're seeing steady levels of growth from the prior month's numbers, with other titles like Zenless Zone Zero and Genshin Impact rising by a few million in global sales. Wuthering Waves, on the other hand, saw another drop in revenue heading into October, and with the 50% drop overall and only $2 million recorded in revenue across CN, there are quite a few players who are starting to feel a bit of concern. When we consider the huge amount of hype heading into 1.3, the incredible publicity the version has received in regions like CN, and the incredible ratings for the game across app stores as a result of the update, many are confused by the revenue results, especially considering that the first 2 days of Shorekeeper's banner were supposed to be registered in this data. However, one thing every person passing through this data should do is take it with a grain of salt. A big one, as there are numerous factors related to Wuthering Waves and not at play when it comes to these overall numbers. Today we'll be diving into what these factors actually are, breaking down the conditions leading up to WUWA's version 1.3, where you should have a bit of skepticism when it comes to Sensor Tower's numbers, and from there, what we can expect from Wuthering Waves as it moves forward. This game, for a lot of players, is a lot more enjoyable on the PC, and when a platform only accounts for data from mobile, it's not telling the whole story. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. When it comes to September revenue, players should recognize the road WUWA traveled leading up to version 1.3. With only the second update to the game, Kuro released what many considered a complete filler patch, with no meaningful story progression, limited appeal for one of their new releases, and what many consider to be one of the biggest factors in September's results, a 3-week banner for a character that was, quite literally, completely free. It's clear from the August numbers. Z.Z.Z was a character that didn't tick off a lot of boxes for players, as her conservative visual design and extremely limited team compositions meant that regardless of the reason, waifu or meta, the drive to pull on her banner,
I want to play this video.
50-50s, and spend if those 50-50s were lost wasn't quite there. Zhongli Yao, on the other hand, he was completely free, and when going to soft pity 2 times accounts for roughly 140 pulls, that's an insane amount of potential pulls that Kuro gave to players for free. It didn't matter if you didn't want Zhongli Yao. If you did, you didn't have to spend at all. What this ultimately meant was that you didn't lose a lot if you didn't pull in version 1.2. And even if you pulled on Z.Z.'s banner to a single pity, or if you pulled Zhongli Yao's weapon, you weren't running out of pulls across the entire version unless you pulled on multiple banners. And there just wasn't a big reason to do that. What this meant was that players, heading into 1.3 and the incredible hype prepared for Shorekeeper, there were a massive number of people who were able to completely guarantee her without spending a single dime. This is a phenomenon we've seen before. I like to call it the Kafka effect, a circumstance where an incredibly popular character with widespread adoration across the fanbase doesn't do well at all when it comes to revenue. And that's because people were saving multiple patches for her, and it's the same case for Shorekeeper. WUWA was a game that launched with very few sustainers, and the need for multiple to clear the most rewarding endgame content meant that Shorekeeper, as the first limited one, was a top pick for many, and absolutely mandatory for others. When you need something, you save to make sure you can get it, and when you just want something, that's when you start spending. And a lot of players, they needed Shorekeeper. And with her incredibly early marketing, with drip starting all the way back to the first version update of the game, that meant that players have had a lot of time to save. Shorekeeper herself came with incredible value across her early sequence nodes, with a huge quality of life buff that gave her far more variety in team comps at S1, and of course, her insane 40% attack boost to the entire team at S2. But the fact of the matter is that not a lot of players actively pull for sequence nodes for sustainers. There's a much bigger appeal to investing in DPS characters for more active and noticeable upgrades versus the entirely passive bonuses you'd get from a sustainer. Honkai Star Rail proved this to us, with characters like Luocha or Fu Xuan.
Listen to this. Listen to what he's saying.
Powerful initial upgrades on their dupes, performing the worst out of all the game's limited characters on their release. People don't like investing in sustainers. And even if you were a person who wanted Shorekeeper sequence nodes, the chances are you likely claimed them from the Coral Shop, where for the exchange of 45 pulls, you could redeem one whole copy. When comparing 45 pulls to the potential 160 you'd go on the character banner, you can imagine how that would have a big impact on revenue. And when we're nearly 5 months into the launch of the game, it's undeniable that there are many players who had the resources to do this. What this ultimately meant is that Shorekeeper's revenue had a lot of factors working against it, with her S0 sales impacted by the massive amount of savings players cultivated across 1.2, and the revenue from her whale bait early sequence nodes countered by the absurdly easy access many had to her dupes, costing a fraction of what they typically would in many of the top titles. All of these factors are tied to Kuro Games, from their patch schedule all the way to the generosity in their design of the Coral store. And when you consider her weapon wasn't a very big upgrade
I'm gonna explain
over
after
a
this.
4-star option, there wasn't a lot of incentive to spend there either. However, there are other nuances at play, specifically when it comes to Sensor Tower itself. Sensor Tower only looks at mobile sales, and Wuthering Waves is a game, due to a poor initial mobile reception, fast-paced combat, and oftentimes difficult to handle camera controls, it doesn't have a huge mobile player base. With the release of controller support on all platforms, new in version 1.3, this is something we can expect to change, but it's still a large obstacle to get through. What this means is that there are a lot more players engaging with the game on PC, and one thing we've learned from the past few months is that PC gaming in CN is on the rise, specifically due to the release of Black Myth Wukong. That rise in PC gaming and Wuthering Waves' dramatically improved experience on that platform isn't accounted for at all in this revenue data. That's a huge part of the player base that's getting ignored, and there are some massive benefits to PC sales. That's because app stores, be it Apple or Google or third party, take a massive cut from any revenue generated on their platform. That percentage share is significantly lower when it comes to PC. Players make direct transactions with Kuro Games, and as a result, Kuro's slice of the pie is significantly higher. While we have absolutely no recorded data of PC revenue, when we factor in the rise of PC gaming in CN, the overwhelming support version 1.3 has seen on social media like Bilibili, and the massive increase in net revenue developers get from PC sales over the App Store, it wouldn't be surprising at all if Wuthering Waves is doing a lot better than what the Sensor Tower data shows. And of course, we always have to consider the fact that Sensor Tower is just wrong. They have had numerous incidents where days, if not weeks of revenue are simply not recorded, and they have no real...
Even in his own video, he just said that they're flat out wrong, right? About this month's Sensor Tower post. Sensor Tower has been frozen after its 15 days. So the post you're seeing is only accounting for the first 15 days of June. So many banner revenues aren't included. It's very misinformation and the result with very low numbers on all. This app isn't active in this country. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Because it's Chinese. They don't have an app store in China. The site tells you this. But they tell you straight up in the posting that there was some problems in Sensor Tower had. So, yeah, they're totally lying by omission.
data aside from iOS sales.
Hold on, I'm getting ahead of
Numbers
myself.
from the Android store or any other third-party platforms are guesstimated. You always have to take these reports with a massive grain of salt. At the end of the day, there were a lot of factors leading up to September's numbers. But one thing for certain is that Camellia, a long-anticipated release, is launching after Shorekeepers drained us completely. Players had all of 1.2 to save, and now that those savings are gone, we should see some much bigger numbers in 1.4. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button.
Okay. Let me get something else going here. So you got the video, right? You got the video. You got the entire situation here. So, this video was posted October 1st, 2024. Okay? October. Okay? Looking at the release dates of Weather Waves, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. 1.2 of Weather Waves started August 15th and ended on September 29th. September 29th, for September, that's only 2 days. There's only 2 days of revenue that will be calculated. For us in the US, it was actually the 30th. But still, 2 days of revenue that would only be calculated for 1.3. What's the rest of this month? What's the rest of this month? The rest of this month is 1.2. And what did he just state? That because of the free Zhang Liao and people not pulling for JJ and shit like this, that practically people are saving up all their astrites, all of their fucking gems, basically, right? For what? To spend it on the next banner, which is going to be a sustainer, which is going to be Shorekeeper. Meaning that the only character that's going to be showing up in October from September 29th and October Shorekeeper. Okay? So, Shorekeeper's numbers, if you are a person who's played Weather Waves at this time, you got a whole bunch of astrites. You're not spending on the banner. You're pretty much guaranteed a Shorekeeper. You don't have to spend money. That's what he just said. So the October revenue, which, if I'm not mistaken, this lasted September 29th all the way to November 14th for 1.4 for one character, Shorekeeper. You're not spending no money. You're basically going to get, like a bunch of people I know of, are the people who was going to save for Camellia to get sequence nodes. You're saving either this entire month or you're spending it all on Shorekeeper to get basically a guaranteed Shorekeeper that you would have typically spent on Zhang Liao. But since Zhang Liao was free, you don't have to. All right. Let me paint the picture. That was from his own fucking words. Now we'll go a month later.
Popular Gacha.
Now we'll go a month later. October 31st. So he got the report from Gacha Revenue day one after. And he made this video. He just got the report and he made this video. Listen to this.
Games on the market nowadays don't have a PvP game mode. In a genre defined by the ability to pay for power, it's a great way to keep most players from being alienated by whales. Luckily, for the parts
This
of the
was a video that I got
community
irked
do
on.
like PvP, there's another outlet for that. The Sensor Tower monthly rankings and report. Measuring revenue and financial performance across a 30 or so day span, this report delivered at the start of each month always brings with it some of the spiciest conversations in the genre. genre. Oftentimes, this data is just fuel for the fire when it comes to a game's biggest haters, since if the data from this website is showing that a game's revenue went down, that surely means it's reaching its end of service, right? These numbers are oftentimes treated as gospel by many members of the community, and you can't blame them either. Gacha players aren't known for their ability to read between the lines and critically think about information. A stack-ranked list of
Just realize that he's calling every Gacha player a fucking moron. Which, I'll say like this. I would say maybe a good 60% don't read. And they'll take things as gossip. I mean, as gospel, right? But, relatively, he's just calling everybody here who looked at the website, you're a fucking idiot.
Games with two numbers is easy to digest and easy to talk to others about. But what if I told you that all of this data, that all of these people are using to draw these conclusions, is just completely made up? And the funny thing is, you could confirm that this data is complete fan fiction in as little as 3 minutes on the Gacha Revenue website itself, the original source of all these garbage reports. If there's one conclusion to come to after a surface level review of the data, it's clear that none of these numbers make any sense at all, and there are a lot of reasons for that. And today, we'll be taking the time to break down what those reasons are. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like.
Please, Saint Tonus of the past, tell me how I'm an idiot.
When it comes to Sensor Tower revenue, is also one that is never made known on the monthly revenue reports. That disclaimer is that a majority of their revenue estimations are completely made up. Going onto the Gacha Revenue website itself and searching up Wuthering Waves, specifically in CN, and then changing to Advanced View will show you that, wow, there isn't a single actual piece of data when it comes to Android revenue at all. Gacha Revenue guesstimates off of Sensor Tower's numbers, or just makes up this entire column by multiplying the iOS numbers by 150 to 175%. When we take a look at the month of June, for example, $12.3 million in revenue, or 63.7% of the entire CN region, is completely made up. There's a reason why the Gacha Revenue website hides this information behind their convoluted interface and a tiny, tiny little button. There's a reason why they never clarify that over 60% of the actual numbers have no factual basis unless you dig into their FAQ. This data is genuinely bad, and there would be far less people blindly trusting these reports if they knew how bad it actually was. People on the internet are gullible. Hardly anybody takes the time to actually validate the information that they're looking at. And this Gacha Revenue website is built on a foundation of lying through omission by not disclosing any of these massive flaws directly to the viewer on the front page of the report. It's one of the most dishonest portrayals of performance possible, and it's
Okay, guys, so just to let you know, this is a very convoluted UI system. It's so hard to get to the AFQ. It's so hard to find the data. Wow. It's hard. Oh, my God. My finger hurts. Oh, God, I got arthritis. Oh, God. Come the fuck on, Satonus. You've been playing the same fucking goddamn bullshit since fucking last goddamn fucking year. And I can even show it right here. The same fucking analogies, the same shit that I did back fucking in that fucking video. Because you're not doing your due diligence.
a shame that
because even he said like let's go back over here real quick. The lie by omission, right? I want to play the video, not fucking do that. Come on.
Lying through omission by not disclosing any of these massive flaws directly to the viewer on the front page of the report.
Let me open up something else now. Give me a second. So, the person who posted this, his name is Numberlock. I've had the privilege to talk to Numberlock. Very nice guy. But Numberlock is a guy who does Gacha revenue at this time, right? And Zaydonis is saying that they're lying by omission because they're not disclosing this information. Okay. Here's the Gacha report for October 2024. AFQ can be found here. Gacha report for September 2024. AFQ can be found here. Gacha report for August of 2024. AFQ can be found here. Gacha report for July 2024. AFQ can be found here. June, here. May, here. April, here. March, here. February. This is when he actually kind of starts it. You know, hey, mother and board, I've went ahead, added a list of games. What do you notice the guy's doing? The guy is talking. The guy is posting. He's explaining things. He started doing this with the AFQ in it on purpose in February 2024 because he was building the site around the community. Numberlock, BS, right here. February was putting this in the fucking reports because typically everybody would go to the Reddit to get it, not the website. He was making sure that it was fucking shown. Now, at that point in time, if the Gacha admins over here at Gacha Gaming didn't post it and to fucking make it pin this comment, it's not Numberlock's fault. It is the Reddit's fucking channel's fucking fault, not the fucking OP's fucking not the poster's fucking fault. But we're attacking the website, trying to claim that at this time period, that it is the fault of Gacha revenue, Sensor Tower, it's a scam. It makes me look bad, all this other good shit. Another fucking problem is that 1.4 did not come out until fucking November. So when he got pissed off at the fucking revenue of September and October, that was Shorekeeper's fucking banner. 1.4 did not come out until November. So the financing, you had already dictated in your previous fucking video that everybody's saving up, that Kuro's generosity basically fucked themselves and spending for people to spend money. And that more people are going to be saving with Zhengli Yao their pools to pull for a sustainer like either, like Shorekeeper, or even further on, save it for Camellia. So would that not mean, in your own fucking words, that you have already determined that September's revenue as well as October's revenue is going to fall short? But you're pissed off at the fucking numbers, and you're pissed off that Weather Waves is down on the fucking list. And you gotta call this website an entire fucking scam and everything else that's got fake numbers, all this other shit, where it's a guesstimate of what the Android data actually is, because there is no fucking report for it. And I even got a paid version of this fucking site that we're due every fucking month on now to go through the actual fucking numbers of the Android fucking data and everything. And guess what? There is no fucking Chinese Android fucking data. Instead of teaching people how to use the website, just because you can't understand it, it's bad and we got to kill it. I don't know. This kind of sounds like you're acting like a fucking church motherfucker, and someone's saying, hey, I know science, and you don't know shit about science, and you're scared of it, and you want to burn the motherfucker to the stake and call it witchcraft. This is the type of person that I have dealt with. This is the image this is the picture I'm painting for y'all. I'm not making none of this up because I could just prove it. Like, continuing on. Back to this right here. which you just saw from my fucking channel, and the only fucking video that I went against him on, it is my fault that he is receiving negative comments on his Genshin versus Weather Wave comparisons. It's not until Foxo began making his videos to critique his content. And he is a person who hates me and my content. I never said I hated his content. All I stated in my videos is, dude, you are wrong. This is not what Gacha revenue is about. You're spreading misinformation here, that it is based upon trends, not the actual monetization. That look at the analytic data. But because I went against him and I didn't suck his fucking dick, it's me hating him. I don't hate the fucking man. I don't know the man from jack shit to even hate him. Dude might be the nicest goddamn guy on fucking Discord, but his online personality might be jack shit bullshit. I don't know. I've met people like that. I would think twice about trusting his arguments and his points, and that's why I don't want you repeating them in my Discord. Fox has been trying to reach to you to talk to you. What I see last time you blocked him on Twitter, and when he tried to contact you via mods, he says you respond to them like bots. And yeah, I've been trying the middle ground with you both, because I love Weather Waves, and if he can spend your times a little and discuss it with both, I believe you guys can come to some middle ground, and even in the end, all this negativity, and you agree to disagree, it's better for both CCs that love WUWA to drag. It's better than both CCs that love WUWA to drag it down each other. But yeah, that's just my stupid take. That's what I say to your mods. Thanks for at least responding. Now, what does he talk about the mods? Well, give me a second here. I'll pull the mods out. I'll pull the fucking mods out real quick. Two mods. Here is 343. This is a mod of St. Tonus. I'm not sure if he's still a mod or not. I know it's going to be a little bit small for y'all to see this. Can I zoom in on there? Can I do like a Control Plus or something? Yes, I can. Sweet. That way you can actually see the fucking message. Let me kind of shrink the window down. Hopefully y'all can see that. Okay. So I contacted on the 4th. Hey, Lightning told me to speak to you. Hey, Lightning told me you wish to talk with Saint. Is that true? Lightning asked for me to talk to him. Yes. Okay. Now, before I can even type all this out right here, he's already like right into, I don't want you, so you don't want to talk to him? Well, that's settled. And I agree that I may have been harsh at anything stated, and it would be best to talk. That would be the case as well as if he would want to talk. And like I told the mod, I'm not saying I don't want to talk to St. Tonus. More if I don't want to push a conversation if he wishes not to have that conversation. Lightning stated it was too early for the WUWA CCs to fight, and I would be willing to talk to Saint if he asked. I stated that I would be willing because Lightning may be right, and I would like, and it would be good to talk. I figured it would be good to talk to Saint fucking Tonus. I went to his fucking mod. Wait a minute, I have talked this with other mods. A new mod will discuss this issue with you. You can send a hi to her. She is at Snow. Okay. So this motherfucker here no longer wants to talk to me. So now I gotta talk to this motherfucker, aka Snow, who contacts me. Hi there. I was told you're trying to reach out to the mods of St. Tonus' server due to something you would like to discuss with Saint. Saint has been made aware that you're trying to reach out, and it will be it ends up to be with him now, and how and if he chooses to respond to the situation. Thank you for your understanding. Have a nice day. I'll respond with K. At that point in time, I did my just duty. I'm willing to fucking talk, you goddamn son of a bitch. And you said no. I went above, I went beyond, I fucking tried. So, continuing on. This is where St. Tonus comes back to Lightning and says, I offered Fox an opportunity to talk with me. in the YouTube comments after I told him I did not appreciate what he's saying about me. Sends a fucking screenshot of the fucking shit of 1 day ago. St. Tonus' comment from 1 day ago. He chose not to respond to my comment or contact me in any way. Hold on. I did not try to talk to St. Tonus before this all fucking happened. This is the claim. This is the fucking claim. And I have also made the fucking statement publicly that I will take a day off of fucking work for this son of a bitch. By the way. Can someone please read out the date of my first tweet and then read the date of my second tweet? You can read the tweets too. I tried talking to St. Tonus back in September. I tried doing small talk because of this. He had made this post of Genshin Night 1, and I was trying to use it as small talk to talk. You know what happened after I made that comment? After I made that comment, that's what happened. That's what happened. I was trying to use it as a gateway. We have a mutual fucking problem here. We have a mutual person. And trying to use it as a gateway. Got blocked. Okay. Second time. December 7th. Sir, I want to apologize. Not sure if you will see this because you blocked me, you son of a bitch. But if you do, is it possible to have a talk? I would like to approach this civil and directly to apologize for my actions towards you. After seeing the Gacha cast, I do believe I was wrong about you. Okay? And then apparently some people are trying to get me into a cast now since the 10th, and I can't respond to it. Because I would totally, if I could, I would totally fucking put in there, hell yeah! Get me in, boss! Let's fucking go! So, after this, he chose not to respond to my comment or whatever, so I blocked him, and I do not intend to try talking to him ever. If he did not respond when I gave him a chance to, which, dude, like I said, dude, you gave me one fucking day. You gave me, like, less than 24 fucking hours to fucking go ahead and see a comment. And, like, I even told this to the thing. At this time period, because after the fucking Gacha fucking thing, I got, like, 100 some different comments. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't read all my comments. I read my live stream. I don't read my comments. Okay? Once in a while, I'll scan through the comments. I'll see what's going on. But, dude, when you got fucking 70 to 100 fucking comments going on videos at this fucking time period across all your fucking videos, I'm going to be honest with you. You're going to miss fucking people who fucking said hi. But anyway, I gave him a chance. He continued to make negative videos about me. What fucking negative videos? I made one, you son of a bitch. And now only wants to talk after his attempt to directly attack me. He's the only one. He's only trying to make the situation better for himself by causing the entire thing himself. This is very bad behavior from a person. The only reason why I'm trying to contact you at this point in time is because we have a mutual fucking viewer here who likes your content and my content that is trying to get us to fucking talk. And I am more than diplomatic to say, sure, why not? I don't care. Let's go. Maybe we can make a friendship out of this. Maybe I am wrong. But the only way I'm going to find out if I'm wrong is if I talk to him. So just to say now, you want to give him a last chance or not, he wants to talk, he already deleted the video. I didn't delete the video because I posted it back up. That's the Sister Tower one, and it was privated. St. Thomas's answer was, absolutely not. I will not talk to somebody who has talked about me in the way he has. Ha ha. What, a crybaby piece of shit? Okay. I appreciate your effort, but you're trying for the wrong person. Foxhole is not a good person, which is clear from all of the new videos I've seen on him. Yeah, you see all the new videos on me. How bad of a person I am for going ahead and saying, yo, toxic positivity is fucking bullshit. Okay. I try for both CCs that I like. One is the one not shield Kuro so much and has some critical parts, and the other one is the one that love Kuro and has some critical parts like Echo stuff. Wow! So Lightning is explaining that he likes me because I am not a shield Kuro person, and I have some critical takes on the game, and he likes Satos because he loves Kuro, and he has some critical parts like the Echo stuff. I respect that, but Foxhole is someone who openly hates others in WUWA. Bro, I have never hated anyone in fucking WUWA. But I know what he's referring to when it gets to the next part. He calls them fucking morons. He wants them to go fuck yourself. He yells on his live streams and influences viewers. If you really want to do good in the community, this is the wrong person to support. Okay. I have had many different people come in my streams that are friends, that I will call them fucking morons, that I have gone ahead and said, go fuck yourself. I've done this to you motherfuckers in this chat. Like, when you send me a video of a fucking cat fucking goddamn nightclub, I'm like, oh, go fuck yourself. I have done this. It is not a hostile fucking thing. Like Satanus, go fuck yourself. It would be like if Satanus came out, I'd be like, dude, go fuck yourself, man. Come on, dude. Like, it's a joke. He took it the wrong way. His Asian little ass took it the fucking wrong way. I understand. If you really want to do good for the community, this is the wrong person to support. Why support somebody who shows so much hate? Okay. Foxhole talks a lot about how some other CCs damaged the WUWA community reputation. Yeah, I'm not going to fucking lie. There's a bunch of them that likes to go ahead. Kazahana, like you just saw earlier today's stream, we went through his video, a WUWA streamer that is trying to fucking paint the picture, it seems like, that Gamescom is quote-unquote fishy because WUWA is not on the list for awards when clearly Kuro Games is not even at Gamescom and they didn't pay the fucking $400 to get into the shit. Because why? They're not part of it. It's not Gamescom's fault, but you're trying to make it look like Gamescom's fault. This is the shit that I say, kind of damaged the WUWA reputation because it makes us look like fucking idiots. The worst of them all is he makes content like this. He's the worst of them all, and he makes content like this. Yeah. I make content about this shit because straight up, some of the fucking takes are goddamn fucking stupid. Like, I'm listening to a fucking person tell me that fucking Snickers and fucking WUWA, Kuro Games and Snickers bars got a fucking collaboration. It is the biggest thing known to fucking man. And I'm just like, dude, they got a fucking, in Korea, a sponsorship with Snickers to put Rover on a fucking Snickers bar. And it's only going to last for a month. That's not a big fucking... It's not like fucking what happened with Z.Z.Z with the fucking goddamn car shit. It's not a big fucking deal. It's a small sponsor. It's not something that you blow out, God damn. But because his takes are not fully wrong, even though it's sometimes harsh. Exactly. Maybe I come off harsh. I apologize for that. Like the comparisons, I actually think people are going to grow toxic positive. My game is better than you. Holy shit. Back in November, even Lightning figured this fucking shit out. Holy shit, someone with a brain. Because what the WUWA community is doing right now, my game's better than your game. Every fucking time. Like, in my logic, I can't say it's 100% wrong. I just can't. Sorry, Saint. Okay? Where the fuck we left off at? Was it this one? No. Was it this one? Support you both. Did I skip something? Because I'm sorry, Saint was the last thing we said. What happened now? Appreciate your efforts, 100%. Oh, it was right here. If you are going to continue your support for Fox Soul after learning about how hateful he is, please do not participate in my community or server. Hold on here. This is what he told a fucking viewer. When Lightning says that, look, I can't say Fox Soul's 100% wrong. I agree with the fucking thing that is going to grow toxic positivity in a game that he likes, which is Weather Waves. St. Tonus responds back saying, if you are going to continue to support Fox Soul after learning how hateful he is, please do not participate in my community or server. And then even Lightning says, I support you both. I do not want his negative influence to spread into my community. And you are how he spreads it. What negative influence am I spreading? What negative influence did you see from me with the videos that I fucking made about fucking toxic positivity, where all I said was, you want to stop the drama in fucking Weathered Ways about this bullshit about Genshin and WUWA? Fucking unplug your fucking keyboard, your controller, throw it on the ground and go take grass. Wow, that was the biggest fucking negative comment that I have fucking made. Wow. I am fine with having critical takes, but not when they're backed by the reasoning of someone who is negative towards me. He's just spreading hate because he does not like me. Bro, I cannot like you. I cannot hate you if I don't fucking know you. But yeah, I will not bring it up anymore about the comparisons if you don't want it in your server. But yeah, I'm okay if you don't believe me and kick me from your server too. I just enjoy WUWA, and I just think it's risky having CC fight each other this early. Sorry for taking your time. St. Tonus responds, haha, there's no problem. There is no fight. This is one creator who hates another and making very bad arguments and convincing his community to spread hate. Guys, I'm convincing y'all to spread hate. I am so fucking sorry, man. I did not mean to brainwash every fucking single one of you, even though I tell you to go ahead and have your own fucking opinions and go do your own fucking research. Foxhole hates other creators for making comparisons to Genshin, but makes them himself in his own videos. Okay. You got me, bro. You got me. You got me. He actually has me here, by the way. He has me. He has me so fucking bad. Let's do this one. Let's see, which was a shorter one?
Alrighty. Good day to all you glorious Rascallion Resonators. You absolute legends. The name's Fox Soul. Welcome.
Okay, move the shit out.
Has, made a lot of comments against the game. And to each their own opinion, I think that each opinion can be validated to a certain degree. I think that in the same case scenario, though, that there is some opinions that's out there that's a little bit too much. If you understand my drift. Make it fast. We have people out there that'll say, Weathering Waves is going bankrupt, Weathering Waves stole this, Weathering Waves is not as good as this, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of this does refer to a big fight that happens between Genshin players and Weathering Wave players. And it seems that, when it comes to the Genshin folks, that not all of them, and this is not to like the mass majority, this is to what I would like to call the very few focal, the very few focal people out there who's very vocal about, their opinion about Weathering Waves, their opinion about Genshin, how, pretty much, Weathering Waves will never compete with Genshin, and they want to make it really, really known. It's not a simple passing comment, if you would. It's more that we have to stress this opinion because, in all honesty, they feel threatened, it seems like, okay? And I think that that is really the main root of everything. I think that, yes, for some apparent reason, there is Genshin players out there that feels really threatened by Weathering Waves. And they don't have to. if you're one of those people that, hey, you feel threatened that, Wuthering Waves is here and it's taking, away from Genshin Impact, bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Genshin Impact's not going nowhere. You're perfectly fine. The game is still going to succeed. We can share the space. Simple as that. There's nothing really too much. There's nothing there for you to worry about. There's nothing for you to worry about in the end of the day. Okay, you're fine. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. But it's not just, that as a scenario as well. I think more of the case scenario, personally, why a lot of Genshin players, are upset with Wuthering Waves is two main reasons. And again, it's not something they have to worry about in my personal opinion, but we'll talk about it. And the first one is validation. I think that when you look at it like this, Genshin Impact is how old? 4, 5 years old now, and it's been going on since like what, 2020. I had a friend, that played the heck out of Genshin when I first saw it and everything else, and I wasn't really interested. He got me to play it, and even then, after playing it, for someone like myself, I was never really interested in Genshin. And that's when it first pretty much came out. Back when I played, it was like 2020. I think maybe Genshin might be older than that, but still, it was in the beginning era when I played Genshin.
See, this is how stupid I was.
And I understand that, for someone like my friend who's played it on a regular basis for almost 3 years straight, if not longer. I know he just recently, kind of stopped, and he's looking at going back because of the new update with 5.0. He's just waiting for a character to come before he goes back into it. But realistically, the issue is that I see is that, for someone like him, I seen how much his time and effort went into that game. How much that account, in all honesty, he spent in that account. How much he worked as a free-to-play player on his secondary account, and all the time that he invested in that game in general. And that is really where validation comes in. That you can see that maybe, just maybe, the real reason why a lot of these vocal people are upset with Wuthering Waves is not because they're actually upset with Wuthering Waves. They're upset with the fact that this game can basically, in one potential, devalue, basically make the value of what they've done non-existent. And that's not cool. That's not cool to them. They're looking at it like this devalues what work I have put into Genshin. Does devalue.
Let me just fucking sum up the fucking video. I'm going too fucking slow in this shit. Let me just sum it up. It's just devaluing the account. Basically, you had Genshin players that were at this time period. I was thinking like this. They have put so much fucking time on those accounts are basically worth tens of thousands of dollars, technically speaking, with all the free to play pools, all the money they spent into. And then when you got a competitor that comes in like Wuthering Waves, and all the talks and all the drama and everything that's going on at this time period, it makes it to where you as a player maybe of Genshin may just be like, yo, this is devaluing my account because of new competitors coming in. That why did I spend all this fucking money in the game? For some people just to come in and rag on me because I don't want to play Wuthering Waves, so I feel like I gotta attack Wuthering Waves in that regards. That was the point of the video. That was my criticism. That's been my criticism for WUWA. I mean, for Genshin. But, according to Mr. over here, according to him, like I said, he got me. He got me. That I also give critical takes to WUWA. That this is the one creator who hates another, but he hates creators for making comparisons to Genshin, but makes him in his own side. I never hated the fact that they're making comparisons to Genshin. I hate the fact that we're trying to cause comparisons with Genshin for no fucking reason. And we're not better explaining, a side of the story of trying to be like, hey, look, we're not here to take away from you. We're here to work with you. But yeah,
Now this continues on. You know, Fox had many opportunities to be a better person, but he chose none of them. He needs to face the consequences. His behavior is very destructive, dangerous to the entire community. You know what the fuck I ride on? I ride on this till the day I die. I believe every goddamn fucking viewer, every goddamn CC is free to make their own goddamn opinions and do whatever the hell they want to do. Okay? I think that the only difference is that we need to have manners when we're doing this shit. That's it. That we still need to learn that while we have our own opinions, we still need to learn to respect others. I love chaos. I love a good fight. But at the same point in time, sooner or later, that fight's got to die down, and we got to be some grown-ass adults to be like, yo, man, GG, good fight, and move on. But yeah, kind of making the, GI, Genshin Impact will help the community to making people that love Genshin want. So say keeps coming here. If anything, this is where our lovely Satonas, the god of Gacha, wants to express his wording, and I will maximize this for this purpose. If there's anything you could take away from my content, it's that I am not bad-mouthing Genshin Impact necessarily. I am bad-mouthing their developers. Yeah, I see it. Because Genshin Impact in 2020 was an amazing game, but they did nothing with it. And by making this content, the Genshin community can pressure their devs to do better. Like, look how much Wuthering Waves has upgraded as a game. Why can't Genshin do this? Why don't our devs do as much as the other devs? I am probably helping Genshin Impact as a whole more by making these videos than any other creator. It's risky, yeah, because the hardcore gonna think you're hitting on their games. But think about it like this. If everyone believes and likes my video, even the Genshin Impact players, doesn't that mean Genshin will make a better game in response? If everyone thinks WUWA is a better game, won't Genshin make it better? It can only help Genshin. That's not how it works, buddy. That's not how it fucking works. Do you want my honest opinion? Do y'all want Genshin Impact to be a better game? Do you want Genshin Impact to be a better game? I can tell you how we can make Genshin Impact a better fucking game. And it can be done over fucking night, in all honesty. It's so simple. It's the most simplest answer. Hit Hoyo where it hurts. Stop spending money in Genshin. If the mass majority of players of Genshin took one fucking day and did not spend absolutely no fucking money on any fucking banner, nothing, for one fucking day, as a boycott, even a week, if you could do it a week, that'd be great. There would be a skip button in Genshin Impact the very fucking next day. I guarantee it. Not boycott the game by playing the fucking game either, by the way. Don't do like the fucking goddamn shit they did last year with the fucking, we need more fucking cultural diversity or whatever, more cultural aspirations or whatever the fuck it was in the games, that we need black characters in Genshin. Okay? Let's just be honest. It was because they wanted black characters in Genshin. I had so many people that I knew of that was fucking retweeting that shit all over fucking Twitter. And you know what the fuck they were doing? They were playing the fucking game on Twitch. They were telling me to boycott it, but they were not going to boycott it. And it's like, why the fuck are you posting up on Twitter a post, a repost on this, that you agree with this, that down with Hoyo, but you're still fucking playing the fucking game? Well, it's my livelihood and shit. Yeah, but you're trying to tell fucking every one of your viewers not to play Genshin, but you're playing Genshin? That don't seem right to me, motherfucker. That don't seem right to me. But anyway, continuing on. Yeah, not a monopoly is always good for game growth. That is a viewpoint Voxel doesn't tell you because he is so focused on hating me. No. That is not a viewpoint that I never missed out on. That's a viewpoint that I have talked about before, St. Tontus. But the difference is that I understood that that was not going to fucking work because you're going against a multi-billion-dollar fucking company. Okay? All Kuro Games at this point in time needs to fucking do is get a slither of the fucking pie. They don't need fucking half the pie. They don't need the full fucking pie. They need a slither of the pie to survive. The longer they survive, the more they're going to grow into competition against Genshin, and you will see these fucking changes. But anyway, this is healthy competition, and pointing out where Genshin has fallen behind in the competition gives Genshin players advice on how to improve their game. Wow, we are going to tell the Genshin players how to improve their fucking game and not tell the fucking developers. Wow, okay. So they can make Genshin better. Genshin players should be mad. All their exploration quality of life only in Gacha. WUWA players should point it out. Genshin players should agree. And Hoyoverse should make more quality of life free. And Genshin is a better game. Like I stated this before, from fucking Genshin 1.0 to fucking 5.0 right now. Right, from the first ones for anyone who's played Genshin from the fucking beginning till now. I am sure, yeah, there's not that many quality of life fucking features that's happened in the fucking game. I am pretty fucking sure it's not that much. However, I am sure there's still quality of life features that's happened in the game. I'm sure there is different things that, you know, players did fucking like, that players did, you know, enjoy. And overall, because you're giving the company billions of fucking dollars, they don't fucking necessarily think there's a fucking problem, now do they? It's like Janet over here comes knock on the CEO door of the way over here on his fucking $3,000 million fucking yacht and says, oh my god, some of the Genshin players are upset. He says, hold on, let me check something. He grabs his laptop, he opens it up, he checks his bank account, and he sees that fucking he sees that back in January, Malvika, it's fucking made fucking almost a fucking $1 billion on her, made almost $100 million on her own. And he looks at Jay and says, nothing to worry about. As long as we keep giving them fucking characters like that, we're good. Doesn't fucking matter. Wow, that's fucking business. In my opinion, this is what he says he agrees with your takes about. Here we go. Here we go. Lightning is defending me at this point because this is exactly what I've stated in every single fucking live stream when I reacted to his videos. In my opinion, this is what he says. He agrees with your takes about 70 to 80% most of the times. But the last one you're hitting on, the guy who creates Gacha Revenue's website, is where he gets mad. Not really fucking mad, more like I was irked. That's why he wants to talk to you about this latest one. But yeah, it's already passed. You already said you don't want to talk about it. But yeah, again, it's risky to make a comparison. I respect you doing this. Why did he not want to talk to me before making his video? Guys, what did I try doing before making that video months ago? I tried talking to a son of a bitch. Wow. Oh wait, there's still more here. Sorry. Because in his live stream, he said he was going to blow up his channel to 15 to 20k views by calling me a fucking moron. That's not what I said. I could go pull that fucking live stream. I don't know what fucking day it was, but I could pull that fucking live stream up and I could show it. I have it recorded. The exact wording that I used was, what do you want me to fucking do about this? You want me to go ahead and say that St. Tonus is a fucking moron and try to blow up my channel to 15 to 20k views after that point? And because all they're going to be is nothing but hate watchers, and that's not what I want. That is what I said in the live stream. I did not say in the live stream that, oh, I'm going to blow up my channel by calling him a fucking moron. That's not what I said. I said that, what do you want me to do when people were attacking me in my fucking chat about St. Toes? You want me to call him a fucking moron and try to blow up my channel to get 15 to 20k video views? Because last I fucking checked, that would be nothing but fucking hate watchers. It's because he is too mad, and yeah, Fox is a stupid guy that makes stuff based on emotion. Like, even Lightning's criticizing me. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm fucking fine with that. I don't care. He can criticize me. I'm good. I don't think he's a valuable person to know, according to St. Tonis. I think associating with him can only hurt me in my career, and so I'm choosing to ignore him. And I think many other WUWA CCs feel the same way, especially when he openly says, fuck you to creators on his live streams. Yeah, when I told Z.Z.Z, go, fuck you, man. Motherfucker was a friend. I've done it multiple times. Yes, it's extremely aggressive. That's how we talk to one another. We're good buddies. Dumbass. Well, that's why I say Fox is a stupid guy, because he bases stuff off of feelings, and he's got the right logic, but he's just too emotional. Yeah, I get a little too emotional, I'm not gonna lie. In which, in my opinion, if you would talk calmly, both of you, I think it would go to be easy to finish this drama fight, but yeah, I will stop and think I have enough. I'm tired of talking about this. Thanks for the talk with me, Saint. Keep on producing good content. If Fox wants to even earn a resolve to this situation, he needs to think deeply about an apology to many people. In which, my opinion, he will not do because he's a hard head. He's got the logic. I cannot deny, but that stuff happens. I will at least try. It's okay. If it's okay, can I use this PM as a way to talk to Fox? If you are not okay with, I'll just try to word it by myself. I don't like to share PMs with others aside that doesn't agree. I will wait until you can respond. Thanks. St. Tonis response, I would prefer it if you word it yourself. Okay. You're not going to allow this bitch to do it. Okay. All right. Fine, Saint. Fine. Good job, buddy. In my opinion, it's my stupid take, but both of you and Fox have been trying to contact each other, and it just doesn't click to each other on the time and situation. Sorry for my try and make you both talk to each other. Again, this is why I offered, whenever you want, motherfucker, we can set up a date and time, and if it's during my working hours, I will fucking go ahead and take off a day of work just to talk to you. And what does St. Tonis say? It sounds like a lot of excuses. I have no reason to trust him. Well, that's up to you. I respect whatever decision you're going to make. I just hope that you give him at least one more chance. It's up to you. And I made the fucking apology video, as you can see from the DM. And then we got to the part where I did the copyright strike on someone because I wanted to talk to them, and it was my fault. And then he's like, he's copyright striking people? Fuck, so is unbelievable. I will not be communicating anymore. Huh. I didn't tell Lightning about the copyright strike until after. But that was a whole totally different situation, separate from St. Tonis, and apparently it was a friend of St. Tonis at that point. I didn't realize that Ithoma or whatever was friends with St. Tonis at that time period. I just, I wanted to talk to Ithoma. I've explained that situation 100 times. I got a video on the channel about that. You take from what you want for that one. Like, this is the fact that I've tried to express. Call me fuck so I say fuck all the fucking goddamn fucking time. It's my shtick. Why did you copyright strike? Because the guy was taking my videos. The guy took my videos 100% and started mixing and matching them. Okay? Wait, we already saw this. Yeah, we already watched all this. We already saw this review. I actually watched it twice already. So the guy was taking my content, and he was taking like 20-minute videos, right? And condensing it down to 8 minutes. So he was cutting a section here, a section there, and it was making me sound really fucking bad. And I tried talking to him. He wouldn't talk to me. I had mutual people try to contact him to talk to me. And at the end of it, look, I take full responsibility. It's my fault. I was dumb at the time. I copyright striked one video just to basically say, hey, look. And it wasn't to screw his channel up or anything, because one strike is a warning. And just to say, hey, look, I want to have a conversation. We had a conversation. You know what happened in that conversation? We mutually discussed it. We handled it like adults. I removed the copyright strike. And you know what? It was a great conversation. We handled it in less than fucking 3 hours. 2 people, 2 adults having a conversation. It was over. It was done with. Everything was mwah. The guy doesn't like me. I don't mind the guy. I don't like. He straight up has already said on Twitter he hates my guts pretty much, and I've told him that I don't have any hate against him. Like, all I wanted was a conversation. Then I realized that he's the type of person that just tries to take a situation and make it look bad on purpose. It's this content. It's how he does his content. I thought the guy had a problem with me. I never knew who the fuck he was until after that. But again, I own to my own mistake. I should have tried some other stuff. I gave it 2 weeks. I should have given it 3 weeks. I should have talked to some other people to try to get that conversation going. I didn't do it. It's my fault. It's my fuck up. I accept it. And that's what it is. Loki's new video. Let's take a look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the community, the Wuthering Waves community, the small subsection of the Wuthering Waves community is in an uproar yet again over a non-issue.
I fucking love that wallpaper.
And that non-issue is not being nominated at the most...
I'll tell you what, anyone out there, you can make me a wallpaper like that. You can make me a fucking wallpaper like this. In particular, something like, you know, I don't know, pick any of the fucking girls. Pick fucking goddamn fucking Alice. Pick fucking Yuzuha. Pick Jane Doe or whatever. And you can create me a fucking thing like this. I will fucking put it on as my wallpaper. And this is how we'll start every fucking live stream.
Recent Games Con Awards. I saw something in my algorithm from Pixel Tree saying the Wuthering Waves community is so predictable. Apparently they are really upset, even blaming Hoyo, saying Hoyo paid to not have Wuthering Waves at the event. These kind of narratives have to stop. Like,
let me finish the St. Tonus talk first. We'll get into this, but let me finish the St. Tonus talk real quick. Okay? Let me make a public announcement. Because I know there's a fucking couple fucking St. Tonus hate watchers right now. You can tell your Lord and Master, I don't hate his ass. I have nothing against the son of a bitch. I dislike the way he presents information. I dislike the way that he dismisses information. But I have always tried talking to him. I have always tried communicating out. I am more than willing to do whatever it takes to have a conversation. I won't be hateful. I won't be spiteful. I'll be calm and collective in that conversation. I will do what it takes to be a person that is calm and collected and stick to the facts and only talk about the facts. None of the bias fucking prejudice bullshit. None of the fucking things about the fucking past. We could go ahead and cut it sharp. We could talk about Gacha revenue. We could talk about Z.Z.Z. We could talk about WUWA. I am more than willing to have a conversation with even the worst person in that people would say in my chat is the worst person in the fucking world, to the person who I could tell you honestly hates me because I don't hate them. My platform is open. My DMs are open. My Discord's open. If St. Tonus would show up in my fucking chat, he would automatically get a mod ship, and I would set any time and date. He told me fucking Friday at fucking 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his fucking time, I would be like, I'm there, baby. Whatever the conversation he would want to have, we can have it. That's simple. I won't even record. I won't even live stream. We could just have a simple, nice conversation. Now let's get to this video. Let's watch this video.
That
we
is
can move on.
absolutely insane. This is where this tribalism garbage comes from. Let's see what's happening. Let's get right into it.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to upload this video because it's just stupid again, but the Gamescom awards are happening, right? Because Gamescom's happening, right? This is an award that is not really. It's not a proper award in the sense of like the Game of the Year award or anything like that. It's an award ceremony for games that are at Gamescom, right? You know, a little. Here we're going to dole out some awards for people who are attending the show. Okay.
Okay. With that context, if that's true, then Wuthering Waves recently just had their whole event, right? So obviously they're probably not gonna go to Gamescom as well. Maybe they are at Gamescom, but I did check the website before this. I didn't see it. It's not announced on their Twitter as of recording this video. But so why are we upset? Why?
For people who are attending the show. If you can see here, right, about the award, every year, the Gamescom Award ceremony is organised by the Digital Gaming Culture Foundation as part of Gamescom. The Gaming Award honours outstanding games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements and trailers that are presented at Gamescom 2025, right? They are presented at Gamescom 2025, and this goes for games, expansions, exhibitors, announcements and trailers, right? So there's awards. It's not a game of the year. It's not, this is the best game of the year, okay? A few hours ago,
sorry to interrupt him again, but because it says announcements, that leads me to believe you'll probably see like Arknight's Infield on there, right? Because it's like the game's not out, but it can possibly win an award because I believe you can play it at Gamescom, you know? So I would assume that would be there as well.
I was streaming. I said that this would probably happen, right? Looks crap because I've uploaded it to Twitter, but just listen to this a second, okay? I know the fact that even though this is like an award for like games that are appearing, you know, from a certain community. How the fuck is Genshin Impact in best mobile game? What the fuck is this shit? Enfield's not even out, man. I know what game should be in here.
Oh, you called it.
I'll leave it at that.
You called it.
And lo and behold, like clockwork, the Wuthering Waves community stepped in and kind of did what the Wuthering Waves community does, right? Kind of just makes itself look a little silly.
So Kazahana uploaded a video, Wuthering Waves left out of Gamescom awards, here's why. Does he explain in this video that it's not supposed to be there because they're not at the event? I'm hoping that's his explanation.
Again, a shame, right? But Kaz is here. Wuthering Waves left out to Gamescom Awards. Here's why. And if you just have a little snippet here, right, of him talking about it, this is kind of hilarious. Like, it's just like clockwork, as I say.
From what I've seen, a crawler, sorry, I've never heard of the game, but I don't know if the game is actually out, so I'm not going to talk about that one.
It's not about games that are out.
Impact, obviously, controversial opinion. I think that should be there. I mean, I have no problem.
Let's just remind, as the award said, it's not necessarily about games that are out. It's games that are at the show, trailers, exhibitors. You know?
With that being that, it is a current...
Can we at least get some context before we record and upload these videos? Because this seems like a non-issue. It's going to have the comment section in an uproar. The Wuthering Waves comment section is going to be in a uproar over this, right? And if you just read the context saying this is meant for games that are at the events... You could have saved yourself a whole. Oh gosh, bro! It's just gonna create more.
Again, Kazahana has not sparked. It seems like he's not bright.
Been killing it
to
still,
read,
regardless of what a lot of people say. That's fine. Love and Deep Space as well. You know, they have been absolutely killing it, as we've seen on the revenue charts and stuff. So again, they also deserve to be there. And Seven of the Lake, I don't really know either. But we got three Gacha games here, and the one a lot of people are talking about is Enfield, because they've been nominated for best mobile game.
Now, I don't know if a lot of people were talking about this prior to this video. I'm not too sure. Maybe they are. Maybe there's people angry over in Reddit and Twitter. He's going to Twitter, so I'm assuming that, yeah, maybe there's people angry because, oh my God, the Gacha space, right? Again, this isn't the Game of the Year award. It will say here, Gamescom award, the award for the best games of the year, but it's the games at the show, right? Again, for trailers, exhibitors. It's an award ceremony for the people attending the show, and these are considered the best games at the show. Now, again, these awards themselves are not like true Game of the Year awards. They don't really matter. It's just like, it's unbelievable. The one community I knew that would be pissy about this, and it's the Wuthering Waves community again with these kind of pointless posts. Like, I'm sorry, this This is like super pointless, you know?
100%.
It's pointless, and it's just like I said, it's just gonna create more like anger within the community, and there's no point. There's literally no point. It's not. Wuthering Waves is not at the event. From what I understand, they are not at the event.
Nope.
Right? This is meant for, you know, the creators, the people who are in attendance, going to the event. You vote on the best games.
They probably didn't spend the
there,
money
and
either.
you hand out awards.
Because why they're not there?
Based on what they played, right? Oh god.
Get some free Primo Gems. It's because of
We
things
need
like
to
this.
bot the
I
votes.
always have time. Oh, sorry. It's things like this that will always have time-gated domain materials. Said we need to bot the vote. Said, and that means we'll receive rewards. Well, potentially sometimes.
This is talking
they
about
don't.
Genshin, right?
That's it. I mean, sure. But why Genshin Impact again when that was back?
Yeah, I mean, sure, why Genshin Impact again? When that was back in 2020, it should be replaced with either or a different gacha game.
In 2020, it should be replaced with WUWA or a different gacha game, which obviously they got 4 likes and 7 replies, which is, oh god, I don't even want to look at those replies. But yeah, I mean,
But it's a dumbass statement, right? Again, because it's for people at the exhibition. I'm like,
It's a dumbass statement because
sure
the context is not being understood.
Now, I could be wrong, right? Let's just double check and have a look, shall we? Let's go to mobile, because that'll be the best way to find it, I would imagine, right?
Again, I'm taking his word for it. I'm assuming this is correct. Someone let me know down in the comment section. I'm pretty sure that this is meant for, like, the awards are meant for games that are on the show floor, right? This isn't like the Game of the Year award. This is not that. So, I mean, getting pissy over it's a little odd to me.
No, it doesn't look like they're here. Let's slap PC in as well to see if they're there. Now, we do know Arknights Enfield is going to be at the show. Griffline are there. We've seen the booth already. You can have a
White
look
Desert's
over
there.
on the Twitter, over on Reddit. They are there. As far as I'm aware, Wuthering Waves are not attending, so that'd be the reason why Wuthering Waves haven't been nominated for the Game of the Year, right?
I mean, like I said previously, they literally just had their own event like last week, right? Having to pack up.
And you gotta pay to be nominated. You gotta pay to get nomination.
Everything and go to Germany. It's like, it's probably not in the cards.
Out there in the community, Wuthering Waves CCs, Wuthering Waves community, it's not all a massive conspiracy all the time to undermine Wuthering Waves. I know you like to think that because it might allow you to be like more just weird on the internet about everything all the time, because it gives you this reason, well, they're all against us, everyone's out to get us, that's why I've got to be a fucking loser on the internet. That's not the case, okay? Now, again, I'm not 100% sure.
Goddamn, I love Pixel, man.
Let's go to Wuthering Waves just to double check, because I'm pretty sure they're not at Gamescom. But let's see straight from the horse's mouth, because I'm sure they would have tweeted about it, right? They've tweeted about figurines, the new content update. Yes, I don't think they're going to be.
I mean, you would see it multiple times, right? You would see it multiple times if they tweeted about it. They have the Gamescom trailer, and then they had the nomination from 15 hours ago. So they're continuously, they're constantly announcing it, right? They're constantly saying, hey, we are at Gamescom. Wuthering Waves would have done something similar if they were there. Now, maybe they are there, but I highly doubt it, which is probably why they're not nominated.
They're not there. It's what it, dude. I am now understanding more and more how fucking grateful I am that I am not trying to appeal to Wuthering Wave community, because it is a fucking black hole. It is legitimately this straight up black hole. By the way, guys, just to let y'all know, if there is any kind of daily reacts or anything y'all want me to see, go ahead and feel free to join the Discord. If you're not already in the Discord, come here, post it in here in the daily reacts thing. Just go ahead and do a new post.
pop it in here, you know, title, link to the thing, and when we do these streams, we can watch it. I gotta take a look at something really quickly on my Discord anyway right now in private because I see that it is lit up and that is a thing. Rings is a good guy. I'm gonna put Rings in here. Not sure who that is. Well, we'll see who that is. Okay. Thank you for keeping it up, Kronos. Kuro does not need to promote their game. They're spinning hundreds of ads. Dude, like, it's not a big... Like, this is the thing, like, with all of... Like, let's talk about Kazuhana. Let's talk about this guy, because this guy even went against... This guy even was against me, man. Because, it's Kazuhana edits, isn't it? Yeah, it's like more Kazuhana. And then it's Kazuhana right here. It's both of these channels. Okay. Like look at the videos, right? Look at these videos. Look at the tiles, man. The fuck going on with your banner? It's fucking glitchy. Okay. Big Gacha creators slammed by Hoyo fans over Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves exclusive dev interview. Jesus, what's next? The 2.6 blew my mind. You see, simple stuff. Let's go to the most like popular shit. Let's see what he's got popular. Wuthering Waves updates the game changer. Whether it's exceeded expectations on Gacha revenue. It's insane. It's getting even bigger because of this. Okay. They're getting apparently even bigger because of this. Hoyo versus Dai. Genshin Impact boycott just got even crazier. Bro, it didn't do shit. The Genshin Impact boycott is working. PS5 ruined Renacita. Weather Wave fights. Hoyoverse player hates Wuthering Waves. Like some of these videos. Weather Waves just fixed their biggest problem. Okay, what is Weather Waves' biggest problem at this time, Kazuhana? I mean, the video's got 14k
Wuthering
views.
Waves has finally done it. If you've been around on this channel for a while, you know that I
What
like
did
to
they
talk
do?
a lot
What
about
did they do?
ads and just ads to do with Wuthering Waves. As I think this is one of the main issues that Kuro Games had, especially with their last games, such as Punishing Grey Raven, and it's really affected how well the game's done. Now, I've made several videos in the past talking about the Wuthering Waves advertising and how well that's going. And you know, they've done a ton of stuff like advertising in Japan, advertising on like Times Square, just doing all of this extra kind of advertising as well as like the normal trailers, as you can see here. They've done quite a few trailers. They had some themed bus tour, which looked kind of cool. They had some voice actor interviews. I mean, it's really cool overall. But one thing I got very, very worried about was whenever the Yinlin banner came out. Now, whenever the Yinlin banner came out, it was a little bit of a shock, obviously, because they pushed it forward, so it was a little bit like last minute. And we actually didn't see a trailer for her until like the day she came out, which was kind of worrying, especially with the...
His motto is supposed to be like a male power, right? Does he not realize what happened to Power in Chainsaw Massacre? I mean, in Chainsaw Massacre. In Chainsaw Man? Does he not realize that, you know, it didn't last long? I just gotta ask.
Okay. Bon?
Is that the reason why? Is that the reason why the VTuber model is no longer there?
Past those had with advertising. Now, quickly before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to Gamer Subs and use my code KAZA, where you can get 10% off tubs, cups, and so much more. And I definitely recommend you go check them out.
You want to have you want to see something funny though? You want to see something even funnier than this? Like something better than this? Hold on. You hear his voice, right? You hear his voice.
Did you spot this in the latest Chainsaw Man episode? With the second to last episode being upon us, Chainsaw Man fans have been excited to see this episode as it features a ton of new characters, but it's also made some fans sad as we'll have to see Chainsaw Man leave.
Let's get back into it. Yeah, the Inland banner came out, and so did the trailer, and it did get 1.6 million views, and obviously that's still going up to today. Honestly, I think it would have been so much better if they released it before her release, obviously because, you know, you have more time to let people know that her banner's out and when it's coming out, which will probably get more sales in the future. Now, I think that is just a better thing overall. I mean, you disagree with me about this, but
balls dropped.
to even bring out more than one trailer to advertise a character way before the characters even come out, maybe like 2 weeks or even just a week. You know, you just want a little bit of time to let the person know, hey, this character's coming out and this is happening. And I got a little bit worried, especially whenever it came to...
Okay, so we're 1 minute and 41 seconds into a fucking 8 minute and 14-second video. What the fuck has Weathered Waves fixed?
Version 1.1, because we hadn't heard anything until a couple of days ago. As you know, version 1.1 is coming out very, very soon, and they've got a ton of new stuff, including a new area called Mount Firmament, which looks amazing. And we've also got new characters like Jinshi and Chang-Li. But yeah, one thing I got worried about was the fact that we hadn't actually seen any trailer for 1.1. If we scroll back on my Twitter, this is on June 17th, I was saying, you know, I'm getting a little bit worried because, you know, we got 2 weeks until release and we haven't heard anything about version 1.1. Now, obviously, since I tweeted that has actually gotten better. They released a developer's message outlining everything coming to version 1.1, which isn't exactly advertising, but it's really good to let us know what's going on in the game. And then they announced some event, which doesn't matter. And then finally, they released this post saying, Wuthering Waves version 1.1 Thors of Aeon is coming on June 28th. We are getting closer and closer to the truth. So yeah, this is a
Can I get a Yap no Jutsu in the chat?
Very, very good advertising. It's almost like a movie kind of like poster. So again, very nice, and it looks really amazing. And then Wuthering Waves followed up with this on the same day of like a preview of everything that's going to be happening and every like weapon and stuff and all the different quests and everything that's come to the game.
So basically, Weather Waves fixed their biggest problem by posting on Twitter. Is that what I'm getting from this? That the entire fucking video back fucking a year ago, that the biggest fucking problem was they were not advertising on Twitter.
This is stuff coming to version 1.1 of Wuthering Waves, and yeah, we've got this new mountain place. It looks really cool. No, this is actually telling you about the story.
Wait.
You a little bit. It just has a lot behind it, and it's not just some boring trailer that's just like, hey, this is stuff coming to version 1.1 of Wuthering Waves, and yeah, we've got this new mountain. That's all I got for this video. If you enjoyed it, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And
Okay, let's see. This is also a year ago. Weather Waves is getting even bigger because of this. What's it getting bigger on?
Wuthering Waves has been doing very
Come on, man.
good.
Come on.
I mean, it's been well over a month since release.
Come on.
The game's just been doing great. I mean, we've got so many
You got me
players.
excited.
I have
You got me
full
excited.
forecast of the revenue doing amazingly, going up to almost
It's doing amazing. Cool.
$140
Yeah.
million
Come on.
across
Come
all
on,
platforms,
man.
which is
Come on.
just insane.
Come on.
And there's just so much more coming to the game too.
Yeah.
Soon 95 actually proves that there's more good things to come in the future. Now, before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe.
Oh, come on, man. You're blue balling me, man. Come on. What's getting bigger? Come on.
I mean, they've just dropped that. Let's get back into the video. So,
Yes, please. Come on.
By Morsu95. Now, I don't think they're any kind of like credible person. I think they're just a Japanese Wuthering Waves enjoyer who posts a lot of stuff about news. I mean, they repost a lot of different things. And pretty much on their account, they posted this tweet saying, Kuro Games.
Yeah. Come on.
Which is Wuthering Waves. The development team, including Punishing Grey Raven, has decided to significantly increase staffing. Since last week, it appears that large-scale recruitment has begun in over 150 departments, including Japanese support and translation.
Woo! Weather Waves is going to get bigger because they're hiring more people. Woo! This is the best thing I've done in my life. Yay, the job hunt. Oh, it's going to fix the biggest issue.
Occasionally get a lot of the stuff wrong. I mean, we had the situation with the Japanese sword where they got the description of it wrong, which pretty much led to a ton of people like pulling on it and being misled into pulling on it because they thought it was better for another character whenever it wasn't. And Kuro Games did sort this out and offer like refunds and compensation in rewards, and they definitely got more back than what they spent on the weapon, which is great. But again, we've seen this a couple times as well in English and in other languages where mistranslation has been an issue, especially in the version 1.1 update. We saw a big mistranslation issue of like the ecosystem because they said they were going to increase all the drops and stuff, but it turns out that's only for events, which they failed to get across in the English article, but it was made very clear in the Chinese article. So again, it is a big problem in Wuthering Waves, but it seems like they're trying to fix it by recruiting.
Wait. Are we reusing old information to tell new information? Oh, bruh. Okay. You know what we need to do? We saw old Kazuhara. let's go to New Kazahana. I want a short fucking video. Oh, let's see this!
So there's been a hidden side to the Wuthering Waves community which no one has really been talking about, and recently there's a post.
Oh my god, there's a hidden side to the community? Really? Oh man, I need to know about this!
Coming from the CN side, explaining a lot to do with some of the in-jokes and a lot of the kind of things that go on in the Wuthering Waves community, which I thought would be a little bit fun to go through, as you know, often you see on Bilibili and other sites like this, of a lot of Chinese people having their own kind of memes and own kind of jokes to do with Wuthering Waves, which obviously we can't really understand due to it being in a different language and the context not really been explained. The same as we have a lot of jokes over here, which obviously they don't understand as well. But a CN player
I mean, I think that there's something called Google Translator. Come on, let's go.
Took to the r/Wuthering Waves subreddit to explain a lot of the popular jokes from the Chinese community. So let's just go through it. Obviously they say, "Hi everyone, it's me again, a CM player here, with Augusta and Yuno coming soon. I thought this would be a good chance to share some of the most popular running joke formats from the Chinese community. I'll use examples from their drip marketing comment section, so let's take a look." Again, so obviously, yeah, this has been taken from the Augusta and Yuno drip marketing, so obviously it's quite a fresh kind of, you know, look at what is going on. Say the first one, "It's been so long since a character made my heart race." The comment goes something like this. That's what it kind of looks like.
So, it's been so long since the character made my heart race. This is the joke. I go away for a few days and I'm becoming a St. Todos. St. Todos turned me into St. Todos, bro. I'm just saying, when it comes down to Kazahana, a lot of these videos, right, they don't mean shit. There was one that he did of a goddamn Snickers bar thing, and it's like, dude, do you not like, and it tries to make it sound like it's the biggest fucking deal known to man. Like, there is nothing about this that's that big. Like, I like, you know what's a good video? This is a good video.
It seems like we have a little bit of an update to do with Wuthering Waves, and
this is not, to me, that's a video that's not, to me, that the developer one is not a video that straight up, you know, is filler content, even though he probably makes it filler content in some way, shape, form. But the rest of this, I mean, Wuthering Waves CN fans are upset over the drama of the 2.5, you know, 7 out of 10. They're actually not, but okay. Like, I'm looking at a person who straight up right here makes a video. And the reason why we're talking about this, because I'm posting the video up later. But this is a man who is posting up a video about this right here, Gamescom, that is confused of why Arc Knight is there, but he can't read. He can't scroll down to the bottom of the page where you actually got, where it actually tells you got to spend money as a game developer to get your game as a nominee game up here. And it's for the games at the event, not the games of the year. And he's going to sit here and spread misinformation by trying to say, oh, well, the Gamescom award is kind of fishy. They left Wuthering Waves out. Oh, this is not good. You know, oh, man. Like, we sat here for 10 minutes going through this, and it was just an excuse to go read Twitter. It's Nothing Burgers that is trying to be like Wuthering Waves. Let me put it this way. You want to know what my honest opinion is? I think Wuthering Waves deserves better fucking goddamn content creation. I think Wuthering Waves deserves somebody who actually knows how to fucking read. Who, before they try to go ahead and paint a picture that Kuro Games is getting fucked over, that maybe, I don't know, you do this. You go to Gamescom Awards, like you're there anyway, buddy. You Gamescom Award, Game of the Best Games of the Year. Excitement to build. Nominees of the game have been announced. Scroll down. This is for the panel. You scroll down. You see what games are at Gamescom, right? You scroll down even more past all that. Even here, you have to spend $440. They give you a criteria. You read here. How do I submit my game into Gamescom's award? Well, there's some specifics around it. This entire goddamn fucking graph here will tell you, this entire PDF will tell you how to do it. But from everything, the game needs to be on the floor from day one to the end of the thing. They need to spend $440 for the submission. They need to complete an application. They need to be participant right here in the entertainment area for everything. They need, no direct submissions for a group awards. There's a whole total fucking thing here in Germany. And you know what the biggest reason why Kuro Games is not at this quote unquote award show is because they did not participate. But we're going to make a video, a 10-minute video, trying to paint a narrative that there's something going on at Gamescom Award where any person with a fucking third year education who knows how to read and write should be able to figure out how to get information. That's why the entire point of what I was doing is when Kazuhana was right here and he's just right here talking about why Genshin's here and Arknight's here and this is strange, this game's not released yet, blah blah blah, all this other stuff, and he's refusing to scroll fucking down. He doesn't go down. He starts doing it and he goes right back up because he knows that if he goes read, it might blow his brain up. You can't make this shit up. You think like when I say, when St. Tonis likes to go ahead and say that people are fucking morons and that he can disassemble all their fucking arguments and everything, try me, motherfucker. Try me. Because the difference is that I know when to shut the fuck up and go look at something before I talk about something. I know to go do research. And I know that when I get corrected, that if I am spreading misinformation and if there is something that is completely wrong and someone shows me new information that completely takes what I'm saying and says, hey, man, you're wrong, I look at that information. And if I'm wrong, guess what I say? Well, goddamn, I'm fucking wrong. And I make the correction. Girl had to pay back Tencent. Hits why they can't go. It's a joke. Clam it. It's fine, man. It's a joke. It's all a fucking joke. It's just going get information. It's looking at information. It's understanding information.
Oh, Foxel needs a correction. Ugh.
Don't let St. Tonis see that. You'll be fucking pegged to something you're not. God, if he looked at my fucking chat, he would think that we were fucking a bunch of retards. I just find it's fucking hilarious, man. I find it's hilarious that the one group that likes to say that they're the most educated, that they're the ones that knows all the other fucking gotchas, that they know better than everybody else because they got fucked over by Hoyle so much, can't even fucking read. I could load up my old avatar, but I'm not worried about that. I'm good with the Bang Boo. I'm good with the Bang Boo now. Like, we talk about drama because nobody in the drama space that I can see actually wants to fucking do the fucking thing of doing research. You give me a drama fucking topic. You tell me someone like Genazov with a 7 out of 10. You tell me about Gacha revenue. You tell me about fucking HP inflation. Miasma shield mechanics. This shit. And you know what the difference is and the reason why I don't think that fucking St. Thomas actually fucking reacts to any of my shit? It's because I actually go do fucking research. I actually go pay for shit like this. To be like, okay, you don't trust Sensor Tower. Sensor Tower's fucking shit to you. Okay, let's go fucking look at the data that is on a reputable fucking website that is an AIO that will tell me how much Weathering Waves is made. How much has Weathering Waves made in the last 30 days? Let's customize it. How much has they made since the first? Oh, and it's reported all the way up to the 17th, 2 days ago. Wow, Weathering Waves has made 3,095,000. So let's just say 3, 4, possibly 5 million. Let's cut them up. All this together, that's 5 million. So since August 1st to the 7th, it's made 5 million. You want to talk numbers? You want to talk fucking bullshit? Let's talk fucking bullshit. Wow. 9 plus 2. If I'm not mistaken, that's 11. Plus a 7 and a 2. All this together, roughly about 13 million. 13 fucking million. In the span of the same days. You don't trust Sensor Tower? Well, how about you don't trust these numbers. You don't trust these numbers, right? You don't trust these numbers at fucking all. Let's just say you don't fucking trust them, right? Okay. Do you want me to go by each fucking country? Go ahead and click the estimated fucking revenue. Go by each thing day by day and tell you then that in the last fucking 7 days that Japan gave it 100,000. 75 from Korea. United States is 31. Oh, you still don't like that. Okay, let's go to country revenue. Let's break it down to United States right now. To the global application itself, to which I can pinpoint every single day how much money exactly is estimated that it made on that application. You want to go that far? I don't know if Devil May Cry put comments on here. Oh, holy shit, it is. 27,000. The game's only made 27,000 on on iOS and 37,000 in the last 30 days on Android. Oh, excuse me, 46 in 90 days. The game, as on average, let's just go to United States, right? Let's just go to United States. The game on average is making about $800 a day. Yeah, about $800 to $900 a day. The difference is you provide me with an argument. You tell me that this is wrong. You tell me that this is whatever drama topic you want to give me, whether it's weathered waves, whether it's Z.Z.Z, whether it's thing. I could go pull that information. It'll take me a little while. But I do research. I look for it. And I will provide you with an answer. Again, several times I had to say that St. Tonus is correct. And a lot of times I had to say that he's wrong. Because the data contradicts what he says. You disregard me as a stupid content creator. You regard me as a fucking moron. You called me, what was it again? A shit center or some shit? What did St. Thomas say that was? With Loki Gacha and them? Hold on, let me go find it real quick. I want to get the exact wording of what was said. A sinister shit. That's what it was. Sinister shit. I am a sinister shit content creator. But yet, I do my due diligence in actually going get the correct information. Yes, I got videos that are hit pieces technically against St. Tonus, man. And bro, I didn't even have to use your fucking face for it. There's only a few of them I had to do it. So a few I did. But like the perspective of a narcissist, right?
What's up, proxies? I'm Foxhole, and welcome to another video on the channel.
That's when I was reviewing such. Let's see, which one is it? Was it this one? Was this one? It was. No, it wasn't this one. It's about ruin my own career. I don't need no motherfucking ruin my career. I can ruin my own goddamn career. That's fucking easy as fuck. No, which one is it? Which one the fuck is it? We talked about the patents. We did this. We did the HP conflation. We did the toxic thing. It wasn't a narcissist. Was it this one? Don't think it was that one. There's one in particular I'm looking for right now. It's got to be on the chat. It's got to be this one. Yeah, it is this one. It is the perspective of narcissists. Yeah, because I used Loki Gacha's video in this one. Asking for permission. Yeah, like I attacked St. Tonus in this one. This is the same one where, like I said, there was a whole totally different argument that St. Tonus should have provided. When we're talking about Miyabi. Like, he's trying to say that we're, they're trying to say you can't use Miyabi. No, we're not saying you can't use Miyabi against the fucking goddamn shit, man. Trying to find the exact spot. It's got to be this video. Actually, it's probably before this. Yeah, it's before this. Like he's trying to spread the narrative now, right? Like now Saito's is trying to spread the narrative, right? That we're saying that he cannot use an ice resistant fucking Miyabi against we can't use Miyabi against an ice resistant enemy, right?
There. What are the times looking like for that? I don't know. For the level of investment I have on my teams, 4:03, 2 minutes 25 seconds, 1 minute 38 seconds. Looks like the age of Miyabi is almost over, ladies and gents. This dude taking this long to kill.
All I said, and what a lot of people have said, is that this is a good fucking time. Why is he bitching about a good fucking time?
Was one of the craziest things ever. I mean, you're running her on.
That was the argument. If you're gonna bitch about the fucking time, then why are you using an ice resist? Why are you using an ice character on an ice resistant enemy? If you're gonna bitch about the fucking time, but even like I said right here, and I fucking did it.
Alright, ladies and gents. With this done, we can see here that I got an excellent time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That goes to prove to all the community that the argument that Z.Z.Z requires skill is not valid. I mean, after all, we were fighting a boss that was resistant to ice and still managed to get an S rank, proving that Z.Z.Z is not a mechanically difficult game as many out there make it out to be.
That was my argument, dumbass. Boy, he didn't even fucking watch my fucking video, did he? No, he's trying to make it. He's trying to make a claim like everybody's trying to say you can't use. Oh, you're using Miyabi against an ice resistant boss, so that's wrong. No, we're just telling you that there's a whole fucking totally different argument you could have fucking used. Number one, which is you got a good time of 2 minutes and 25 fucking seconds, dumbass. For this, and your argument is that it should have been lower than that. Like you still were able to complete it. It doesn't prove anything about HP inflation. If anything, it proves that HP inflation now is coming in and balancing my Miyabi, which is actually a good fucking thing. No, I never reached a goal. Never reached a goal. Whoa, calm down, Fox. Remember, you're not I'm not anti-Saint. I'm not. But the guy's going to make it seem like I am, so I might as well act the role, right? All I'm going to tell him is straight up, dude, you're spreading misinformation of even what I am fucking saying. Because I argued that, if anything, he had a better argument that he didn't use. He was so fixated on the ice-resistant enemy in Miyabi's story that it's like, dude, you've been talking about how every single elitist says you gotta play sweaty and that your skill level sucks, all this other shit. Why are you not arguing the fact that you, who has less fucking time in the game than everyone else, did not have to play sweaty at all and still got an S rank? Do you understand what my point is? You're trying to use an argument when one is automatically given to you. One that actually no one can fight against that argument. That you have just proven to all the people in the chat that you need to, your skill level sucks, blah, 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 all this. You've just proven to them that with your unoptimal gameplay, you still got an S rank. Oh, I hope he quits Z.Z.Z. He wants to prove to me he's going to quit Z.Z.Z. That's fucking easy. Go delete the fucking game. Uninstall it. Go to log into your Hoyo account and show us you pressing the delete button on the account itself.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Delete the account. If you are 100% serious that you're no longer going to play Z.Z.Z so that way people can farm you because you're upset that people are farming you with your Z.Z.Z takes, and we're going to have nothing to do, delete the account. Delete it. I still play Wild and Waves, so I'm not deleting my Wild and Waves account. I present that challenge. If you are completely 100% serious and you want nothing more to do with Z.Z.Z, that it would end the Z.Z.Z, the Z.Z.Z community, that if you stop posting Z.Z.Z content, then delete the account. Go to hoyledverse.com, go to your account settings, and delete the account forever. That's the challenge I pose. Because if you don't do it, I'll see you next month in Z.Z.Z, baby. I'll see you next month when Seed and Orphe drops, and you're going to come in, and you're going to see how bad the units are. I mean, it's just that simple. I'm a small little content creator, man. Oh, Game Hammer, we already talked about that bullshit. Kazuhana was a fucking moron because Kazuhana can't fucking read. Like, straight up, the information is staring him right in the fucking face. We just finished talking about that, and someone could go ping Kazuhana about this. If I was him, I would actually remove the fucking video, and I would actually say, hey, I'm sorry, I spread misinformation. I would straight up, if I was him, would take this 10-minute and 39-second video, remove it, put another video up, and say, I apologize, I spread misinformation. Because straight up, he is trying to initiate that there is something going on here, that the Gamescom, why is things not here? Why is WUWA not here, but Infield here and everything else? And you know what the fuck we did? We would go to Gamescom itself, and we would go pull up the thing. It is for the games that is at the fucking goddamn convention. This isn't a game award for any game that they just pick. And then also, on top of that, the submitting parties must pay the submission fee. The actual devs need to pay to have their game nominated. It is all. Since you just joined in, man. Since you just joined in, I'll do this for you. It is so easy. This is what Kazuhana fucking messed up on. First and foremost, he misread the top posting. But let's just excuse that. Even I would misread that. Okay? He stayed right here. He never once scrolled down here. Category. Assessment. Click right here. From July 7th to July 25th, game developers were able to submit their games for different categories at Gamescom Award. Game developers were able to submit their games for different categories. Oh my god. That means that the game developer had to fucking do it. It's right at the fucking bottom. So, let's go back to his video. And let's go ahead and let's do the best fucking thing we can do real quick. Put it at 1080p. Let's take the playback speed. Oh, god, my mouse is fucking up again. Guys, I need a new mouse. I will buy a new mouse later. 2 times. Go. All he's doing is talking about this shit, right?
PC. There wasn't really a beta test over here on mobile. A lot of it was mainly done over on CN. They did do a mobile test, but again, you know, a lot of it was catered towards PC gaming as well, which I think was very interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, Archive Zenfield is a
like he's still stuck on his page. He's still stuck on his page.
You've got other games like Wuthering Waves, and not just Wuthering Waves as well.
Goes to Twitter.
Other mobile game that's also been popping off over this amount of time should have taken the place of Archive Zenfield. But obviously, as me being a Wuthering Waves creator, I'm a little bit biased in terms of who I wanted to be in there. And honestly, I do think Wuthering Waves could have fit pretty well into this kind of category. But yeah, it doesn't seem like that's happened. And obviously, Genshin Universe has been talking about this, saying Genshin Impact's been nominated for
Goes to Genshin Universe, Genshin Impact nomination.
Period begins on August 20th.
Starts reading all of fucking Twitter. Reading Twitter. Goes back to this page. Stays on this page, goes back to Twitter. Reading Twitter.
I do honestly think that they should open up. So again, obviously, I think that kind of solves the issue here. But I do honestly
goes back here, scrolls all the way back down to a fresh page. Goes back, look at this, right?
With whatever you possibly can, and I mean, it's just kind of weird because why on earth are we voting for a non-release game as best mobile game? We don't know if it's best mobile game. There's nothing to judge it on, and I think that maybe if they had another mobile game that was maybe a Gamescom, then
it scrolls back up. They goes back to the Twitter, and he goes ahead, gets his outro, and he's done. And look, all he had to do, like any content creator could have done, is just scroll down. Imagine that you are using this website just to read Twitter comments. Just have an excuse to read the comments on Twitter and pretend that you know what you're talking about. Where you could have informed your audience of the reason why Kuro Games was not at Gamescom, why the game was not selected, was because it was up to the game developers to submit their games for the Game Awards. That he could have gone to the PDF itself. That to participate in Game Awards, the exhibitors must complete a submission form on Game Awards website, provide all therein information of the deadline by July 25th. Incomplete application or failure to submit will not allow you to be in there, you know that. Participating companies must be exhibitors in the entertainment area of Gamescom, except for the category games of Gamescom's substantial award. You can see clause 12. Submitted games must be hands-on playable by the general audience in Gamescom entertainment area throughout the duration of the entire show. A game can be submitted in one or several categories from category groups and arts. No direct submissions are possible for a category group of global awards. See clause 11. And all submitting parties must pay a submission fee. You could have read all of that. You could have figured, oh, well, wait a minute. Kuro Games is not there. I don't know what the current dislikes is. I don't have the fucking shit for the dislikes. WUWA did not sign up. The requirement for the awards was sign up for the awards. Seems Kuro's not willing to pay Gamescom. Yeah, because Arknight is paying for it. Gamescom Awards only for participating games. Wuthering Waves not a Gamescom, so it's not there. Seriously, Gacha gamers can't read allegations. Is it real? Dude is spreading misinformation. Remove the fucking video. I ain't worried about dislikes. I ain't worried about looking at the dislike ratio. I ain't St. Tonus. I don't pretend thing. I can see with my own two fucking eyes. Kazahana, you want to prove to me that you are a fucking better content creator? You want to prove to the fucking Gacha community you're not a person who spreads misinformation? You want to prove to me and to everyone out there that you legitimately don't want to spread misinformation? Remove the video. Remove it. You fucked up. Take responsibility. I fucked up. I didn't read. Those are the two words you need to say. I did not read. I fucked up. I did not read. Those are two statements. Ship it, put it up there, and gain some respect for yourself. Done deal. But yeah, I know you're not going to do it. Because content's content, right? Doesn't matter if it's bad publicity or good publicity. I can't wait for the next video. That man has 261 likes against 55 dislikes? Okay. Own up to your mistakes, man. I've owned up to my mistakes in the past. I've still owned up to my mistakes to this day when I make them. It is what it is. But this is the difference between people that this is the thing that I do not like about fucking some content creators. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Is the fact, like, bro, it's not you. To me, I think you get more respect out of every single person in the world if you are the type of person that just says, "Hey, look, I fucked up. I own up to my mistake." You know, look, I've seen even Tectone, man. He has made some mistakes, and you know what he's done? Hey, guys, I'm in the wrong, and he moves on. He accepts it. He doesn't fight it. When it's proven to him that he is wrong, he accepts it. He's like, okay, yeah, I'm wrong, and moves on. It's not fucking hard, man. Shit, Elden Ring's there. They don't really have many games in there. Like, gave it 5 fucking Genshin in this shit. It is dumb. It is absolutely some of the dumbest shit I've seen. This entire game's fucking shit, like straight up. Again, go read. It's at the very bottom of the fucking page. And did the man go scroll down to go read it before posting? No. It's a fucking narrative. And you know what's fucking funny? Is these are the type of people who are going to claim that I'm a WUWA CC and I can't do no wrong. That everybody hates me. It's my fault. I'm the victim. It's the victim card fucking mentality. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that was today's fucking show on the live stream. Hopefully it was somewhat entertaining to some of you guys out there. I did not expect a Tuesday evening to blow up like this. We already did all our dailies and everything. That's how it's going to be. I'm going to do my dailies. I'm going to do my shit. And if shit like this pops up, it pops up. But I'm just saying, man. Oh, the live stream was ass. It was ass, man. I'm just going to say that tonight, it's just like looking at this shit, listening to this shit, finally noticing that St. Tonis has watched my videos. and has gone out of his way to go ahead and call me a senator shit. Which I want to see with Arikado later on, what his thought pattern to all of this shit is. Because apparently he's a mole. Apparently he's only inside and infiltrating our shit in order to go ahead and use our information or whatever, apparently. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see you posted a react in here. Let's go ahead and see what your react is. Something about a double 3-star. Bro got a double 3-star in UMA. Oh, congratulations. The WUWA Glazers are so offended by... You know why? I'm not going to lie. I know why. I know why. I'm going to be posting that video up too. I'm going to be posting this video up too because we have this recorded. Did he take it down? Okay, he didn't take it out. I thought he took it down. I was going to be like, did depression get to him?
I can't imagine just how my mouth.
I'm not going to lie. This one spot in the video, I think might have actually alienated some people.
Start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my...
Wait, right here.
Then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how
Let me get the
being sweaty when a
Listen,
mode like
listen to
this
this.
exists in Wuthering Waves. And if your argument is that it's okay because you can do it at any time, then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how I, at any time, can walk out my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you? I can't imagine just how frustrated the casual WUWA community would be.
I'm not gonna lie, there is several moments in this video which is spicy as hell. And I think they're trying to nitpick at every single thing in the video on purpose because of comments like that. That is what I think it is. Like, straight up. It's fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking hilarious. I fucking love it. But I think comments like that is exactly the fucking reason why it's getting so much fucking hate. Like, I'm gonna help it. I'm gonna give it 170. What did he say? You didn't hear that? Listen.
You can do it at any time, then sure, yeah, I can see that. Kind of like how I, at any time, can walk out my front door and start digging up the dirt in the ground and shoving it down my mouth. But you don't see me doing that ever, do you? I can't imagine just how frustrated the casual WUWA...
I fucking love it. I love the sarcasticness, but I mean, I think that he went a little heated in this video. I'm not gonna lie. I think there were some moments even I was like, "Ooh, he's going a little bit heated there. Ooh, shit. Maybe a little bit too hard." It's basically what I feel like is what just happened here in this entire video. Is he's actually got good points. Okay, some things I even disagree with myself in this video. Okay, I don't think Reservoir Liberation is that big of a deal. The Kachero energy is that big of a deal. We can agree to disagree on that. But again, in this video, oh my god, like I still feel he went so heated in some cases in here. Like, bro, I'm not gonna lie. It's like watching a, how can I put this? Watching this and listening to this is like watching a high school student or even a college student go ahead and explain the real life, trying to explain real life of what the future... No, actually, no, this is a better one. This is like a dad, okay? Arikado's acting like a father right here that is trying to explain to his kids what the real fucking world's like. And he's not, and he's being very fucking blunt. That he's tired of little Jimmy crying in a corner of that. My friend over here called me stupid, and he's trying to be like, and he's just fucking being blunt. He's like, you are stupid. Like, goddamn, you eat this shit. That's a good way to put it. Andrew Tate, man. The Andrew Tate of all this shit. It's fucking hilarious. And that's why I think, honestly, there is, in regards, more people upset with this in the comment section. And they're nitpicking. It's because, dude, even the video starts off with this, man. And I kind of feel like this is my fault. I think I did influence this because of the the Flex Air videos that we watch, and when I put Raining Rainbow on, because of this.
Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high.
I legitimately think that's my fault. I legitimately think that is my fucking fault right there.
Because of the inherent advantages and disadvantages between different units in terms of attack speed and frequency, there is a steep learning curve to WUWA's parrying that effectively keeps a majority of casual players out of being able to effectively use the system. In most cases, casual players will only ever perform parries by accident or by intentionally spamming out attacks with frequent, numerous active attack frames on certain characters that lets them brute force getting a parry.
Okay, we already discussed that it's not a parry, it's called a counterattack, but at the same point in time, he's not wrong about this. He is absolutely not wrong about this. A majority of the casual fucking players, when they do get the counterattack off on like a tactical hologram boss or some shit like this, it's by random. Majority of the time, they're just mashing buttons and it just hits and it's like, oh, I got a counterattack. I understand what he's getting at here. And he's definitely not wrong. I'll take blame. It's my fault with Arikado. Arikado can hate me. It's my fault. He's getting the attack on by the WUWA community on him because of me. If we would have never had that 6-hour conversation, we would have never talked about anything, he would be perfectly fine. Even though that 6-hour conversation was mainly to understand why he removed the videos that he fucking removed. That's all I cared about knowing. And we ended up having a great fucking talk between all that. Like, I give Arikado full respect, man. But it's my fucking fault, man. It's 100% my fault. I'll take blame. Arikado, if you by some chance are, lurking and you're watching right now, bro, it's my fault, man. I'm so sorry. I am absolutely sorry. You can blame me 100%. You can make another video really quickly, post it up there and say, I am so sorry about my weather waves has an in-game problem. And you can say that Fox Soul influenced me. He's a bad role model. And you could just put a picture. You could take my Bang Boo, whatever, and you can put a picture of it getting its ass spanked. Okay? 100%. I'm brainwashing people. We need another collab stream. Oh, I would love to have another collab stream. I would love to have a collab stream with people. New video. Fox Soul ruined Arikado by Arikado. Yes, do it. I'm 100% on that shit. Cancel me, man. Cancel me. I deserve it, man. I need to go back to real life. I need to touch grass, man. I need to touch grass again. I touched it a little bit today. I need to touch it again. Cancel me. Hadouken. Cancel me. Hashtag Fox Soul's career is over. I want that spread all over my chat. Let's go. Fox Soul. Hashtag Fox Soul career ruined. Come on. Like, dude, this is a fucking joke, and I fucking love this shit, man. Like, I honestly love this shit. Foxhole is done. Fufu Soul is done. Well, Fufu Soul actually is done. Hashtag career, Foxhole career ruined. Foxhole ruined in game. Like, you do realize that all this fucking drama, all this fucking bullshit is what it is. It's fucking bullshit. Like, I criticize Weathered Waves. Arcado criticized Weathered Waves. Loki Gacha criticized Weathered. And you know what's even sadder? Let me go defend Arcado on something. He just criticized WUWA, right? He criticized WUWA's endgame right here. I think he needs I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's criticized Z.Z.Z here. He's basically kind of criticized Z.Z.Z in a 3-part fucking series with the anomaly attack versus anomaly. He's criticized the toxic positivity, get you what you deserve right here with a lot of shit. He's criticized the TV mode of Z.Z.Z. Like, the bro is... Arcado is not a person who is a Hoyo shill. He's not a WUWA shill. He's not anything more than just a actual person that has his own thoughts. Like, this is a man that honestly goes in the middle and does his own observations. Whether you agree with it or whether you disagree with it. And there's some things I disagree with the Weathered Waves in-game video, because I've played Weathered Waves. I do disagree with some of the takes he has in it. But general thought process of where he's coming from is not wrong. Weathered Waves, I've always stated this. WUWA is a game, okay, that is actually a stripped down version of Genshin. It's absolutely not a deep, complex, highly mechanical game as a lot of people like to try to make it out to be. That's the reason why it's so fucking appealing. It's like Guilty Gear fucking Strive. That's all it is. It's fucking Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear XR, man, is a game that you actually need to understand bread and butter combos. You need to understand exactly, you know, you're not just going to be going right into it and fucking hitting buttons in XR. You're not just going to be hitting buttons in XR and fucking winning your way across fucking matches. Maybe 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, you can do that, depending on the opponent you're going against. But if you're going against an actual fucking player in fucking XR, right? You're not going to fucking be able to mash your way to fucking victory. That's why Strive was created. Strive was created years later, after XR, to fucking bridge that gap between casual and competitive play. Like, I'll show you like this.
Hey, I'm probably a phone. Swallow this.
Look at these combos. You think these combos are fucking hard? Look at this shit that I'm doing on the screen right here. This is the easiest fucking shit that casual players could do right now with Soul fucking Bad Guy. The shorter the combo, the more damage you do. The longer the combo you do, the less damage you do. That is how you get rewarded in fucking Strive. In Guilty Gear XR, it was the opposite. The shorter your fucking combos were, the less damage you did. The fucking bigger your combos were, the more fucking damage you did. They casualized the fucking game. All of this shit that you're seeing right here is fucking only fucking 10 minutes of fucking gameplay. They casualized this game so fucking hard. And that's the way I look at it with something like Genshin Impact to Weather and Waves. Is that Genshin Impact is the harder game technically in a sense. In a sense, it's the harder game in that regards. Why? Because it's got a lot more shit involved in it. That is absolutely, like, for me, I look at Genshin, it's going to be like, oh my god, I feel like I need a PhD now to understand all this shit. In WUWA, they stripped out even, like, elemental advantages, man. They took that shit out. There's no such thing as an elemental advantage in fucking WUWA. It's negative status effects that is in there. The only thing you have to worry about is, what am I fighting against? Oh, it's Spectral. So I don't use a Spectral fucking character against it unless I want a challenge. Because I'll be fighting a 40% resistance wall. Otherwise, everything else is fucking 10% resistance wall on every other fucking element. It's just a stripped down version of Genshin that looks better and plays better. Picture Weather and Waves is Tekken with auto combo, and that's it. Yeah, we already saw the WUWA Gamescom vid. I gotta post mines. I don't know if there's one that has like the highest anomaly damage. I think they're all technically the same. But I don't know much. I'm still new to Z.Z.Z. I still haven't gone into the deep rafts of learning all the intricates like I did with WUWA. Z.Z.Z and WUWA are more comparable. Yes, I would agree with that. In fact, I've always said that Z.Z.Z and Weather and Waves complement one another, if that makes sense. Like one is an entree and the other one is a dessert, depending on who you are. If you like Z.Z.Z so much and you consider it your entree game, Weather and Waves is a great dessert to go after fucking Z.Z.Z. If you are a person who likes Weather and Waves and you think it's your entree game, then Z.Z.Z is a good dessert to go with that. They both give you, in my personal opinion, a high adrenaline rush, and they both feel really good to play. Shock and Burn has the highest damage. Thank you. But tell me I'm wrong. Like, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. Any person, and this goes out to even viewers, okay? This just doesn't go out to CCs. This goes out to viewers. Bro, I try to stay as active as I can in my Discord as much as possible. And even when I'm not, you guys can go ahead and you can DM me. Like, Chris is not a CS. You know, he's not a CC. Vez is not a CC. Falk is no longer a CC. Mads right here is not a CC. Gacha Journalist is not a CC. Mel's not a CC. Ring's not a CC. That's a CC. That's not a CC. That's a CC. That's not a CC. That's not a CC. If you want to directly speak to me and have a private conversation, I will do that for anybody. Like, I'm not scared of my audience. I'm not scared of interacting with people. You can ask Argo. You can ask Blackie. You can ask several people in my Discord. Sometimes I just jump into a fucking random VC and people just join in and we have a conversation. Anyone and everyone is welcome to join in. We can all have a conversation. I don't care. It needs to be private. Let's have it private. I don't care. You think there's something I'm wrong about? There's something you think that you need to correct me on? I have always opened that platform to every single individual, whether they're a CC or a regular viewer. Whether a regular commenter or whatever, I have always opened that entire conversation. Well, the first time Fox accused me of being a saint relative, I was making the joke because look at your profile picture. It's got a picture of a fucking clown on it, motherfucker. And I'm just like, I smell something fishy. I smell clown. And I was making that fuck shit. Like, look. Dude, like, Satos lives in my head rent fucking free all the fucking time. Well, actually, he doesn't live in rent free. We get paid on these fucking streams, which is actually fucking hilarious. It's not even fucking monetizing. You guys actually fucking donate most of the fucking time, like a fucking extraordinary amount of fucking money. You guys become members and everything else. You guys have been doing great, which I need to change the member icon and shit. Oh, what's up with the freaky Anton and the Alice thumbnail? Oh, okay, I'll show you. Give me a second. This might blow your fucking minds. This one might blow your minds, guys. I'm sorry. We made a new AI. I'm so sorry. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. You did not. And it was a joke. It was a joke because I was in the non-safe for work Discord and some guys were going off on something that was posted. They were getting all horn doggish. So I was like, you know what? I want to make this.
Well, butter my biscuits and call me dynamite. Now that's a masterpiece of fine architecture. Well, butter my biscuits and call me dynamite. Now that's a masterpiece of fine architecture.
I laugh at this shit. I thought it fit. I thought it was funny. One more time.
Well, butter my biscuits and call me dynamite. Now that's a masterpiece of fine architecture.
So that's your freak Anton. That's where it comes from. We can close this out here. We can close this out. Oh, god damn. I still can't believe the bro here. I still can't believe St. Tonus, like, what's fucking hilarious to me is he didn't even watch the video, so he has no context really about the video. He just like, I could just read the comments and know what the video's about. Can you? Can you? Can you? But again, I'm a senator shit. He's a senator shit. We're all senator shits. Loki Gacha, Rezi, myself, you know, and Arikado is a mole who is in here in the back lines trying to gather information to make a hit piece on all of us.
That's what it feels like with this. Where you're just like, wait. Like, wasn't it supposed to be somebody else that did that? Because Arikado managed to get Z.Z.Z players. It's just, brother, their content is so fucked, it's unbelievable. Like, I have never seen such, like, griefed YouTube channels ever in my life. I just gotta like look at these for like look at their channels for like half a second. And I'm just like, what the fuck is even going on here?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Can you tell me?
What are these videos like? What are these videos even about?
This one's about me doing a react. It says it right there of the debate of HP inflation from Blue Panda. This is about the crash out about the 7 out of 10 with Z.Z.Z. This is the criticism for thee, not for me, for the WUWA community. This is the misinformation spreading about gacha revenue, which we used our data core for that. This is the gacha community healthy versus toxic, where we're basically talking about pretty much there is a toxic side to Z.Z.Z. There's a toxic side to WUWA. There's both a healthy side to each one of them. This one right here is HP inflation problem, the tourist complaint, because the tourists who are basically brand new players. Look, I'm trying to help St. Jonas without having to watch the video so that way he gets a context of this, okay? This one right here is in particular for like new players or casual players who think HP inflation is a problem. However, it's not actually a problem when you got different tools and mechanics that you can utilize that absolutely goes ahead and helps to reduce that HP inflation problem to where it's not really a problem. But you got to learn to read in order to do it. This right here is a recap of a conversation I had with Tuhu, the god of Gacha. This right here is about Yuzua's voice actress attacked on social media. I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. I mean, I'm sorry, Saint, that you can't even read the titles properly. Like, why? Okay, why was it? Okay, hold on.
About videos like what are these videos even about?
Why was he so, like, if you notice, he leaves the mouse right here, right? And you see the 15 and the 23 right here, where I'm telling you, like, the actual data from Fox revenue is $15,000 for Genshin Impact. $15 million compared to 23. And it's like, bro is staying on that fucking video so fucking hard, staring at it. Closes his mouth, staring at it. Doesn't say a single word anymore and just moves on. Is it because he realized that he just realized he could read there and he's like, oh wait, Fox actually has titles that actually match the fucking video?
Guys, be aware, I'm the one that's receiving criticism. I'm the one receiving criticism that I never make WUWA content. All I do is make content on other games. Bro, all this...
One weather and waves. Not weather and waves. Weather and waves. Weather and waves. Not weather and waves. Weather and waves. Weather and waves. Not weather and waves, technically. Weather and waves. Not weather and waves, really, is this Gacha cast. Weather and waves live stream, because all this is going to be weather and waves right here. Weather and waves. Weather and waves. Weather and waves. Weather and waves. Moment I see something like Genshin. Not weather and waves. You're talking about genocide here because you really want to suck his dick. Not weather and waves. Not weather and waves. Not weather and waves. Not Weathering Waves. Ah, the trauma. Not Weathering Waves. WUWA. Not WUWA. Z.Z.Z. Weathering Waves. Weathering Waves. Not Weathering Waves. I mean, you make Weathering Waves content. I made Weathering Waves content. I make fucking Z.Z.Z content. But I can see that you're making a lot of videos that's surrounding more of like why Genshin's a fucking piece of shit, why Hoyo's a piece of shit, why Z.Z.Z is a paid disaster. I mean, why this content creator's fucked, why that content creator's fucked, why this content creator's fucked. I mean, again, First Soldier, I'll say it like this, okay? Is Genshin a bad game? All right, let's get into this conversation. We'll make this the closing fucking part of our stream. Is Genshin a bad game? This right here, I think, is very much a word that we need to utilize in today's age. Subjective. Based on or influenced by personal feelings, taste, or opinions. Relating to or denoted case of nouns and pronouns used to subject a sentence. We will go with the first one on this. Based on or influenced by personal feeling and taste or opinions. I am a person that, based on my personal feelings, taste, and opinion, I do think that Weathering Waves is a much better game than Genshin. To a person out there who might not like Weathering Waves, Genshin may be a game that is influenced by their own feelings, taste, and opinion as to being a better game. The word of today is subjective. 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 Can you say subjective? Chat. Repeat after me. Subjective. Subjective. It's very much exactly what it is. You like the story of Genshin. That is subjective. You like the story of Z.Z.Z. That is subjective. You like the combat of Weathering Waves. You like the story of Weathering Waves. You like how the open world is. That is subjective. Not every single person in the entire global atmosphere of the world that we live on, which is called Earth. Okay, class? Earth has how many people living on it? As of November of 2024, there is approximately 8.2 billion people living on Earth. That is starting to dwindle because of the lack of Japanese males wanting to fuck women in Japan. So they're having a little bit of a birth rate issue going on right now. Okay? So, out of 8.2 billion people living on Earth, Do you honestly believe, in all honesty, do you honestly believe? Oh, look. We could even see how many it was in the years, man. Do you honestly believe that everybody in the 8.2 billion, that the mass majority will say that Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin? Why do people have different opinions? Opinions is based on perspective and perception, which are shaped by experiences. No two human beings will ever have the exact same parents, go through the exact same situations, or grow up the exact same place and develop psychology in the exact same ways. So, with that being stated, and since you, me, and this fucking room that we have that's around us, your perspectives, your perception, your experiences influence you, as my own perspective, my own perceptions, and my own experiences has developed me. Out of 8.2 billion people on the planet Earth as it is right now, we all have our own what? Subjective point of views based upon what class? Personal feelings, tastes, or opinions. So, can we honestly say, as a collective, is Genshin a bad game? I think that answer is what class? What is the word of the day? What is the word of the day? Subjective. That's right. It depends on who you are and what your personal taste, feelings, and opinions are. Fox Imply, what's a gooner? My mama says my dad's what? That is for another lesson, class. For another day. Maybe tomorrow we could talk about gooning and just why your right hand always hurts. Teacher, I still don't get it. I mean, I feel like I gotta do it like St. Tonus here, man. I feel like I have to embrace the St. Tonus perspective here, and I have to educate. Not to you, honestly. It's not for y'all. I gotta educate St. Tonus. Like, I feel like if I ever actually had a conversation with St. Tonus, I would try to be as calm and collective as possible with him. But at the same point in time, I feel like that would be very short-lived, because then I would have to practice the same thing that he does in order to try to make him understand. Because he's the type of person that likes to be like, you know what you're doing? Astroturfing. Oh my god, how big? The deceptive practice of presenting and orchestrating marketing or public relation campaigns in the guise of unsolicited comments from members of the public. Like, how many times have you seen this shit? I will say personally, again, from my own subjective point of view. No, First Soldier, it's not for you. Like, I wasn't going after you on that. That was not for you. This is just me being St. Tonus, bro. This is just me taking the time and feeling what it feels like to be St. Tonus, man. I don't think you're a retard. Okay, I think you're an actual. I think everyone here has their own sense. I think that we can agree to disagree. I think that we can have what's called healthy debating, to where even if we disagree upon something, you and I can actually still sit here, have a conversation about whatever the subject is, and discuss it into terms, and straight up, come to a. We might not come to an agreement, right? We might still agree to disagree, but we can typically find what's called a middle ground. Isaac, I am slowly following his footsteps. 100%, man. I am the type of person that will still go ahead and scroll down the bottom of a page and read the information. I am still the type of person that will go find information and make sure that I have that information. I will make sure that before I open my mouth, that I'm at least educated in the prospect. I think that one person in this world has brought up a very good thing. Let me see if I can find it. It was an ad. I know it was an ad. Gotta find this real quick. Was it this one? I know it was an ad.
Is knowing enough about a subject.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna think that I am a retard, but this is the truth about life right here. Is what you're about to hear.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
Let's repeat that again.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right.
One of the greatest challenges in the world is knowing enough about a subject to know you're right,
but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
This right here is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Probably one of the smartest men in the fucking entire goddamn world. That legitimately, if you don't know who he is, I implore you, go watch him on YouTube. He's got a whole bunch of different videos. He talks about everything from the universe and everything. And the one thing about him is always strive to find knowledge. He is the type of person that you would debate. And if he doesn't know what the hell we're talking about, he will ask you to give him time to go do research on it. And he will find his sources of information. Send that to Saint. Yes, he reads books.
There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think.
I just like the line in the beginning right here. I love this line.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
And you know what? I'm going to use that actually. Because I think that's absolutely the best one. Nah, I prefer to. Who's this? You got my interest perked. Let's see. Oh!
Does anyone know of people like Michio Kaku that can explain string theory like he does for people like me? And I'm not a genius. Well, I am Michio Kaku, and I'd be glad to answer that question. First of all, most textbooks say that an electron is a dot. Particles that we see in our atom smashers are dots. But if I had a super microscope, I can see that that dot is actually a rubber band. From a distance, this rubber band looks like a dot. Close up, you see that it's a vibrating string. Now, this rubber band can vibrate in many different modes. Each mode can be called a particle. So, for example, this might be an electron. But if you twirl it in a different way, it becomes a quark. And if you twirl it this way, you have to give it a different name. We call it a neutrino. Does anyone know of people like Michio Kaku?
Didn't he have a conversation, though, with Neil deGrasse? Because I believe that's actually correct. Yeah! He did. Look, I'm still a Neil deGrasse fan, though. I will stay with that. But I will be leaving you guys here shortly. And I'm going to ask the class, bring you back up here. Full chat. Let me move my little bang boo. Have we learned some today? Through all of this, I would hope that we have learned something. And this is something I implore to every single person. Is before you relate to the information of the echo chamber that is coming towards you, that you are in this community, this quote-unquote tribalism, which is just another new terminology that is just to say community against community. Before you follow blindly someone leading a cause, leading an organization that is trying to tell you that this is what's going on, this is that, blah, 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 blah. Maybe, just maybe, you should take it upon yourself to do your own research. You're a person that's in the Weather and Waves community. You've been hearing so much bullshit about Z.Z.Z, HP inflation, whatever. The game's shit. Why don't you just take a couple of days? You don't have to spend no money. Why don't you take a couple of days? Why don't you try to play it yourself? See for yourself whether or not, Z.Z.Z is what they say it is. Don't expect to get to endgame right away, but go explore it. If you're a person who played Z.Z.Z back in the day and you gave up on it back at 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and it's been past 1.4 and you hadn't touched it since, maybe give it another shot, because things have changed in the game. And I implore even to a person who's hearing a lot of shit about Weather and Waves, and you're pretty much, you're put off because you don't like how the community itself likes to victimize and likes to play the victim. I would still implore you, before you judge Weather and Waves as a game, go give it a shot. Take a couple of days. What's it going to hurt? Go play it. Go get an understanding. Play it more than 30 fucking minutes, I will ask you. Take a couple of days. See for yourself whether you like it or not. Don't listen to me blindly. Don't listen to St. Tonos blindly. Be your own person. Do your own research. When someone presents a topic of conversation, a drama, as they would call it, saying something like, Gamescom is not putting Weather and Waves on the Game Awards. Maybe go to that same page that guy's talking about, that Kazahana was talking about, and scroll to the very bottom and go read the submission application. and read how the developer themselves needs to submit the game. That they need to pay a fee. Go do research. See if Kuro Games is at Gamescom before making assumptions that, Gamescom is quote unquote putting in pre-release games that has nothing to do, because they're awarding the games that's on the floor. Do your due diligence. Do your own research. Sometimes the answer. So when will you? I've already played Z.Z.Z. We played it earlier. I did all my dailies. I did everything I needed to do before we got into all of this. It's almost 3 months now, Fox. You try Z.Z.Z. Learn to read, my guy. I am 100% do believe that. Shita, I honestly do believe that. 100%. When you say right here, does this mean right here that that WUWA is the true victim with all the drama? Yes. Because I 100% believe that the majority of the minority that likes, and I'm going to put like St. Tonus in this, does not actually care about Weathering Waves. Weathering Waves in their hands is a weapon. It is their nuclear bomb. It is the weapon that they press the button to utilize only to attack others. Whether it is external or even internal within their community, it is a weapon that's being utilized just for the sake of being a weapon. I honestly do believe that someone like St. Jonas does not actually care about the game Weathering Waves. It is just a platform for him to weaponize, to utilize it to go against Hoyoverse in any which way, shape, form. And if anybody tries to get in his way, or he feels that is disrupting the ecosystem of the WUWA community, that he will even use it as a cannibalistic weapon to eat what is internal. That is my thought pattern on it. So yes, I honestly do believe that Weathering Waves, the game, is more or less the true victim in all of this. That Kuro Games was never a company that wanted to take the entire pie away from Genshin. They wanted their slither, they wanted to be fed, and they wanted to just be there. Because a lot of the internal workers, and this is from my knowledge of doing research, and I would implore y'all to go do your own research on this. But Kuro Games developers and Hoyoverse developers do work together. Not on the same projects, but, they'll go to lunch with one another. It's not, the companies are friendly with one another. They don't hate each other. They share ideas between one another. They go eat out. They're friends of friends. They're all part of the same world. I mean, you think fucking a person who works for fucking for Apple and the person who works for Microsoft hates each other because they work for two different companies? No. They still fucking like each other. They still go eat out. They still go have go do things. So what if Genshin X... Dude, I honestly think that should happen. I think a Genshin Weathering Waves collab should happen. And I think it would be great. Living Moon, they actually done that. Kuro had implemented that. Believe it or not. I would have to go find the video, because I didn't play it, but I saw it. We did a live stream on that one. Weathering Waves implemented the miasma shield mechanic in, what was that, the Virtual Crisis shit with Fleur de Lis, to where when you had to break it before you could break her stun bar. That you broke it, it broke her stun bar. It really didn't do shit like, in Weathering Waves. It didn't have the thing where it took like 50% purified damage, but at certain points of the time, or depending on how much damage you did to Fleur de Lis, it would actually put a fucking bar that was straight up the miasma shield mechanic. That's why it's so funny that the fans of their games fight each other, but both of them just laugh at those idiots while raking up money. Yeah, 100%. Really? Yeah, really. They let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if someone's got this. Right here.
Worry.
Okay.
In war with time. Strike is one. So be it. Let it end. Perish! Such is that vessel. True form. Revealed at last.
Let's see, where is it? Where is it? There it is.
Sent my blade. Purge all evil.
What's that yellow bar that's above it? That's a shield. That's the miasma shield. I think it's like in the beginning of the game, right? Yeah, you see, it's like in the beginning.
Perish! Strike is one. Thunder guide us. Let it end. Trumble!
Notice, her stun bar meter's not going down.
Beckons.
Notice the stun bar's not going down. The shield has to be depleted first.
Tide, rise and crash.
Notice that.
Face your destruction. My blade. Purge all evil. Together we fight. Take form. Sacred light. Collapse.
And then look, it goes away. Now you can fucking attack the stun bar. Look how fast the stun bar's going.
In war with time. Strike is one.
Then later on,
Sent my blade. Purge all evil.
boom, it comes right back. Now we gotta break the fucking goddamn armor bar yet the fuck again. Are you telling me that's not the miasma shield mechanic? Look, the stun meter comes back, and look, we gotta beat the bar first. We gotta beat the shield up, and look, we're only doing piss ain't fucking damage.
The purge has come.
It's just a poorly implemented version of miasma shield.
Loading.
This is actually a DPS. This actually doesn't fucking matter.
Sacred
But
light.
they did it.
Heaven ordained. Banish all vice. Vanish.
See, now it's gone. Yellow bar's gone. Now we can break the stun.
Tide. Rise and furious.
At least with
tide.
miasma shield mechanic, we were doing the stun at the same time. How to remove the shield? You gotta attack it. And it looks like if you do alt, it goes down even further, but you got to attack it. Wrong. What? Mama ate it? Give Daddy a few minutes, okay? Mommy ate my son's candy, and my son is crying. So, even Weather and Waves had the same shit in this event. The same concept to extend the fight, where you had the little yellow shield, which was like the miasma shield, that was over the health. Same principal idea. Take my card and order him some fucking candy. Just do it. Take my card, order him some candy, make him happy. Have that delivered in. Want some candy? All right, I'm telling mommy to order some candy. Exactly, because in here you don't get resources back, and it doesn't do purified damage. I don't know what fucking candy it was. It was this. It was this high chew shit. What? Grab my pants. Oh, wait, it's right here. There you go.
Yes.
Nope. There's this high chew candy he wants. Go, mommy. Go order it. Bro, nobody likes my ass. I fucking love it. Because it's actually a DPS gain. Like, okay, hold on. Let me go bring y'all to somebody who's going to explain this better than I can. Okay? How many of y'all know who OK Muzzy is? How many of y'all don't know who OK Muzzy is? Should be actually the better question to ask. So, watch this.
Boop.
He's going to do first part, Jane without miasma. Then he's going to do Jane with miasma. And then he's going to tell you the truth about miasma. You got 10 minutes? Watch this.
That's what, 2 minutes? Did Pokra miss this ultimate? No! Why are you doing this to me, Pokra? Okay, so this was a 2 minutes 34 seconds. I want to do it faster. Her parry just stops Jane in place. Yes, it's that good. Guys, that's why I keep saying Yuzuha is better than Astra. Like, to be honest, okay, let's be fair. They are both doing different things. They are good on what they are supposed to do. I'm just doing Pokra this time. Wasn't Jane supposed to do the miasma thing right now? Why are you not doing it? Did my Pokra ultimate cancel something? Yeah, I'm pretty sure something happened here.
What happened here, I will pause and I'll say, he glitched out the miasma shield on Jane for the first part. He's already at half health. There's no miasma shield. I think it gets it on the gets it right here sooner or later, right? Yeah, it gets it at the last part. So typically, if you were fighting this fight, you got miasma shield what, 2 times? The first part and then the second part?
Sure,
well,
here.
look at the time
Now
difference is going to happen
right?
from this.
There's no way I just jumping, completely skipping your miasma stuff. Please, Jane? Jane, give me your miasma shield, please. It's damage, it's energy. What is this? I completely bypassed it by using Pokra Ultimate. It makes no sense. No. There's no way this is happening. There's no way this is happening. Yep. No miasma. That's it. That makes no sense. Please, Jade. What? No. I have no words. I have no words. Why this is happening to me? I have no words, chat. This was supposed to happen like... Whatever. I just discovered something. You can cancel the miasma phase if you interrupt Jane before the shield appears.
Where was he stopped at?
Can cancel the miasma.
Go back.
Whatever.
253.
I just discovered something. You can...
He was at 253.
And cancel the miasma phase if you interrupt Jane before the
So he would have
shield
been
appears.
basically around 3 minutes and 20 seconds
More
with the
like
miasma
than a
shield.
3 minutes fight issue works, right? I mean, no. You guys think that miasma is a damage loss? It is not. I don't know why people like genuinely. I don't know why there are people saying that a lot of enemies are getting miasma. This is like DPS loss. It is not. You guys need to remember that miasma gives you true damage against the enemy because it's based on the enemy total health. Then
I want y'all
you
to
also
watch this.
get
I don't want y'all to have commands right now.
energy for all your characters.
I want y'all to
So, like,
focus.
it's not a damage loss at the end. The only scenario where this is a damage loss is if we're talking about like Mindscape 6 units, because you can't speed run anymore. But for anyone that is under the threshold, for anyone that is below 2 minutes and 30 seconds, for anyone that is below 20,000 points, miasma is not a DPS loss. It's actually damage for you. Oh, come on. I'm just going to use Pokra and Neko this time. Back into Yuzuha. There we go. Finally.
Beg for mercy. That's that. Too late.
Boop. Poke. Oh wait, I could just go to Yuzuha, but it's fine.
Do you know he's killing it quicker?
Can I get days here, Pokra? Please.
Perfect shot. Make it fun for me.
We do Neko, then Pokra. Cancel. Boop. 2 minutes 19 seconds. Do you still think that I'm lying when I say that Miasma is actually a DPS game for you? After looking at this, do you still think that I'm lying? It's a lot of damage. It's not a DPS loss. Miasma is actually helping, somewhat helping low damage accounts to be able to clear end game content. Just because of how much energy, like, if you know what you're doing, like, let's say you just spend all your energy during the miasma phase, yada yada yada, you're good, you're good, you're good. Yep, it's a lot, and it's like based on the maximum HP. Whoa, no! I missed this. Yep, you do get a lot of stuff. You do get a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's really good. Oops, I messed it up. Does it matter? No. That's why, for example, did you notice that every single time that the enemy enters the miasma, I simply start spending all my energy? It's because I know that I'm going to recover a lot of energy. That's why every single time that the enemy enters the miasma phase, I just start spending all my energy. Because this means I'm removing the shield faster. I am somewhat dealing damage, but it's like minimal stuff because of all the damage reduction effects. But you're going to recover everything back again. So like, it doesn't matter. You can generate resources for your Miyabi, for example, for Vivian, for everyone, and that's it. It's an amazing mechanic. It's an amazing mechanic. The only scenario where you kind of lose damage is if you have like a lot of damage, then yeah, Miasma is kind of holding you back. But if you don't have enough damage, then chances are that the miasma is purifying the miasma is going to deal more damage to the enemy than whatever you're going to deal just by hitting them. Yep, exactly. But like, here's the thing, a lot of people that are completely upset with the fact that they can't purify in 30 seconds or something, first, they are probably not using their resources, as I just explained it, both energy and sometimes even decibels as well. Or second, they failed to realize that if the enemy had no miasma, they were not going to get energy, which means more damage. They were not going to get the true damage as well, which is probably more than whatever they were going to do anyway. So like, it's just a really good mechanic. I can't understand why there are people saying that just because we get more miasma enemies, the game is getting harder. It is not. Oh, by the way, I was trying to do this one. I don't know if I can actually.
So basically, if you got a lower unit, you know, M0, probably like the M3-ish or whatever, you know, low level, you know, spit characters, Miasma Shield actually makes it to where you could do more damage, you get more energy recovery, everything that actually helps benefit you as a player to clear the in-game content. The only restriction would be is if you already maxed out your damage and everything else, it kind of holds you back. Like if you got an M6, you know, character, you got an M6 Jane Doe, you got an M6 Yuzuha, you got an M6 Alice, whatever. At that point in time, it's kind of defeating the purpose right there because you're already at your max level of your damage. So it's going to basically be in the way. But you, with the purified damage and everything else, you'll probably be doing more damage after you destroy the miasma shield. So you get that 15% of whatever the life bar is. So if the life bar is in the beginning, if the life bar is in the middle, it will reduce 15% like that off of it when you destroy it. At the same point in time, you are going to get full energy back to your characters. You recovered back to your characters. So that way you could commit again immediately into the fight. So all the miasma shield mechanic is doing is helping people complete in-game content better. So yeah. And I think, okay, Muzzy, if you don't know who he is, I think he is well worth, a sub. And I think you should go watch a couple of his videos because he talks about HP inflation. This man is probably the smartest person in Z.Z.Z, I will say, that will go through all of the different types of mechanics. He will go through all the types of build. He will help you to understand about why rupture agents are the way they are, why the pin damage is what it is, about the shear damage. He will give you a lesson and he will help you fix it. You're looking for someone that can point you in the right direction of what you want to know. This is a good person that will present it to you. This is why I love the Z.Z community. You have different people in different sections that understands more in their basic field, and it's a great way of promoting others. So I fully recommend 100%. If you don't know who OK Muzzy is, you're getting into Z.Z.Z, or you're generally never knew about him, you should totally watch him. Best person. So if you have M6, it's not making it harder. It's just that you already had your max damage. So technically, you're not really getting more out of your damage. Let's put it this way. You're not going to be you're already at your maximum damage output. So when you're going to be going ahead and, fighting against like a miasma shield, mechanic boss or whatever, you're already pretty much at your maximum. So you're not going to notice a huge change, right? That 15% is not going to be much when as soon as that shield breaks, your character's already going to do an additional fucking like 30% on top of that. You're not going to see it. But you have a low level character, you can see it. It actually helps benefit the low level characters. Muzzy, like I said, talk to him straight up. He live streams everything else. He's got a Discord, 100%. I've seen it. Straight up, the guy like right here. What I saw with the miasma shield mechanic and what I saw about it is that he went through it. You saw it. He glitched out miasma Jane. He did not get in the first phase. It got to the end. He was already, okay, with no miasma shield. And as soon as it came in, he was already at 2 minutes and 53 fucking seconds until that shield popped. With no miasma shield, with the Nekomata team, when the miasma shield finally popped at the end, it was at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So with no energy, no nothing being refilled and everything else, and him just fighting it like a normal boss, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. When he restarted it, he went back against it, and he did it with the miasma shield to make sure he had it. 2 minutes and 19 seconds. That's a big fucking difference. But like I said, I totally recommend. Muzzy is a great guy to go watch. I still want to do a collaboration with him. Anyone who knows him, anyone who talks to him, tell the son of a bitch I want to fucking still do a collaboration. I want to have conversations about this kind of shit. That's backwards. I would assume it would be faster. You would. But in any case, we can have this conversation later on. Hey, I tell you what. Bother the fuck out of Muzzy. I'll tell you like this. Bother the fuck out of Muzzy. Tell him that I want to do a, especially when Shield defense and everything else comes back with miasma shield, I want to do a collaboration, and I want to make it all about the fucking miasma shield mechanic. I want to talk about the miasma shield mechanic, the HP inflation. I want to have a collaboration with the analytic guy, and I want to go ahead and I want him to go ahead, theory craft, give me his analyst, and basically blow my brain up and let me try to understand it as my casual little mindset and try to convert it into English. So, in every other case scenario, I'm going to call it quits. It's almost midnight for me. And until next time, we'll chat back later, like tomorrow or something. Who knows? Maybe more shit might hit the fan by tomorrow. I got some videos I need to edit and everything else before I go to bed. But you guys have a good night. Just letting you guys know that if there is anything you want to have reacted on the stream, okay, you want to see something get popped up in here, I do want to utilize this. Feel free to join a Discord, and feel free to come here just like Kuzi did, and feel free to come in here and post in whatever you would like to have reacted. Get my opinion, chat's opinion. We can all have the conversation, because I don't want to just give you my opinion. I would like to also have the chat's opinion at the same time about what we watch and talk it out together. Because I'm not a saint, man. I am not a god. I'm just a normal person, and I feel like it's best that even when I might not understand something completely, it is best to utilize the chat to understand more proper information, that they might know things better than I do. That's what a community is about. A community is about coming together, working together, and talking things out. So, until next time, take it easy. Have a good one. Probably catch y'all tomorrow.